Hello everyone. We are pushing 2 videos a day with little to no budget. You can help with Buy Me a Coffee or Patreon. Link in the descriptions. Chapter 22-26 Peter Setaran. Ves took his assistant mech designers and students on an extensive tour through Ziford Base. The sights were eye-opening to those who never interacted with pirates and only knew them from the drama broadcasts on the galactic net. They were a lot less impressive if you looked at them up close. Especially that now that they had been stripped of their weapons and thrown into improvised cages and put under gunpoint, the dangerous air around them had dissipated. Supreme Lord Rhoda had died, killed by his own men. The loss of such a major pillar to their organization had caused every other Krona Lord to feel as if they had reached the end of their long and exciting ride. The tour group visited many important-looking sites, each of which kept Ziford Base alive. From power generation, waste treatment, air filtration, mineral processing and so on, the mech designers gained a greater impression of the Krona Lords. More and more, the sights they had seen disabused them of the notion that pirates were technical illiterates who carelessly abused their stolen machines until they broke. In fact, the Krona Lords or their slaves did a decent job at maintaining their equipment. Certainly, their standards were fairly low, but that was mostly by necessity as the pirates did not have access to a robust supply network. Too often, Ves saw signs of jury-rigged solutions and inadequate repairs resulting from a lack of materials or technical expertise. The sight both pleased and disappointed him. The Krona Lords obviously held themselves to a higher standard, but they were ultimately limited in what they could do. It was a sign of what humanity was like when they became disconnected from the galactic civilization that supported their entire race. One of the more interesting parts of the tour was to witness the interrogation of the senior officers, those the Larkinsons managed to capture alive at least. It turned out that Lucky had been a little too effective in clawing out the throats of every notable Krona Lord that held authority. Their elaborate uniforms decked with bones and other trophies had made it very easy to distinguish them from low-ranking pirates. Ves reminded himself not to wear any clothing that was too fancy in hostile space. He briefly looked down at himself, and was pleased that his hazard suit did not look that different from the others despite its higher quality. In any case, when they entered a security center that the Larkinsons had taken over, everyone split up and curiously observed the former leaders as they underwent interrogation. In one interrogation room, a pair of black cats draped themselves over the restrained form of a pirate officer. "What are those women doing?" "They are extracting information," Ves said before grabbing the shoulders of the Larkinson seeds and pulling them away. He brought them to another cell where a more normal interrogator from the Larkinson clan talked to a captive. This time, Ves noticed that the man being interrogated appeared to be a slave. After spending some time in Ziford Base, Ves had learned how to distinguish the Krona Lords from their forced labor. According to the various clues he derived from the man's appearance, the slave appeared to be some sort of senior technical supervisor. In other words, he was in charge of servicing and maintaining the large machines that kept Ziford Base running. A man like that probably knew the base from inside out. Ves grew interested in chatting with the slave. He impulsively entered the interrogation room, startling the interrogator. "Patriarch Larkinson! I was not expecting your arrival here." The eyes of the slave widened as he gazed at the hazard-suited form of the leader of the ones who doomed the Krona Lords. Ves waved his arm. "Please step aside. I'd like to have a talk with this fellow." "Very well." The clansman obediently rose from the seat and made way. Michael and Xanther stayed in place, unsure where they should go. They soon decided to just stay put and listen to the discussion. Once Ves sat down next to the table, he calmly faced the slave. Due to the transparent visor of his helmet, their eyes met each other. Soon enough, the slave grew a bit discomfited. The identity of the Larkinson clan patriarch along with the demeanor he exuded loomed heavily on the slave who formerly took orders from the Krona lords. What? What do you wish to know? Let's start with something simple. Do you have blood on your hands? No. Never. I am a slave. I did not join the Krona lords out of a willingness to get exploited. If I was still working back in civilized space, I would have earned a nice salary and lived a stable life. Ves raised his eyebrow. The condition of your body is quite good for a slave. That's because the Krona lords need someone like me. If you have walked through this base, then you know how reliant they are on people who know machines and know how to fix them. There aren't any schools in the Nixian Gap, and their attempts to train their own engineers hasn't always gone right. Uh-huh. So they feed you with better rations and outfit you with pretty decent clothing. The senior base engineer looked upset. I'm not a pirate. I don't deny that I enjoyed a position of privilege, but that is only in comparison to my fellow slaves. I had to play by the rules in order to survive. The Krona lords can be very harsh on those who offer resistance. If Ves was in the man's position, he might have opted to make the same choice, so he did not begrudge the slave too much. His circumstances were very bad, and striving to survive under a pirate regime always entailed desperate measures. What's your name? Peter Setarin. Where do you come from? I am a Reinaldan citizen. How did you end up in the hands of the Krona lords? I used to be a passenger aboard a liner that was heading from the Reinald Republic to the Sentinel Kingdom. I wanted to get away from Reinald, and Sentinel looked like an attractive option. I never realized that accepting a lucrative job in the latter would lead me to travel on a ship that was waylaid by pirates. Were you captured by the Krona lords? No. It was some other band called the Zero-G Devils. They're quite small, though I didn't see them that way back then. The Zero-G Devils raided multiple middle-tier passenger ships, always managing to kidnap thousands of people, many of them who have paid a lot for their tickets. Mine was already taken care of by my new employer. After that, the Zero-G Devils sorted out their captives. The attractive ones were sent out first. The pirates then transferred the skilled ones like Peter to a more discreet pirate ship, which carried the prisoners all the way to the Nixian Gap, where pirate groups paid well to obtain some useful slaves. Hearing that someone traveling rather deep in civilized space had suddenly been kidnapped before being trafficked to the Nixian Gap astounded Ves and his students. This sounded like an elaborate and sophisticated operation that must have been active for many years. Rather than waiting to hijack some engineers and skilled personnel from the ships entering the Nixian Gap, the pirates evidently didn't have enough. They had to import them from civilized space. Well, it's quite a stroke of bad luck that your ride got hijacked, Ves remarked. These are the perils of traveling through space. If I was in your shoes, I would have stayed in Reinald. Peter smiled ruefully. You think I don't remind myself of that every day? So tell me about all of the equipment that the Krona lords wanted you to service. As Peter Setarin explained what his typical day of work involved and what kind of vital base equipment he needed to fix, Ves and the Larkinson seeds listened closely. What was interesting was that the Krona lords kept promoting Peter while affording him more privileges. He gained the right to order around his fellow slaves. He no longer had to live in a cramped cell with other slaves, but instead moved to a more respectable apartment where he could sleep in the comfort of his own space. He started to earn some Covenant coins, which he mostly spent on bribing his Krona lords' supervisors in order to get into their good books. In a sense, Peter got what he wanted when he originally left the Reinald Republic. He experienced a change in scenery and gained new employment. His boss just happened to be Krona lords instead of sentinels. Some time passed as VS began to listen to the various details that Peter revealed about the various systems that supported the base. The Larkinson seeds slowly grew bored. They weren't very interested in how the ventilation systems kept the air fresh. What did this have to do with mechs? At some point, a change occurred. The interrogator quietly approached VS and transferred some files to his comm. VS smiled. "Thank you." He accessed the new files and skimmed them over. His smile grew wider, causing Peter Cetera to grow uncertain. Only a minute passed before VS was done. "Well, Peter, it seems you have been truthful. You are truly an unwilling captive the Krona lords had bought from a trafficker. The original logs of your transfer are still in their database." "Ah, I didn't lie, sir." "That's true, but there are more ways to deceive people than telling falsehoods." VS chuckled. "Lying by omission is also a lie, don't you know?" "What? What are you talking about?" "Let me show you something." VS projected one of the files transferred to his comm. The footage that appeared over the table showed an angled view from a hidden security monitor into some sort of rarely visited supply room. The footage just happened to show Peter and two of his fellow slaves he held authority over pushing a teenage boy against a wall. "Mr. Cetera, I'm sorry. I thought I did a good job. It's not my fault the water pump malfunctioned." Peter, who appeared much more aggressive in the footage, stepped forward and punched the young slave in the belly. "Ack! You little rat! When the Krona lords dumped you into my lap, I didn't expect you to be able to repair a power reactor, but at least I thought you were capable enough to clean the insides of a water pump. This was the first time I came across a water pump. I didn't know what to do." "No excuses, boy. You caused a lot of trouble for our masters." Peter launched another punch. "Now let me show you what happens to slaves like you who forget your place." The Peter in the footage then proceeded to remove his coat, slide down his pants, and remove his underlayer vaxit. His two subordinates did the same to the teenagar. Michael and Xantha looked incredulous and horrified at the security footage. As for the slave strapped to his chair, his face exhibited full-blown panic. Before the footage could go any further, VS swiped his hand, causing the scene to disappear before it could turn lurid. Peter bent his head in defeat. There was no way to deny what he had done. "I was frustrated. All of the slaves were. We don't have access to a lot of women." VS calmly crossed his arms. "According to the laws and conventions of the Common Fleet Alliance and the Mech Trade Association, any human who engages in crimes against humanity under the auspices of a recognized pirate organization has forfeited his rights and identity in human space. As an individual who has gone beyond aiding and abetting the activities of pirates by partaking in some of their crimes, you have met the legal standard of an interstellar pirate. Do you have any objections to this statement?" "I'm not a pirate," Peter insisted. "I'm a slave. I never wanted this." "I don't care. I'm only interested whether I have to treat you like a human being or not. Luckily, I don't have to." VS grinned. What are you planning to do to me?" Peter shook. "Why, helping you atone for your crimes, pirate." With those ominous words, VS rose from the chair and moved to leave the room. "I will see you later, Peter," VS teasingly said. "I can promise you that I will make sure that you are able to contribute to science." Chapter 22-27 Battle Incentives. The greatest pleasure of defeating pirate organizations was obtaining their spoils. Certainly, VS did not expect to take over everything. The valuables in their eyes might be trash in the eyes of the Larkinson. The goods may have become irrevocably damaged or lost during the fighting, as was with the case of the Alidus trade convoy. Nonetheless, Lucky Sabata and the penitent Sister Assault both managed to defeat the Krona lords without inflicting excessive material damage. In fact, the rioting and despairing Krona lords inflicted the most collateral damage on the base. After some time, the Larkinsons began to search through every corner of the base, ransacking both personal possessions and larger goods owned by the Krona lords as a whole. Since the LMC earned a hefty amount of money every day, ordinary goods which made pirates wild no longer interested Ves. He did, however, allow the individual Larkinson clansmen to pick out something nice depending on their contribution in battle. Risk should always be followed by reward. While Ves expected his Larkinsons to do their duty to the clan, he wanted them to be enthusiastic about it. Therefore, every member of Task Force Predator was entitled to a bonus. Mech pilots who risked their lives directly received the greatest benefits. Officers and higher-ranking clansmen received some nice rewards as well. Even if the Larkinsons disdained the jewels, trophies, personal weapons, alien relics, random minerals and other spoils, the clan would just directly reward them with hex credits instead. Many Larkinsons understood that money increasingly became less relevant to them. Most of their basic needs were already taken care of by the clan, and it was difficult to spend the money while they were traveling in deep space. What the clansmen began to aim for instead was Larkinson merits. Though the Larkinson Merit Exchange did not offer a full range of services at this time, many clansmen already cast greedy eyes at the second-class augmentations on offer. Empowering the mech pilots in the clan was an important priority to Ves and the other leaders of the clan. However, the warriors wouldn't value their augmentations as much if the clan handed them over for free. In order to keep them motivated and foster a culture of diligence and hard work, Ves decided to boost their existing gains by rewarding them with varying amounts of Larkinson merits according to their battle contributions. This was a fair and transparent way for the mech pilots to improve themselves. Ves hoped to establish a virtuous cycle of improvement with this incentive structure. In theory, in order to redeem valuable augmentations, they needed to train hard and actively improve their skills. This would make them stronger, and thereby lead to better battle results. Better accomplishments rewarded them with more merits, which would allow them to augment themselves faster. Once they received their augmentations, their skills and battle prowess would soar significantly. With the right implants and genetic alterations, they would be able to improve even faster and expand their skill set. This would allow the Larkinson clan to gain even more value out of them in battle. Ves knew that as long as the Larkinson Merit Exchange kept offering attractive rewards, the Larkinsons would keep fighting and improving with great vigor. All he needed to do was to get the ball rolling, which he just did. As he and his students entered the main warehouse of Zifford Base, numerous off-duty clansmen walked past the crates and piles of refined metals in order to reach the racks that the infantry soldiers had quickly prepared. On these racks rested a large variety of pirate spoils and trophies. Most of them had been stripped from the bodies of pirates, whether alive or dead, or had been dug from their personal rooms. Various clansmen in their suited forms inspected the items placed on the racks and picked anything they liked, whether it was a weapon, a piece of gear, some ornament, or other curiosity. Of course, not every spoil was safe and still had to undergo a thorough check, but those were problems that could be dealt over time. "This is cool," Xantha grinned. "Can we take something as well?" Ves knocked his fist against his hazard suit helmet. "Nope. Rules are rules. Only those who took part or contributed in the fighting are allowed to take some spoils. But we're a part of this task force as well. We are taking the same risks as the other Larkinsons." While that is true, they are making actual contributions, whether that is making sure whether our mechs get repaired or whether our clansmen get the nutrition they need. All you two have been doing is studying and learning. You should be paying me instead of the other way around. Be lucky that I'm not interested in charging any tuition. Many people would kill to receive the personal tutelage of a skilled and knowledgeable mech designer. While Ves was not yet a senior who usually held respectable positions at universities, he was already one of the foremost journeyman mech designers of his generation. His rapid ascension meant that he was doing at least something right. That made his teachings even more valuable. Both Michael and Xanther blinked. They had chosen to forego studying at a mech design university in order to study under Ves. They didn't know how lucky they were at the time. There was no need to shower them with freebies and spoil them rotten before they became full-fledged mech designers. You can look, but you can't take. Just take this opportunity to widen your horizons. In the future, you can obtain whatever you want when you actually give something back to the Larkinson clan. The Larkinson clan was under too much pressure. In the present, it needed to survive the Nixian Gap. In the future, it needed to keep itself afloat in the Red Ocean. Ves did not intend to keep his head down and rely solely on peaceful development to get ahead. Only by grasping opportunities would he be able to improve himself fast enough to obtain the power he needed to effect real change. As Ves and his students walked past the racks, they paid attention to different items. As a mech designer and craftsman, Ves was always on the lookout for interesting materials, especially those that reacted to spirituality. He cast out both his visual and spiritual senses for any interesting exotics. He also scanned the small projected screens that provided a short summary of the name and known properties of a particular exotic. Sadly, the pirates of the Krona Lords did not have any access to high-grade exotics. Maynard Fields predominantly held cabinet, and most of the rocks that pirates with a certain hobby collected merely consisted of colorful and abnormal samples of cabinet, or worthless. Ves shook his head. He looked down on these rocks for two reasons. First, even if they contained valuable properties, their volume was too low to build anything worthwhile. Second, he already had access to better materials. So far, Ves had spotted nothing that could surpass briar alloy in protective ability. That said, his sweep did harvest some small and useful gains. One of them was a mineral that allowed him to strengthen infantry-grade transceivers. Another rock contained properties that made it easier to generate a gravitic field. Ves wordlessly snapped up these small rocks and ordered his clansmen to take them back to the Scarlet Rose. In the meantime, his two students ignored the strange exotics and instead studied the much more impressive-looking pirate gear. The Krona Lords owned all manner of equipment that rarely showed up in civilized space. Weapons such as heated daggers, serrated swords, tiny holdout pistols, cruel and majestic hand cannons, poison arm bracers received almost every clansman's appreciation. Sadly for Michael and Xanther, they could only look on enviously as their older clansmen put a claim on them. Most Larkinsons either sought to add these wicked weapons to their personal arsenal, or intended to show them off to their friends. It seemed the pirate habit of showing off their accomplishments in the form of trophies was beginning to rub off on the Larkinsons. It was a much more vivid and interesting way to present one's life to other people. It's also a primitive custom. There were good reasons why modern humans mainly relied on records to show their worth. Pirates had degenerated from their civilized cousins by resorting to baser means to convey their strength and accomplishments. Yet despite this fault, Ves nonetheless became charmed by the sight of Larkinsons beginning to wear some more harmless trophies on their hazard suits or combat armor. It gave them a slightly more savage air, as if they were starting to become pirates themselves. Ves thought they were beginning to look a bit more ferocious. That was good. They needed plenty of guts to make it out of the Nixian Gap intact. The smaller prizes did not hold his interest for long. The members of the Krona Lords may be allowed to hold some trinkets, but it was impossible for them to obtain something truly valuable. No. That was left to the likes of Supreme Lord Rhoda and his most trusted subordinates. The deceased pirate leader carried the most valuable and interesting goods. Ves first inspected the weapons and other gear the clansmen had taken from Rhoda's corpse. It was too bad that none of them availed the pirate commander at the moment of his death. The man's comm was missing, likely taken by Calabas so she could hack into it and read the Supreme Lord's personal correspondence. Even though the Supreme Lord owned some genuinely good stuff, Ves did not show any interest in taking them. He decided to leave them in place for the commanders and those who earned substantial battle accomplishments to take them, and use them as proof they toppled a genuine pirate lord. In fact, Commander Dice suddenly appeared by his side. She wore a wicked-looking suit of combat armor that was draped in the furs of an exhibeast along with many other battle trophies. She quickly raked over the goods and picked up the Cabinet alloy insignia which represented the Supreme Lord's authority over the Krona Lords. "I'll be taking this, thank you," she spoke. After registering her selection to a nearby guard, she proudly attached the insignia on her belt which already carried numerous old symbols of authority. The new addition hardly enhanced her already intimidating battle-ready appearance. The great sword she carried on her back was far more impressive than any of her trophies. Nonetheless, habits died hard. The Sore Maidens may not call themselves pirates anymore, but changing their coats did not mean the people who wore them transformed all of a sudden. It was only after he inspected all of the gathered that he came to the biggest prize of all in his opinion. 3 transparent cases holding 3 B-stones rested in a separate room. Ves carefully approached them and probed them all with his spiritual senses. All of them blocked his spiritual projections, just as expected. He grinned. Finally! With 3 more B-stones falling into his hands, the day came closer where he could build a custom suit of armor that completely protected him against spiritual attacks. In fact, he already gathered a sufficient volume of B-stone to start making one right away, but Ves wasn't satisfied with the degree of protection. He wanted to clad himself with thicker layers in order to offer him sufficient protection against formidable entities such as Nixie. As Ves studied each of the rocks in greater detail, he noticed that all of them were not stand-alone rocks like his existing 2 samples. Instead, they had all been cut down to size by an industrial tool or machine. Ves widened his eyes as he studied the various marks. The B-stones had all been cut until they reached a uniform mass. Their products! While this did not necessarily mean that the source sold B-stones en masse, it at least proved that the Nixian Gap must be hosting a B-stone mine. Where the hell did the Krona Lords obtain these rocks? Chapter 22-28 Pity. As the Larkinson clan catalogued the material goods of the Krona Lords and selectively brought them back to the fleet, Ves no longer cast his eyes in this direction. Aside from picking up some interesting exotics, Ves mainly came for the B-stones. The 3 lightly processed B-stones more than doubled his existing collection. This meant that he no longer needed to protect himself against spirituals by putting an open B-stone lockbox over his head. Sadly, despite the abundant amount of minerals and metals the Krona Lords accumulated, Ves found no trace of P-stones and F-stones. Neither exotics provided any utility to regular pirates. At the very least, the B-stone offered valuable protection from the discordant spiritual vortex raging in the imaginary realm. At this time, Ves was unsure whether pirates or other factions in the Nixian Gap recognized the true value of these 3 spiritually reactive exotics. He knew that the 5 Scrolls Compact maintained a hidden base in the depths of the Nixian Gap. Since the cult actively developed various applications of spirituality, Ves did not believe they were ignorant of the effects of spiritually reactive exotics. Perhaps the B-stones the Krona Lords obtained may have been mined by the Five Scrolls Compact, or one of their secret splinter organizations. Interesting. It was useless to speculate any further. He knew too little about what went on in the Nixian Gap. He also did not know whether he could obtain P-stones, F-stones and B-stones in any other part of space. What he did know was that smashing pirate groups was an expedient, an effective way to obtain more spiritually reactive exotics. It was not as if the Larkinson clan intended to settle down in the Nixian Gap in order to erect its own mining operations. Heh! Robbing pirates is surprisingly convenient and fun. The irony of the situation was not lost on him. Pirates usually raided other targets in order to steal their hard-earned valuables. Now, Ves and the Larkinson clan did the same to the pirates. The predators had become the prey. That did not mean that the Larkinsons could keep raiding the pirates with impunity. Calabas wanted to speak to him about this topic later in the day. First, though, Ves wanted to make some other stops. He briefly visited a room next to the warehouse where the star of the previous battle enjoyed his rewards. Having shaken off the misfortune harness, Lucky eagerly dove into the pile of yummy, higher-grade exotics that he reserved. There was no telling what Lucky had already eaten, but fortunately Ves didn't care too much about the materials that remained. Letting them end up in Lucky's belly was not a bad outcome, especially when Ves was confident it would pay off later in the form of a powerful gem. "Be sure to eat to your heart's content," Ves lovingly said to his cat. "I expect you to produce great things in a month." Meow. "Don't be like that. You have eaten so much other exotics in the past month, and you still haven't deposited anything from your other end." Meow meow. Lucky swatted his tail at Ves and ignored the human in favor of resuming his consumption. Seeing that his cat fully enjoyed his current spoils, Ves left his cat to his current feast and left. He took his two students to the hidden base section which hosted the Omega laser. As soon as his little group passed the security checkpoint, they entered a cramped chamber which contained the huge bulk. "It's as large as a corvette!" Maiko gasped at the sheer metal monstrosity squeezed into the chamber. In order to transfer as much heat away as possible, the huge rod-like laser weapon had been squeezed into a hole. Every time the weapon generated heat, it could rapidly dump its heat into the surrounding walls and asteroid rock. The Krona Lords only a modest amount of space to allow people access and to offer enough room to perform external maintenance. As his students admired the sheer bulk and power of the Omega laser, Ves approached a chief engineer that had been tasked with studying the weapon. "What have you learned about the Omega laser?" "It's a ridiculously sized laser cannon, sir, and I mean that literally. If you study the schematics, then core components are identical to the components of a conventional laser cannon, but scaled up by more than 10 times. The sheer amount of bulk it adds and the huge amount of energy and other stresses the construction is subjected to necessitates additional components in order to keep this monstrosity functional." That matched the conclusion that Ves initially formed after studying Lucky's scans. The Omega laser was not an example of high technology. It achieved its raw output through brute-forcing low-level tech. It was an inelegant solution and enabled unworthy people such as pirates easy access to extreme firepower. The Big Two hated it when unworthy people obtained destructive weapons that were beyond their ability to control. This was why even if the first-rate superstates were able to field weapons that were far more damaging, their opponents were usually able to cope with this level of destruction. To be honest, the Larkinsons shouldn't even be in the presence of this partially intact superweapon. The Nixian Gap might be labeled as lawless space, but the Big Two claimed that their jurisdiction extended to every corner of the Milky Way galaxy. The Omega laser was very clearly a taboo weapon. One of the most obvious standards to judge this was to ask whether a mech was able to mount and use a weapon of this scale. When Ves imagined what it would be like for a typical heavy mech to wield a weapon that was as large as a starship, the absurd mental image was enough to end this line of questioning. The Omega laser is solely built to be mounted in fixed locations or purpose-built warships, the chief engineer remarked as he slapped his hand against the solid metal bulk of the weapon's exterior. Even then, the latter has to be really big in order to cope with this big gun's demands. So we can't mount it on our own ships? That would be very illegal, sir. Just tell me whether it's possible. The chief hesitated a bit before shaking his head. No. Our existing starships can't cope with the various demands of the Omega laser. First, it's as big as a small starship. That means it won't fit in the hangar bays or cargo bays of our vessels. While we can install it on our larger starships, that entails an extensive refit that will take weeks to accomplish in a dry dock. That was way too much effort, and Zifford Base didn't offer the appropriate facilities. What about installing it on one of our captured pirate ships? Some of those vessels are large enough to fit the Omega laser, but there are an enormous number of practical problems. For one, we need to install additional power reactors and other power management systems onto the ship. All of this will take months of work with our current capabilities. In other words, it was not feasible to bring along the Omega laser and use it as a trump card against powerful threats. A pity. Ves looked remorseful. The power of this weapon is considerable. Pirate engineering isn't very sophisticated, but it is quite brilliant in leveraging its few strengths. What's an even greater pity is the self-destruction of all of those Alliance Alliance ships. Something like an Omega laser is too big and demanding for us to mount on any ship, but the Judgment lasers are different. While they are still bigger than anything a mech could handle, their size is optimized for typical light carrier-sized vessels. Lord Drojan's decisive action put an end to this action. The Alliance pirates did not want to leave any possibility of their weapons being used against their compatriots. After learning a few more details about the Omega laser, Ves eventually decided on what to do with this big toy. Well, since there is no practical or legal way to make use of this Omega laser, we might as well scrap it and salvage the most valuable bits. Is there anything good in this massive construction? The Omega laser predominantly consists of large quantities of low-grade alloys. However, there are numerous specialized components that contain traces of medium and high-grade exotics. It's well worth it to break down these parts in order to increase our stockpile of high-value materials. Do it then. If this superweapon was no use to him intact, then he had no qualms in tearing it apart. Respectfully, of course. This was a weapon that required a lot of effort to build. Ves appreciated its design and craftsmanship. Whoever designed and built this weapon possessed a genuine love and passion for powerful weapons. He even wondered whether he could ever meet this brilliant developer and conduct a fruitful exchange. Ves already picked up a number of small insights from studying the creative and unconventional solutions to get around the lack of key materials and tech in a barren place like the Nixian Gap. After bidding farewell to the Omega laser, he left the hidden base section and ventured to another guarded location. Ves arrived at a secure detention facility in the bowels of Zifford Base. The infantry soldiers who secured the base had gradually hauled their prisoners to this facility, which was large and robust enough to fit every pirate and slave as long as they shared their cells. The detention facilities weren't comfortable by any means, but it was a good short-term solution that kept the dangerous elements contained. None of his students and assistant mech designers accompanied him this time. What he wanted to do next was not something they should be concerned about. Ves. You're finally here. Calabas greeted at the entrance. Let's head inside and inspect the prisoners. Have you sorted them out like I asked? he said as he walked alongside the black-clad spymaster. We did. While we lacked the manpower to inspect and interrogate every individual pirate or slave, after we borrowed the processing power of the Scarlet Rose and the Penitent Sister ships, our automated algorithms and AIs has scanned all of the archival footage and gathered other evidence that can definitely declare whether someone is tainted with a 99.341% success rate. As for Chrono Lords or slaves who fell under the 0.659% and received the wrong evaluation, VS didn't care. The lucky pirates who were mistaken as slaves obtained a new lease on life, while the unlucky slaves who were unjustly regarded as criminals were still pirates on paper. How many people are we talking about? Of the tens of thousands of captives we've sorted, over 6,000 of them are pirates. There used to be thousands more, but the Battle of Zifford Base had taken a toll on their numbers. Many Chrono Lord mech pilots have died as the Penitent Sisters explicitly targeted their bodies. Those we managed to rescue from their ejected cockpits or reasonably intact wrecks are mostly intact, but they only constitute 30% of the Chrono Lord's original pilot roster. That disappointed him. He held an elevated interest towards mech pilots for his upcoming experiments. It wouldn't be the same if he conducted all of his experiments on norms. Fortunately, there was no question that they were pirates. No matter what excuses those mech pilots brought forward, the fact that they hopped into a pirate mech and urged it to fight alongside other pirates sealed their guilt. Show me the prisoners who are proven to be pirates. Have you made sure to catalog all of the evidence and get all of the paperwork in order? Yes, but... Calabas frowned. This is usually unnecessary. The Big Two usually turns a blind eye to what people do towards captives in the Nixian Gap. Don't neglect this step. I want to cover my legal avenues in case my activities draw scrutiny. What are you up to now? Exploring the mysteries of reality and the laws of nature. Calabas immediately grew dark. Human experimentation. Can it even be called as such when pirates aren't legally recognized as humans anymore? VS directed an amused look at her. This is why proper record keeping is important. While I don't intend to spread what will happen, if it does, at least I won't get into any major trouble. Don't pity the pirates. The harm they do towards human civilization is so egregious that they deserve worse punishment. Even if VS was right, Calabas still found his intentions distasteful. As someone who keenly understood how humans worked, she knew that anyone who performed depraved acts tended to descend to this level. No matter what veneer of legality or civility that people used to justify their actions, the vile nature of their actions could not be changed. This was why the Big Two prohibited slavery, brainwashing, mass murder, and other crimes against humanity. To progress their race and civilization, humans needed to advance forwards, not backwards. Chapter 22-29 Slippery Smooth. VS eagerly toured the detention cells that held his potential test subjects. The pirates were all locked within secure, reinforced spaces. In their current settings, the cell walls were all opaque, allowing VS to observe the defeated criminals without alerting them to his presence. There was no need for him to interact with them on an individual basis. The Black Cats had already uncovered their history and place within the Chrono Lords. They even sniffed out the moles and informants within the ranks of slaves. All of these people were malignant tumors to human civilization. Getting rid of them would make the galaxy a better place, and VS was glad to enforce justice on behalf of the Big Two in this instance. He was such a righteous galactic citizen. The Big Two should thank him for getting rid of humanity's trash. What are you so proud of? Calabas irritatingly slapped his suited arm. Just because pirates aren't entitled to human rights doesn't mean that it is right to treat them as objects. I know it's a tall order to ask for you to behave decently, but please consider whatever you are planning to do. I am aware of the Sordid experiments you performed on the indigenous population of Aeon Corona 7. Do you really want to return to those dark days? Ves looked absolutely unperturbed. Everything I do has a purpose. Back then, our survival and success literally hinged on the outcome of those experiments. While I admit that the need is not as great this time, I believe we should grasp every acceptable opportunity to strengthen ourselves. The Nixian gap is even more dangerous than the frontier due to the brazenness and elevated development of the local organizations. With superweapons like the Omega lasers proliferating among the Nixian pirates, it's more important than ever to give my clansmen a greater chance to survive the battles to come. Vs. All the rationalization in the galaxy doesn't change the fact that some lines just aren't meant to be crossed. While I am not a diehard supporter of the Big Two, I appreciate the calm and order they introduced in the galaxy after the destruction unleashed during the Age of Conquest. Do you know what originally caused humanity to descend into beasts? The admirals and the people in charge engaged in reckless genetic modification that reduced their inhibitions and turned their emotions volatile. That's a major contributor, but not the only reason, she said. Back then, a strong authority such as the MTA and CFA didn't exist. Power was concentrated in the rulers of great star nations. The Terran Confederation and New Rebirth Empire both believed they were the masters of the galaxy and that everyone else had to obey their whims. The smaller star nations adopted similar philosophies. What are you talking about? Humans back then developed an arrogant, superior disposition. They also possessed much less restraint in using their powerful warships to raise entire cities and continents. The culture and society at the time was one that worshipped power and without limit. With so many people trying to fulfill their ambitions, they became more extreme as they tried to outdo each other. Because everyone was doing it, it not only became acceptable to commit certain acts we consider crimes against humanity, it even became encouraged. The Age of Conquest would have ended with a lot less mass destruction if this was not the case. This was why acts such as human slavery became prohibited in modern times. No matter how much the slave owners tried to rationalize or justify slavery with religious scripture or economic benefits, the fact of the matter was that those individuals or their subordinates had to whip, punish, brainwash fellow human beings. Many slave owners and the people who weren't even involved in it successfully lied to themselves that slaves weren't even human. How could humanity progress and evolve to a higher level if it still acted in a morally hypocritical fashion? In her experience, the true nature of people could often be determined by seeing how bad they treated those they despised the most. How humans treated others at their worst was often the baseline of their true nature. If Vs retained no humanity at all towards those he considered pirates, how much stock could she put on him when he acted normally? It was too bad that Vs did not share her thoughts. We don't live in that age anymore, Calabast. That's because greater authorities have come into power to forcibly curb these runaway acts. The path to degeneracy is a slippery slope. You only have to take a few steps before you have descended too deep. Unlike in the Age of Conquest, the current environment doesn't tolerate behaviors such as yours. I don't want you to rile up the Big Two to the point where they brand you an outlaw. Not only will that invalidate my investment in your development, you'll also drag in your downfall. Vs turned at her and smirked. There won't be any problems, Calabast. Your concerns are wildly overblown. I ordered your black cats to gather proof that the captives here are irredeemable pirates to avoid the outcome you are talking about. The Big Two won't have an issue with my actions. Instead, they'll likely reward me. The Krona Lords have dabbled with so many taboo weapons that these pirates are bound to suffer. You're not getting my point. Calabas sighed again. It's not what you are doing today that concerns me. It's what you will do afterwards. Slippery slope, remember? Well, it's fortunate that I have people like you pull me up before I fall too far. Just don't do it now. It's too early. I haven't harvested the benefits of sliding down the slippery slope yet. It'll be fun. Calabas grabbed onto his arm in order to halt his steps. This is not a game, Ves. The Big Two may have set some rules that incentivizes people to hunt down pirates and enforce the taboos that ensure the continuation of stability in the current age, but their intentions towards people like you are not benign. The MTA and CFA mainly want to foster a society where piracy and use of massive weapons are discouraged as much as possible. This was an understandable goal in the lens of institutional isomorphism. The Big Two wanted to impose a strong break from the past, and the easiest way to do that was to transform the culture and institutions that people took cues from. It was much harder for the Big Two to enforce their rules by themselves, so it was important to foster a society that already suppressed undesirable acts. The Big Two succeeded in this objective. These days, humanity largely regulated itself without requiring the intervention of greater authorities. From this perspective, Ves hunting down pirates with the sanction of the Big Two could be considered an extension of this phenomenon. Even if Ves recognized that he could be regarded as the Big Two's tool, so what? Ves stood to gain unimaginable benefits from his various acts. With the twin allure of merits and research results, there was no way Ves was stopping this shuttle ride just as it undocked from an orbital space station. He wanted to descend all the way down the surface and reach his destination before he was willing to call it a day. Whether the surface of the planet looked like an idyllic paradise or a burning hell wasn't in his consideration at the moment. He resumed walking, and Calabas had no choice but to keep up with his pace. Look, I understand what you're saying. I really do. However, let's leave the fate of humanity and the continuation of the existing order to the Big Two. We're too small and inconsequential to worry about all of that stuff. You! I can't believe you! Ves raised his finger. I'm going through with my experiments regardless of what you think. Before you nag any further, at least wait until I have achieved my desired result. I can promise you that the outcome will justify everything I do to the pirates. As a mech designer, he acquired the belief that almost anything could be justified as long as he designed the right mech. This had proven to be the case when he elicited controversy but resolved them by designing mechs that quickly converted his naysayers. The transcendent messenger design helped him turn the Ilvanans to his side. The desolate soldier design silenced most of the critics who accused him of brainwashing his customers. Now, Ves intended to invent something that was just as beneficial to the Larkinson clan, if not more. He suddenly halted. He recognized a familiar face in one of the cells. His smirk grew wider as he spotted Peter Satarin squeezed in a cell with 7 other compatriots. Acting on his neural commands, his implant matched Peter's face to his entry in the list of prisoners and marked out his name. I don't need to experiment with all of the prisoners, he said. Only a small number of them are worth my time. Let me go over all of them so that we can proceed to the next step. It took some time for him to walk past every holding cell and spiritually inspect each individual pirate. He did not want to miss anyone who possessed spiritual potential. Despite the amount of prisoners the Larkinsons had taken, the pirates with spiritual potential were quite low. Through his tedious, hours-long search, he only managed to identify a couple of dozen. This was a disappointing, if not entirely unexpected result. To mech pilots, those with spiritual potential tended to perform better in their cadet days and gain better opportunities in the legal job market. Why should any mech pilot with a promising career go pirate? The same was true for norms, though to a much lesser degree. It was not necessarily the case that normal individuals with spiritual potential were superior to their duller counterparts. In many cases, spiritual potential played absolutely no role in their careers or daily lives. It was just that the emergence of spiritual potential often tended to happen among more remarkable individuals. All of this meant that scumbags that tended to go pirate consisted of low-quality humans whose chances of developing spiritual potential was several times lower than the average. Even on a spiritual level, pirates were inferior. Ugh. Too few. Ves shook his head. I guess I'll have to capture more pirates to make up for the shortfall. Ves ordered the wardens to separate the pirates he had marked out and put them into separate cells. In the meantime, Ves entered an interrogation room with Calabast and waited for the arrival of his first test subject. He turned to his annoying minder. Your presence here is not required. I'm not going anywhere. I want to see with my own eyes what motivates you to perform human experimentation. At the very least, I can assist with wiping out your tracks. She deployed various instruments such as jammers and other anti-surveillance gadgets in order to secure the entire room. Ves didn't need her intervention, but it saved him from deploying his own jammer. Once a guard dragged Peter Cetera in the room, he strapped the prisoner onto his chair before leaving. Peter looked nervously at Ves and Calabast. Can I plead my case? I know I did wrong, but I didn't mean it. I didn't know what came over me back then. Ves ignored the former base engineer's ramblings. From the moment that Peter entered the room, he turned into a test subject. He concentrated his mind and began to extend his considerable spiritual strength towards Peter's mind. Though the man held spiritual potential, it was weak and dormant, which meant it hardly offered any defense against his intrusions. What is that? Why do I feel so strange? Did you drug me or something? As Peter jerked against his restraints, Ves decided to perform a quick and simple experiment. He forcibly tried to take hold of a portion of Peter's spiritual potential and mold it into a special shape before infusing it with one of Peter's spiritual attributes. Surprisingly, every step of the way, Ves encountered notable resistance. Breaching Peter's mind was easy. Manipulating his spirituality without causing unanticipated changes was quite challenging. Once he completed his crude and forceful manipulation, Ves drew back and stared at Peter. The man already stopped trying to fight against his restraints. Instead, the base engineer's demeanor changed on a subtle but fundamental level. What have you done, Ves? Calabast asked with a measure of shock in her tone. To her, the shift was impossible. It was as if the prisoner switched to a different personality. Ves continued to observe his test subject. He grew a bit discomfited when Peter locked eyes against his own. While being stared at in the eyes was not necessarily a big deal, Ves did not like the kind of look his test subject directed at himself. You! Peter began to huff. I can't resist. The prisoner suddenly raised his waist as far as his restraints allowed. Both Ves and Calabast managed to spot something notable. That was not a codpiece. Peter quickly became increasingly more unhinged. Your skin is so soft. Let me lick it. I can't live without getting a taste. Ves grew grim. Is this what your experiment is supposed to achieve? Calabast carefully asked. I must say that this is a novel way to interrogate a prisoner. Ves resisted the urge to summon the Amistendera in order to blast his test subject's skull. Chapter 22:30 Natural Defense Mechanisms. In the initial experiments, Ves manipulated Peter Cetera's spiritual potential like a mortician dissecting a corpse. He knew what he was doing was wrong and unnatural in a way, and the increasing resistance he encountered only reinforced that impression. Peter Cetera was alive. His spirituality, however weak it may be, represented his strength as a person and a living, sentient being. From his various interactions with other spiritual entities such as his spiritual products, he always made a big distinction between their states before and after Ves breathed them to life. As long as they hadn't come into existence, spiritual products remained a disparate collection of ingredients. Ves could tinker with the ingredients and manipulate their merger process to an extensive degree. Yet once they came to life, their entire state had shifted. The whole became more than the sum of the ingredients. At that point, the spiritual product he created could no longer be altered as if it was a machine. He had to treat it as a proper life form which mainly changed through growth rather than mechanical tinkering. Though Peter's spiritual potential showed signs of neglect and even atrophy, it still possessed defense mechanisms of its own. While Ves managed to bend it at first, once he tried to force a change that deviated too far from Peter's original mindset, a portion of his spiritual potential actually broke. Ah! Peter yelled as he felt something deep inside his being tearing apart. The moment Ves induced substantial harm to Peter's spiritual potential, it suddenly did something drastic. It retracted in itself. It was as if the residents of a town fled to a castle which barred its gates and posted archers on the wall. Peter's spirituality began to retract and compress itself into a form that was similar to a seed, except not as strong. Peter visibly sagged once that happened. Though the unknown change shielded him from the soul-searing pain of losing a literal chunk of his spirit, he also became less detached to one of the sources of his strength. As Ves studied Peter's changed condition, he speculated that the shift caused his test subject to devolve back to a norm. The reason why he felt this way. Once his spiritual potential compressed itself into a seed for self-defense purposes, it actually became less tangible. Ves found it much harder to manipulate the inert seed. It was as if it weakened its presence to the point where it had gone out of phase from the dimensions that Ves operated in. Unless he could pull off a similar trick, there was no way for him to alter Peter's spirituality despite the huge disparity in strength. He frowned as he stared at Peter's sweaty, shaking form. The repercussions of all of the changes that had occurred still left a very harmful impression on his psyche. "This experiment is largely a failure," he muttered. There was no reason for him to feel disappointed, though. Failures could reveal just as much as successes. His botched attempts at altering Peter's spiritual potential generated several new phenomena that Ves had never witnessed. The results provided even greater support to his theory, which stated that recklessly messing with someone's spirit could easily lead to great harm. The only question he had right now was whether Peter's retracted spiritual potential would stay huddled like a hedgehog forever. As Ves peered closely at it with his spiritual vision, he intuitively felt that it might be harmful if maintained for a longer period of time. This was because once the spiritual potential tightened itself into a shell, it didn't interact with any external impulses, including Peter's own thoughts and emotions. Ves guessed that the state of Peter's spiritual potential therefore depended on how much danger it perceived. If Peter's spirituality believed that it would get messed around once it lowered its defenses, it might decide that starving itself was better than the alternative. As Ves observed, analyzed and derived numerous mechanisms related to spirituality, and how it responded to certain changes, Calabast continued to remain baffled. Unlike her partner, she possessed no spiritual potential at all. Even if she did, there was no way that she could perceive the elaborate spiritual changes happening out of her sight. The only way she could tell that something happened was by observing Peter Ceterin's drastic changes and reactions. His body language, his stress levels, his facial expressions and his words all indicated to her that Ves was manipulating the captive in an invisible and inscrutable manner. The sight of it frightened her. Though she had managed to uncover V's greatest secret, she did not actually have a good understanding of what Holy Sons were capable of. Certainly, his mech designs provided a lot of clues to her, yet she always assumed that his powers mainly applied to mechs. Now that she witnessed him manipulating people directly instead of resorting to indirect methods such as glows, her evaluation of him as a threat had risen considerably. Fortunately, she was an ally of Ves instead of his enemy. She knew that for all of his lack of constraints, he treated his friends and allies sincerely. That did not take away from the disturbing nature of his current experiments, though. Pirate or not, Calabas deplored senseless cruelty. If Ves wanted to punish Peter, then he should just give the poor fellow a quick execution. "What is happening to Mr. Satarin?" she decided to ask directly. "Is there a point to all of this, or are you merely developing a new torture method?" "I am conducting serious research. Right now, I'm just exploring the mechanics and learning from failure. Once I succeed, you'll definitely support me even more," Ves defended himself. He continued to poke and prod Peter Satarin's retracted spiritual potential and concluded that he could no longer do anything to it in any meaningful way. "Take Mr. Satarin away and bring in the next test subject," he said. Calabas partially lowered the jamming to transmit a command to her men. A pair of black cats soon entered the room and dragged the exhausted and mentally wounded prisoner away. "What do you want to do with Mr. Satarin? Do you still need him, or can we end his suffering?" He thought for a moment. "No. Don't get rid of him. Put him in detention on a ship where he won't be disturbed. I will have to observe him for a longer time and possibly experiment with him even more. Qualified test subjects are hard to find, and I don't have the luxury to pick a bunch of them up on the street." The discoveries he made today had already enriched his understanding of spirituality even more. He learned that people who were weaker than him on a spiritual level still possessed the means to resist his manipulations to varying degrees. The more he distorted someone's spirit beyond its natural state, the more it resisted the changes. This kind of external manipulation was different from what he did to William Urbish. Back then, Ves contaminated the former coward's spiritual potential with another influence. These caused changes to occur within his castle, thereby rendering most defense methods useless. The enemy was already inside and in control of some of the gates. "There's a very important difference there," Ves concluded. Changing someone's spirituality through contamination was an insidious method. It was like slipping in spies into a castle and turning some of the people inside into traitors. Despite the ease of this method, this was a very destructive and uncontrollable means of transforming people. Seeing how William Urbish ultimately ended up made Ves swear it off against using it against his own clansmen. In contrast, the new method he applied to Peter Satarin showed great promise despite the initial lack of success. He attempted to amplify one of Peter's traits by creating an open spiritual construct and piling it up with one of his strongest and most abundant spiritual attributes. Due to the difficulty in grasping and manipulating Peter's spirituality, Ves could only pull out one of the stronger attributes, which happened to revolve around lust. The outcome proved that the method he used on the spiritual foundations of Mechs also worked on a living person's spirit. The problems that ensued complicated his plan, but Ves was confident he could overcome some of them. He just had to break down the problems he encountered and figure out the appropriate solutions. In his previous experiment, the crucial difference lay in his authority. His own spirituality and the spiritual foundation of his mech designs that he fostered with his own spiritual energy belonged to him. They naturally allowed Ves to manipulate them as he possessed full ownership over them. They considered him to be on their side. It was different for Peter Satarin. Even to a close friend, his spiritual potential would likely resist any changes that caused it to move further away from Peter's actual nature. This was a great issue to Ves, as it constrained the scope of his changes. If he pushed someone too far, they would activate their most desperate form of defense, and simply close their spiritualities to any external influence. "I just have to rein myself in then," he muttered. "This is quite a hindrance, but reassuring as well." The defense mechanisms at least showed that humans weren't defenseless against unbridled spiritual manipulation. Perhaps they had more means of defending the integrity of their spirits that Ves had not discovered as of yet. That was what made these experiments so valuable. Knowing what took place was always better than remaining clueless. The Black Cats soon brought in another prisoner, this time a true, unrepentant pirate. Once the attendants bound the Chrono Lord to the chair, they soon left so that Ves could resume his second round of tests. Let's do something different this time. Previously, Ves wanted to start off with something easy and attempted to distort Peter's spirit by amplifying one of his strongest personality traits. However, Ves had overlooked that he was dealing with a bunch of pirates and depraved criminals. Their personalities were rotten and their spiritual potential, if they had any, reflected their ugliness. Perhaps it might be a different story if Ves attempted his manipulations on someone nobler such as a Larkinson. Yet against scum, Ves would only be turning them into bigger bastards if he amplified one of their core spiritual attributes. Maybe I need to perform subtraction instead of amplification. He partially replicated what he performed within his own mind when he went overboard in creating spiritual augments. He created closed spiritual constructs that sought to leverage a specific spiritual attribute separately, thereby isolating them from the rest of someone's mind and spirit. When Ves quickly read through his current test subject's record, he noted that the man possessed an unhealthy desire to beat up slaves in order to establish his martial prowess. You brat! The Chrono Lords may have fallen, but the Alidus Alliance won't let you get away with taking out one of their suppliers. Lord Hyvex is going to hunt you down and tear you from limb to limb before letting his docs put you back together so that he could do it again. Hell, once I get out of here, I'll do it myself. Ves grimaced. Well, you're quite a cruel guy, aren't you? Let me see if I can fix that aspect. He went to work. Again, he encountered great resistance when he attempted to take some of his test subject's spiritual energy and mold it into a shape that was meant to contain some of the man's cruelty. Ves encountered a couple more setbacks. First, he couldn't create a big enough construct to his liking. Second, he couldn't draw out all of the spiritual energy with the right attribute. The test subject's spiritual potential was already on guard, so Ves could only redirect a modest portion into his newly created spiritual construct. Overall, the changes Ves had made was a lot less drastic than the ones he applied to Peter. Fortunately, the second test subject's resistance to alterations had not reached a critical threshold. Both Ves and Calabas stared at the test subject closely. Before, the bearded Chrono Lord snarled and scowled at his captors. Now, some of the animosity and aggression on his face had faded. Though the pirate still showed obvious dislike towards the Larkinson clan, Ves managed to tone down his hatred by a noticeable degree. This time, Calabas became genuinely impressed. This is interesting. It's as if you drugged this pirate. I can think of numerous interesting applications for this trick. The pirate may have grown less furious, but he hadn't turned into a vegetable. He still retained plenty of spunk. You dumb kid! Release me now so that I can cave in your face. Well, he already said worse just a minute before. It's progress, at least. Chapter 22:31 New Discoveries. Though the second experiment seemed to have made no difference, after studying various other signs, Ves still considered it a partial success. His original intention was to isolate his second test subject's cruelty or aggression and lock it up in a box. While Ves indeed managed to make these changes, the results were much more modest than he anticipated. First, the box he created to contain the pirate's undesirable spiritual attributes wasn't big enough to fit much. Second, he could only stuff away a portion of the spiritual attributes related to the test subject's aggression before the defense mechanisms kicked in. He felt very frustrated by these hindrances, but he also felt hopeful he could slowly overcome them over time. One of the guesses he formed was that the degree of control he could exert on someone's spirit was partially determined by his mental strength. Becoming stronger probably wouldn't help him override someone else's defense mechanisms. What he did expect to get better at was the fine control he could exert. As the third, fourth, and fifth test subjects came around, Ves experimented with various methods. He found out that he had a lot of difficulty in manipulating someone's weaker and less prevalent spiritual attributes. He needed to exert more and more strength in order to grasp the rarer spiritual attributes. At some point, he hit a ceiling as he reached the upper range of his spiritual exertions. This caused him to develop a new hypothesis. The stronger his spirituality, the more fine control he could exert over someone's rarer spiritual attributes. This meant that if Ves wanted to turn the original William Urbish into a courageous mech pilot, he had a much easier time in bottling up his fear rather than amplifying what little courage he possessed. Through his subsequent experiments, he also figured out some other rules. It's difficult to change someone into something he is not. It's easier to amplify something that is already important. Turning a bloodthirsty killer into an even greater homicidal maniac was easy. Ves essentially avoided arousing his test subject's defense mechanisms by inducing a change which the pirate in question had always desired to become. I want to cut your limbs from your body. I want to carve out strips of your belly. Ves and Calabas looked at each other again. I still don't know what you are doing exactly, but you seem to have a talent in bringing out the worst in people, the spy master remarked. That's because they are deplorable to begin with. I'm sure I'll achieve much different results when I apply these techniques to someone decent. The limitations of using pirates and awful criminals as test subjects had become very apparent at Ves. Due to the rule that stated that it was easier to induce changes that people already desired, it was difficult to transform them into better people. The few attempts he made to force the process did not end well. He either broke them to the extent that their defense mechanisms kicked in, or found himself short of the power necessary to overcome all of the resistance. Ves did grow curious at whether he could employ some other method to reduce his difficulties. Perhaps he could expend his own spiritual energy in order to force a change. However, when he tried to push it, his test subject violently rejected his influence and treated it as an intruder. A living spirit was different from a lifeless one. Once something spiritual came alive, they turned into their own self-contained beings. They naturally resisted external influences unless a close relation existed. This was why his mother was able to absorb his spiritual energy, and why Gloriana willingly hosted his spiritual fragment in her mind. This little experiment didn't yield any fantastic results, but Ves intuitively guessed more rules. He began to get a better sense of his own spiritual domains as he continued to manipulate his test subjects' spirits. His design seed hosted two strong domains. Just like any other mech designer, one of those domains centered around mechs. Pretty much every strong mech designer that Ves had met shared this particular focus. What it actually did, Ves wasn't too sure. He knew that it was responsible for imparting extraordinary properties to mechs and mech designs, but he didn't think it was that simple. Now that he manipulated something that wasn't a mech, Ves began to make a bold guess. Perhaps his mech domain enabled him to treat everything else as if they were machines. Though this domain mainly enhanced his affinity and fluency with mechs, Ves suspected that it also came with side effects that he could leverage. This explained why it became a little easier for him to craft other gear such as weapons and totems. A small portion of this benefit also affected his ability to manipulate human spirits, but only to a minor extent. When he attempted to expend his spiritual energy in order to empower this aspect of his, he did find out that he was capable of exerting more control over his test subjects, but only to a modest degree. The biggest problem with this method was that it was very inefficient. Ves wasted much more of his spiritual energy than he wanted to in order to effect a change. This means that while it's possible to force a process, I'm not strong enough to achieve anything too meaningful. He needed to grow stronger before achieving a better effect. He certainly did not wish to halt this direction of inquiry. His initial in-depth exploration of his own mech-attributed spiritual energy even caused him to make another bold conclusion. The great importance of this specific domain caused him to develop the suspicion that developing it and nurturing it was the key to advancing up the ranks. The logic made a lot of sense. When domains grew more powerful, they became capable of distorting reality to a greater degree. To mech designers, the mech domain determined how much of their intrinsic specialties could stick to their mech designs. A low-ranked mech designer possessed a very weak ability to empower a mech design. Part of that was due to their low spiritual energy, but the attributes that it consisted of also played a role. All of this meant that when Ves grew stronger, he needed to make sure that his mech domain grew in the same pace as his life domain. If the latter's growth outpaced the former, then he feared whether he could still design a good mech. As for the life domain, Ves became inspired by the way the life-attributed spiritual energy from the serum easily fed other spiritual entities during the superior mother's birth. Though the spiritual remnant that originated from his mother absorbed most of it, before that the other spiritual ingredients managed to absorb it as well. Ves became particularly impressed at how life-attributed spiritual energy exhibited no incompatibilities at all no matter which spiritual entity it encountered. Could Ves achieve the same? It would provide him with an alternative to using up his finite supply of life-prolonging treatment serum if that was the case. His eyes lit up at the amazing benefits he could secure if that was the case. The next test subject that the black cats brought into the room looked angrily at Ves and Calabast. Just like any typical pirate who knew they were destined to die, the fellow was very defiant. Ves didn't care. He ignored the pirate's meaningless ramblings and began the tedious process of isolating and infusing his life-attributed spiritual energy. For a moment, Ves believed that the pirate's spiritual potential fed off his donation. Then, a huge rejection reaction took place. From the brief moment of contact, Ves sensed that while the pirate's spirit desperately wanted to absorb the life energy that Ves had cultivated, the spiritual imprint that came with it ruined the entire process. They were too incompatible. Damn. Ves shook his head in disappointment. It was too good to be true. He at least learned something interesting from this failed test. The high-quality spiritual energy from the serum possessed special properties which allowed it to become compatible with everything. Perhaps its spiritual imprints were unusually docile and unpossessive. Ves speculated whether he might find more success if he infused his life energy into someone more intimate to him. After all, his mother effortlessly sucked him like a popsicle because of a lack of resistance from his own spiritual imprint. By this logic, it might be possible to transfer some of his life energy to a Larkinson. The closer his relationship to a Larkinson, the greater the likelihood of success. It was far too soon to try out this idea, though. Considering the pain and personality changes that his test subjects experienced, Ves was far from confident in applying any of his current methods on people he actually cared about. He fell into thought as the latest test subject was brought away. The fellow's spiritual potential had collapsed in on itself in order to defend itself against the hostile intrusion of life energy. Maybe I need to erase the imprint first. Ves had already developed a technique to erase spiritual imprints. When he applied it to his own spiritual energy, he actually had to expend quite some effort to do it because his imprints were strong. When he fed the ownerless life energy to the latest pirate test subject, the result he anticipated did not take place. The pirate's spiritual potential did not absorb the meal that Ves prepared. What the hell? Why? Am I not tasty enough? Ves puzzled. After exploring the situation further, he began to develop a good guess why his life energy met with a different reaction. The lack of imprint robbed his spiritual energy of his unique strengths. The role of spiritual imprint went beyond claiming ownership. It actually imparted spiritual energy with some unique properties that were more valuable than he thought. Spiritual energy without an imprint was akin to form without substance or food without flavor. Ves disappointingly reclaimed the ownerless spiritual energy. As soon as he did so, the energy seemingly came to life again. The imprint they gained seemed to make it part of his spiritual domain again. After messing a bit more with the test subject, the pirate eventually got dragged away. You've run through all of the pirates you have marked out, Ves. Unless you want to grab more pirates from their cells, we can't supply you with more. It's useless. Ves shook his head. The pirates who I've passed over don't have the properties I want. The Larkinson clan can handle them according to our existing rules and customs. A brief silence ensued as Ves reflected on this session. I can see from your expressions that you have managed to make many discoveries. Calabast interrupted the silence. Despite your gains, you don't appear to be very satisfied. You wanted to achieve something, but fell far short of your goal. Ves shrugged. That's the normal outcome of experiments, especially preliminary ones like mine. You're right that I've learned plenty of new interactions. Messing with people is a lot more difficult than I thought. Still, I'm glad that I managed to gain a lot of insights and learned a bit more about my own strength. In particular, he believed that he could leverage his life-attributed spiritual energy for something more than facilitating his communications with sentient animals and exobeasts. As long as he could figure out a way to feed it safely to other people, he might be able to accelerate the advancement of those with spiritual potential. An even greater hope was the possibility of granting spiritual potential to people who did not possess it in the first place. This was such a wild and revolutionary possibility that the very course of human civilization would change once word of it spread. However, Ves did not need to make use of his intuition to know that this was a very daunting and challenging goal. It was best if he set his sights a little lower. Changing people is harder than I thought. Chapter 2232 Adverse Development. After several days of taking control of Ziford Base, Task Force Predator looted it of all of the valuables it was willing to carry. With nothing left for the Larkinsons to take, they readied their fleet to depart. Most of the Krona lords the Larkinsons had captured were put on trial, for whatever good it did. In order to save on time, a clansman proposed the bright idea of programming an AI that automatically judged every pirate based on the evidence gathered from interrogations and the data banks. It only took 0.00034 seconds to pass judgment on every single pirate or slave. Predictably, the judge AI sentenced most of the pirates to death. The slaves received mixed treatment. The most innocent ones regained their freedom while the slaves who had become corrupted were supposed to receive various prison sentences. As it was, the Larkinsons simply decided to keep them in their cells and let the recently freed slaves decide how to handle the mess. What happened next in Ziford Base was none of the clan's business. Before the task force resumed its journey, the Larkinsons made sure to dismantle and destroy any illegal weapon. They stripped the enhanced nuclear payloads from the Alpha mines, used the Beta ships as target practice, and salvaged the most valuable materials from the Omega laser before completely destroying it beyond recognition. Those freed slaves won't end up better, Calabas told Ves as they looked at the large asteroid base becoming smaller as the Scarlet Rose slowly flew away. There are hardly any intact mechs left at the base. Even if the slaves manage to repair a couple of dozen of them, they don't have the mech pilots to make use of them. The base will be overrun by some other pirate group in a month. We left more stuff behind than just the base. There's also the few intact ships we managed to capture from the surrendered Krona lords. If the former slaves are smart enough, they will take those ships and flee towards the periphery of the Nixian Gap. Even if their ships don't have any FTL drives, they can at least hope for rescue from a benevolent peacekeeper outfit. What's more likely, though, is that their lone and defenseless ships will get raided by some other pirates, thereby landing them straight back into slavery. Ves shrugged. We aren't going to haul tens of thousands of slaves along our journey. They take up too much space and life support capacity. Keeping them with us is a distraction at best and dangerous at worst. I'm not arguing against the choices our task force has made. It's just that you shouldn't kid yourself that you are doing those freed people a favor. I know that. Ves frowned. The best we can do is to give them a chance. Our own priorities come first. That is something I won't compromise on. The days where Larkin's sons are expected to sacrifice themselves to the benefit of others is over. What I mainly want is for our fellow clansmen to think our clan is acting in an honorable manner. The ugly truth that you have described doesn't matter. The perception that we are doing the right thing is what I truly want. She looked a bit confused at him. That sounds strange. You know you're rather contradictory, you know that? Much of the decisions you have made as clan patriarch are focused on shaping a culture of honor and integrity. While I do not have any objections towards this development trajectory, I find it strange that you hold little of the values you try to instill on others. It was like a man leading a women's association or a norm leading a mech outfit. It seemed wrong that the leader of an organization held the opposite ideals. Yet Ves seemed determined to make it work. Just because I'm different from the other Larkin sons doesn't mean that I want them to become like me, Ves calmly replied. If every Larkin son becomes a scumbag, who can I trust to support me and my clan? Trust is important. Even if I'm lacking in it, I hope I can make up my shortfall by borrowing it from my fellow Larkin sons. The true reason why he wanted to foster a proper and upright clan that centered around kinship and honor was to minimize the chance of betrayal. One of his worst nightmares was that his clan would become similar to him. If everyone became selfish bastards who wouldn't hesitate to break the rules the moment they became an obstacle, the Larkin Son clan would quickly tear itself apart from the inside. That did not benefit Ves the slightest. Since his influence over the development of the clan was very great, Ves wanted to make sure that it stayed on the right path. This was why he needed to make careful and deliberate decisions on behalf of the clan. Rather than slaughtering every human in a pirate base right away, Ves encouraged the clan to judge them all property even though they did not have to do that. The objective of this decision was to establish a pattern where the clan always attempted to act honorably. What Ves didn't tell Calabast was that he had another reason to foster such a culture. The experiments he conducted earlier provided him with a wealth of new insights. He gained a comprehensive new understanding of the nature and mechanics of spiritual phenomena, and this was just the start. One of the conclusions he tentatively made was that it was easier to enhance someone's existing traits than to suppress or supplant them with something else. With his current spiritual strength and repertoire of techniques, it was too impractical for Ves to do anything else aside from amplifying someone's existing inclinations. This meant that he could turn a killer into a mass murderer, a mech enthusiast into a passionate mech fanatic, and a noble soldier into a paragon of duty. If Ves ever wanted to apply this method to his own Larkin sons, he needed to make sure they possessed something desirable for Ves to amplify. It would be much better if the clansman in question already possessed a strong positive trait. After chatting a bit more with Calabast, he left her side and moved to the isolated chamber which held the dark break module. He turned it online and called someone who he never dared to approach before. The physical projection of Master Willix appeared into view. The eminent mech designer apparently expected this call and looked ready to discuss serious matters. Mr. Larkinson, it is good to see you today. Good afternoon, Master Willix. Have you evaluated all of the documents and proof I sent about the numerous violations of the Krona Lords and the Alidus Alliance? If Ves didn't want to come across as rude, he would have asked the Master how many merits the MTA was willing to award him for punishing the wicked pirates. The Alpha Mines and the Omega Laser of the Krona Lords, along with the weapon batteries and the Judgment Lasers of the Alidus Alliance, all represented gross violations of the rules set by the Big Two. Ves expected to earn much more merits this time. The Master looked grave. The alarming implications of the discoveries that you have made are too great to be decided by myself. I convened with my fellow colleagues at Centerpoint and discussed your proof as well as the other scattered information that we have gathered from the Nixian Gap. It's clear that the Nixian pirates are not content to maintain the old status quo. Why didn't she tell him how many merits he earned? Didn't she realize he had been waiting for days to hear the good news? We were very surprised at how many taboo superweapons we encountered. According to the intelligence that we have gathered, it's not unusual for pirates to prepare some trump cards. However, they shouldn't possess so many superweapons. Master Willix nodded in agreement. According to our own analysis, this is a fairly recent development. The rise of certain pirate organizations such as the Alidus Alliance that have begun to sell destructive warship-grade weapon batteries and weapon emplacements are at fault here. Alidus make too much light of the CFA and MTA because we have been remiss in enforcing our will upon them. The safety afforded by the anomalous environment they inhabit has given the rats the courage of a lion. While the rats are still fairly small, their fangs have grown sharper. It's not easy to defeat these pirate groups that make use of weapons of mass destruction. Our task force has lost over 50 mech pilots and at least double the amount of mechs in our latest battle. The Master's projection threw a look at him as if she knew what he was doing. She was not in a hurry to provide him with the answer he wanted to hear, though. We have always monitored the Nixian Gap and tried to keep on top of what is taking place there. Despite our efforts, it is still difficult to ascertain how many taboo weapons the pirates have obtained. Serious confrontations are rather rare, and pirates often cease their conflicts before one side is willing to go all out. We are quite grateful that an outside factor such as you, who doesn't play by their rules, has exposed some of the actual state of this region. Did that mean that Ves was entitled to a bonus? From what we have gathered from our own investigations, the Krona Lords and several other pirate groups they are friends with have only recently begun to augment their arsenal of superweapons. Part if that is due to the recent escalation in the conflict between the Nixian pirates and the Sentinel Kingdom, Willix stated. The recent Friedmont massacre, where a large number of nuclear-armed doom crawlers has nuked an entire planet, has only inflamed the situation. The incident dealt a severe blow in the confidence and prestige in us. Along with other factors, this has led to a greater willingness to ignore the rules we have enforced for centuries. Ves awkwardly scratched the side of his head. Yes. The Friedmont massacre. What a tragedy. Billions of Sentinel citizens dead. The pirates sure are unrepentant scum for slaughtering so many innocents. After a discussion with our CFA colleagues, we have decided to alter the rewards related to this set of rule violations. We will publish an official notification on all of our platforms later this week, but it will in effect state that the merits we award for the discovery, seizure, and destruction of taboo weapons is directly doubled. What? Double? Ves lit up. This was better news than he hoped. Does that apply to my current submission as well? Yes. After analyzing and verifying the proof that you have submitted, we have determined that the service that you have provided in dealing with the various violations committed by the Krona Lords and the Alidus Alliance is significant. Your base reward is 643,423 MTA merits, but since your reward is doubled, Your account will be credited with 1,286,846 MTA merits before the end of this day. Ves was floored. He knew the MTA would likely award him generously, but he never expected to earn more than 1,000,000 MTA merits at once. Greed began to fill his eyes. Forget about tracking down Salak Reva. Forget about fulfilling various other difficult missions for the MTA. Why should he go on a wild goose chase when he could just smash apart pirate bases instead? With the strength of Task Force Predator, Ves was confident he could topple several more pirate fortifications similar to Ziford Base. He bowed towards the projection. Thank you for rewarding us with this generous amount of merits. We are glad to be of service to the Honorable Mech Trade Association. If he could earn 1,000,000 MTA merits after defeating any established pirate group in Maynard Fields, he was confident he could accumulate at least 5,000,000 merits during this excursion. He might even be able to earn 10,000,000 merits if he pushed his Larkinson clan further. There was no way Ves was going to waste this opportunity. Chapter 2233 Friend of the Friday Coalition. The Komodo War unleashed slaughter on an unprecedentedly greater scale than the Bright Vija War. The two titans of the Komodo Star sector directly locked horns with each other, pitting enormous amounts of superior mechs and soldiers against each other in a brutal struggle that resulted in horrendous casualties. The sheer intensity of the fighting presented opportunities for the Friday Coalition and the Hexadric hegemony to expend all of the resources and combat assets that they accumulated over centuries. In any single contested star system, the debris of broken mechs and ships that littered space was worth enough money to fund the annual government expenditure of any third-rate state. There were many contested star systems. And since the Komodo War was still kicking into gear, many more major battlefields had yet to emerge. The madness and battle lust that affected both sides had made a profound impact on Ganso Larkinson. Since the CRC assigned Unit L to the Marikath system, Ganso witnessed much of the desperation that had overtaken the Friday men and Hexers. Both sides wanted to take possession of the crestfallen stars at all costs. Controlling this string of stars was much like taking possession of a wall. If the Friday Coalition lost control of this wall, then the Hexers would have much easier access to the interior of its space. The Carnegie Group would especially be exposed as its Fortune Legion, though numerous, was not sufficient enough to defend every star system. Famed and strategically important locations such as the famed Lemur system and its many universities already started to panic. While the Lemur Institute of Technology and other famed schools would easily be able to relocate if necessary, losing their original campus grounds to the Hexers would deal a severe blow. With so much at stake, the Fortune Legion staked their ground and tried their best to repel the Hex army, or failing that at least bleed the female supremacists as much as possible before losing control of Marikath III. The famed DOST orbital defense matrix had only lasted for weeks before falling into ruin. Successive Hexer assaults had rapidly chipped away at the ring of orbital defenses until most of the pieces either dropped onto the planet or spun aimlessly around the exposed planet. The walls of Marikath III had finally been breached. Yet this did not spell the end of the campaign. Reinforcements kept flowing from the interior of the Friday Coalition. While the Fortune Legion's Opal Trident Mech Army Group formed the main line of defense on Marikath III, several other mech regiments and mech divisions constantly tried to fight through the contested orbit of the fortress planet and land more mechs and troops on the surface. The Hexers attempted to do the same. The Hex Army's Wrathful Doves Mech Army Group directly challenged their Friday Man counterparts on every front, and didn't hesitate to call upon other elements of the Hex Army to take over the planet. The fighting on the surface and beneath the surface of Marikath III therefore turned into a fast-paced tug-of-war that resulted in the downing of at least tens of thousands of mechs. Neither side paid too much attention to the constant destruction of mechs. This was because both sides made use of their considerable amounts of industrial capacity to replenish the lost machines. The Friday Coalition possessed a great advantage as Marikath 3 was their turf to begin with. Thousands of underground and well-defended manufacturing complexes constantly took in the salvage scraped from the battlefields, and either fixed them up or recycled their parts and materials to fabricate new mechs. While the Hexers brought down their own production machines onto the territories they conquered, as the intruders they always fell behind. The only way the Hexers could keep up with the prodigious rate of attrition was to ship more mechs from the Hexadric hegemony. Though costly and strenuous in terms of logistics, the Hexers were willing to commit as much resources as possible to make the invasion succeed. Therefore, the losses the Hexers sustained in taking over the fortified positions of the Friday Men had always been several times costlier. One combatant responsible for making the Hexers bleed was Venerable Ves Larkinson. As an imported expert pilot from a backwater third-rate state, many Fortune Legionnaires initially questioned the Brighter's presence at one of the most critical battlefields of the Komodo War. Yet as soon as Unit L appeared at several heated clashes, the third-rater that everyone despised continually slaughtered one expert mech after another. With the 50 quasi-expert mechs that accompanied the Charlemagne, Venerable Ves Larkinson quickly accumulated great fame and honor for his impact on the local battles. By bringing his numbers advantage everywhere, the foreign expert pilot constantly gained the upper hand against isolated or small groups of expert pilots. Unit L alone was worth several expert mechs together. In particular, the sheer quantity of resonance-empowered energy beams that the entirety of Unit L was able to output was particularly deadly against mobility-oriented expert mechs. Famed expert pilots of the Hex Army had succumbed within a minute of making contact with Unit L as their swift but agile light mechs could not weave their way through a forest of high-powered positron beams. Several notable female Hexer expert pilots lost their lives against Ganso, thereby removing several great threats to the Friday Coalition off the board. These unquestionable accomplishments considerably boosted Ganso's popularity among the Friday men defending Marikath 3. He should have felt honored or gratified for the recognition he received. It was the dream of every third-rater to perform well enough to stand equal to their second-rate colleagues. Yet Ganso did not feel happy at all at the moment. The bloodshed inflicted on the people and soldiers of the Carnegie Group as well as the constant deployments took a toll on his well-being. Currently, he sat on a bench in one of the ready rooms of an underground base. He groaned and clutched his head against his palm as he tried to endure the persistent headache that always built up after piloting the Charlemagne. Piloting a single expert mech was already challenging. Piloting one while simultaneously extending his mind to 50 semi-autonomous mechs was a much bigger burden. He grabbed the injector he placed on the side of the bench and lifted it up to the bare skin of his neck. With a single pull of the trigger, a small cocktail of chemicals entered his bloodstream. Minutes later, his headache subsided, but only partially. While he did not return to normal, he deemed his condition sufficient enough to make another sortie. Before he did so, the projection of one of his Minders appeared in the room. "You are putting great strain on yourself by doing that. Master Huron specifically stated that the master of the current iteration of his asymmetrical neural network cannot deploy into battle more than once every 24 hours. Unit L is supposed to fight selectively at critical junctures in battles. It is not supposed to be a rapid deployment force that is sent to put out as many fires as possible." "I can't stop," Ganso replied. "Each Hexer we kill here will spare the interior of the Friday Coalition a lot of suffering. The longer we hold this planet, the greater the losses to the Hex Army. If my contributions can just delay their advance by a day, thousands if not tens of thousands of precious Hexer mech pilots will succumb to our meat grinder." Ashling looked frustrated. "You expert pilots are so foolhardy. Look, out of all of the expert pilots that we have tried out, you have achieved the best results with our asymmetrical neural network. Your worth to Master Huron and our future product line is far more important than the minor difference you can make in the Battle of Marikath's system. While you have already taken down numerous notorious Hexer expert pilots, the Hex army has many more to take their place. Marikath 3 will fall. There is no doubt about that. Rather than overwork yourself and take too many risks in battle, move past the moment and conserve your strengths to the battles to come. The war was far from over. It would take years to resolve this deadly conflict, and if both sides remained even for a long time, it was not impossible for the war to last more than a decade. There would be plenty of opportunities for an expert pilot such as Ves Larkinson to distinguish himself in subsequent battles. Yet taking it easy was never the Larkinson credo. Ganso only had duty and honor in his mind. So many other comrades were fighting and dying on the front lines. How could he possibly ignore all of this suffering? I'm heading out, whether you say so or not, he stated with conviction as he tried his best to force out the remnants of his mental strain. While I respect your great master, I take orders from the CRC, and my superiors have given me wider discretion on which battles I may join. This was one of the rewards he gained after his previous dazzling performances. Having killed over 5 Hexer expert pilots, he had accomplished more than many other Fridayman expert pilots during the Komodo War. The strength he demonstrated and the fame he accrued during this campaign made it so that nobody treated him like a third-rater anymore. Even so, Aisling Curver still exhibited a lot of concern. She knew quite well how Ganso was pushing the limits. Ordinary expert pilots weren't able to take charge of an asymmetric neural network that comprised of 50 slaves. One of the biggest enabling factors was the specialized multitasking implant that Master Huron had specially arranged for expert pilots such as Ganso. The necessity of this implant was also one of the determining factors why other Fridayman expert pilots couldn't take part in Master Huron's experimental new product. They already possessed existing piloting implants of their own. Even so, this implant could not make up for the pressure mounting on Ganso's organic brain. Seeing that Ganso insisted on his current course, Aisling no longer bothered to persuade him. This wasn't the hexadric hegemony where a woman like her could unilaterally take charge of a boy. Her projection sat down on the bench next to Ganso and sighed. You wanted news of the Larkinsons, right? The mention of his relatives caused him to jerk his head at her. Are they all right? I believe so. The Larkinson family led by Venerable Ark Larkinson is currently performing various boring contracts at the border between Komodo and Vicious Mountain. Heh. It looks like my uncle is waiting for an opportunity to bring his family into Vicious Mountain. Ganso huffed. Coward. Oathbreaker. He doesn't deserve to be in charge. Our bright republic is wounded and diminished. Our home state needs our strength more than ever, but instead of staying behind to resolve our misunderstanding with the government, he just listens to VS and runs. It's very troublesome if the Larkinson family actually manages to cross over. Our relations with Vicious Mountain are very shallow and mostly based on trade. We won't be able to tell the Vicious Mountainers to send the Larkinson family back. At worst, you'll need to enter the neighboring star sector and drag your relatives back while they are kicking and screaming. Ganso sighed. I will do whatever is necessary to correct our family's dereliction of duty. I just hope to gain the Friday Coalition's support when I do so. Even I recognize that it will be difficult to accomplish my goal by myself. And you will have it so long as we win the Komodo War. Aisling nodded. Let it not be said that we do not take care of our guest expert pilots. In the future you'll be fighting alongside more foreign expert pilots. The CRC is very pleased by the result of its experiment to import third-rate expert pilots such as you. One of our state's biggest advantages is the good relations we maintain with many third-rate states. While most of their mech pilots are useless to us, their expert pilots are rapidly able to adapt to second-class battlefields. Obtaining hundreds, if not thousands of extraordinary individuals such as you will make a huge difference in the Komodo War. That's a remarkable plan. Ganso looked a bit startled as she revealed one of the Friday Coalition's latest initiatives to win the war. He realized that this plan might actually work. The hexadric hegemony could never match the Friday Coalition's efforts. How could it when most of the third-rate states under its sphere of influence disliked the female supremacists? For a very long time, the hexers mostly ignored the lesser states out of contempt and disgust. There was no way those third-rate states would lend their expert pilots to the female supremacists so easily. When it came to diplomacy and making friends, the Friday men always possessed an advantage. Chapter 2234 Sandwiched. Whenever the Charlemagne and the Scara, the local Friday men forces always cheered for their arrival. The blue and gold expert rifleman mech and its ever-present honor guard became an extremely iconic sight on the battlefields of Marikath III. Even the propaganda broadcasts of the Friday Coalition started to parade the magnificent sight. There was just something about seeing an expert mech acting in complete coordination with many other quasi-expert mechs that allowed the combination to stand out. It's Venerable Larkinson! What an impressive unit! We're saved! Those hexers are doomed! Just a year ago, a third-rater such as Ganso could only look up at the second-class mech pilots of the Friday Coalition. His humble birth and origin caused him to develop the impression that the Friday men were all giants in his mind. Yet now that he had the privilege to pilot a fantastic if demanding second-class expert mech, he no longer felt lesser to his current comrades. The Friday men were human as well. Their mech pilots might enjoy a better upbringing and gone through far more rigorous training, but the differences weren't as great as he imagined. Even so, he still felt strange when the Fortune Legionnaires all cheered at him in the same way the soldiers of the Mech Corps used to do so. No matter their class, they respected his battle prowess and the efforts he made to support them in the field. Ganso felt proud he could make a difference in this foreign battlefield. He was also glad he could help the Friday men win the war. No matter the current nature of his status, he still considered himself a brighter at heart. Both were enemies of the hexadric hegemony. Even if Ganso hadn't been compelled to serve under the Coalition Reserve Corps, he still would have rooted for the Friday men, because the hexers posed an existential threat to the way of life of his home state. Therefore, even if he fought under the flag of the Friday Coalition, he still performed his duty to the Bright Republic. The same could not be said for the derelict Larkinson family and the outright treasonous Larkinson clan, but that was something for Ganso to consider for another day. Right now, his Charlemagne and the Scara flew low over the partially cratered battlefield of some sort of urban stronghold. Whatever civilians who lived here had long been pulled out, thereby allowing both sides to fight against each other at higher intensities. Ever since the Battle of the Marikath systems moved to the surface, the fighting actually took place on both land and in space. Up above his head, the space-borne elements of the Opal Tridents and the Wrathful Doves constantly struggled for orbital supremacy. Neither side went all out, as orbital supremacy could never be truly achieved until all of the enemy ground forces were defeated. The threat of deploying hidden surface-to-orbit weapons on any point of the globe was not negligible. This was especially so in second-class warfare, where the power levels of weapons was significantly greater. Back in the Bright Republic, the same threat was much less acute due to the difficulties in overcoming so much air, gravity, distance, and other practical constraints. All of this meant that Ganso and every other surface combatant did not need to worry about getting shot at by a rifleman mech floating in high orbit. That said, the Hexers did everything they could to overrun Marikath III. After establishing a beachhead at great cost, the female-led forces expanded in every direction and constantly wrestled away fortified city after fortified city from the entrenched defenders. Each city, built and reinforced with strong exotic alloys that were just as resilient as mechs, practically turned into ruins by the time the Hexers succeeded in forcing the defenders to pull back. No matter how hard the defending forces resisted the indomitable Hex army, the latter always threw more and more mech regiments at the defensive lines until the job was done. Breakthrough no matter the cost. The Marikath systems belongs to the hegemony. Boys must submit. Whenever Ganso heard the Hexer Mechs broadcast these slogans, his blood boiled. The Hexers were evil. They sought nothing less than to repress every man. Such a travesty must not spread in the galaxy. His calm crackled as one of the CRC officers assigned to coordinate his actions directed him to his next battle. Venerable Larkinson, there is a local underground industrial complex called the Beehive that is under heavy attack. While the Fortune Legion anticipated that the Hexers would prioritize the Beehive during their general advance, we did not expect them to form a spearhead and thrust ahead of their main line so soon. A considerable amount of industrial equipment and supplies are still being loaded onto transports. Am I being sent to relieve the defenders of the Beehive? Not quite, Venerable. Our strategists believe that the Hexers have grown impatient and overconfident this time. The forces they invested in this assault are overextended and can easily be cut off as long as we block off their escape route. Ganso frowned. I'm not sure whether it's wise to underestimate the Hexers. This smells like a trap. Even if that's the case, we need to grasp at every opportunity to delay the Hexers. The Opal Tridents has already mustered a strike force to cut off the Hexer assault mechs, but we would like you to be present as well in order to guard any accidents and thwart any Hexer expert mechs that might appear. Roger that. Send me the coordinates and route. A short beep sounded out in the cockpit as the Charlemagne received the files. The Charlemagne and the Skara accelerated slightly and flew along the route designated by the CRC. It was usually a bad idea to stray from an assigned route as there was a decent chance of stumbling upon Hexer mechs. While Ganso did not mind beating up Hexer mechs whenever he caught sight of one, he could not let these minor encounters delay him from fulfilling his primary goal. As the Charlemagne continued to generate hopeful cheers and well wishes from the Fortune Legionnaires on the ground or in the air, he soon reached the Friday Men mech forces that had gathered to cut off the escape route of the attacking Hexers. It's Venerable Larkinson! Ganso performed his customary greeting with his fellow comrades before he piloted his mech to a small collection of Friday Men expert mechs. A knight mech, a swordsman mech, and a light skirmisher supported the operation. Hello? Larkinson. Ganso frowned. 3 melee mechs is not enough to cover the thousands of regular mechs marching underneath us. Why aren't there more ranged mechs of our caliber? Your pretty mech and your groupies already have that covered, one of the Friday Men expert pilots explained. We're basically here to prevent any of the witches from getting close to your mechs. I don't need your protection, Ganso stated. Let us be the judge of that. If you think you have seen everything the Hexers are capable of in just a couple of weeks of fighting, then think again. The hasty effort organized by the Fortune Legion went smoothly. Ganso and his expert colleagues remained on standby as the regular mechs overwhelmed the small number of mechs that had been assigned to patrol and guard the supply line. Whoever was in charge of planning the attack on the Beehive did not spend much effort into guarding the rear of the assault force. The Hex army was in trouble. Thousands of mechs were trapped at the Beehive. While the Hexers were no doubt sending reinforcements to smash through the blockade, the Friday Coalition was moving in as well. As long as the blockade could be maintained for an hour or so, the Fortune Legion could move over enough forces to annihilate the overextended Hexers. Here they come. The Hexer lines moved. Numerous Hexer mechs moved forth and began to probe the blockade forces. After deploying temporary barriers and other fixed defenses, the Friday men mech forces were already tough to deal with. The Hexers continued to sustain severe losses as their preliminary attacks were all crushed. Ganso directed the sensors of his Charlemagne to the fallen mechs and grimaced. They look like male mechs. The Hexers callously expended a lot more male mechs than female mechs. The Hexer mech pilots who had fallen in this initial probe consisted predominantly of boys as well. After testing the strength of the Fridaymen blockade force, the Hex army did not throw away more mechs. An hour quietly passed by. At this time, the Fortune Legion was supposed to encircle and overwhelm the Hexers who attacked the beehive, yet the news that Ganso received sounded very different. "This is bad, Venerable. The Fortune Legion's other lines have come under heavy assault. The forces that they have assigned to sweep the beehive of Hexers have been redirected to defend more important sites." "What? This late? They should have been here by now." "Their progress was slower than anticipated as the Hexers at the front lines have already been making some aggressive movements. I have just received a revised instruction. The Friday men mechs that you are overseeing must lift their blockade and make an orderly retreat to friendly lines. Their strength is sorely needed elsewhere." "What about the beehive?" "We have already evacuated the most expensive and irreplaceable production equipment. The rest are being scuttled as we speak. As Ganso patched into the other communication channels, he received varying amounts of static. That usually meant that a lot of jamming went up in the surrounding territories. "Enemies approaching. They're coming from two sides." The Hexers had finally made their move. Just as Ganso expected, the Hexer assault forces wanted to break through the Friday men blockade force with the help of reinforcements from the other side. While Ganso felt relieved that the reinforcements only consisted of a couple of thousands mechs, getting pressured on two sides was not easy to deal with. If the Friday men weren't careful, they might get encircled instead. "Have the Hexers gone crazy today? They're already attacking dozens of fortifications at once." "Hey, Hexers are always crazy. It's probably their general's time of the month today, so they're being extra crazy this time." After scanning the numbers of every force, Ganso estimated that the Hexers had brought just enough mechs to rescue their blocked compatriots, but not much more. The ranged firefight proceeded normally. The Fortune Legion mechs directed the majority of its ranged mechs towards the reinforcements in an attempt to suppress them and slow their advance. It did not work that well. The Hexers, eager to rescue their fellow sisters, pushed through the storm of fire by the hundreds, then the thousands. The Charlemagne gripped its rifle tighter. Ganso readied himself to resist the expert pilots that inevitably accompanied the masses of regular machines. The moment that two tides of melee Hexers mechs crashed against the Fortune Legion from opposite directions, it was as if a sandwich had formed. The fighting at the two fronts had become incredibly violent, as thousands of melee mechs tried to smash each other apart as brutally as possible. Cockpits already launched from the backs of fallen mechs left and right. Right now, few mechs paid attention to them as the enemies in front of them posed a much more immediate threat. Considering the relatively even numbers, Ganso expected the Hexers to get stalled. His expectations were off. One of the Fortune Legion's lines actually started to buckle. The reinforcements that advanced from Hexer-occupied territory fought harder and more valiantly than their Friday man counterparts. At the same time, the Fortune Legion mechs that had already faced off against Hexers several times seemed to move a bit more lethargically than usual. This shouldn't be possible. What is the matter? Why is the Fortune Legion losing ground? The pushback the Hexers had already accomplished so far was incredibly alarming to the Friday man commanders. If the Fortune Legion was already faltering at this point, then a total rout was inevitable. A small hunch came over Ganso. He rapidly scanned the mechs deployed by the Hexer reinforcements. He spotted several familiar-looking standardized Hex Army mechs. He already memorized their main characteristics. His cranial implant stored the rest of their properties and also contained detailed guides on how to exploit their weak points. Yet despite the relatively complete database in his implant, Ganso nevertheless failed to identify a distinctly new mech model. It was rare for the Hex Army to field a new mech model. Though it looked like a middling male knight mech, the way the Hexers and Friday Men mechs fought around it was very unsettling. Through the heavy jamming in the air, Ganso finally managed to hear some disconcerting statements. "These Hexer mech pilots are fighting twice as hard today. What is this pressure? I feel like I'm being stared at by Mother. I feel it as well. The moment my mech steps closer, this sensation grows stronger. Just ignore it. Remember your training and steel your minds." A dreadful realization dawned on Ganso. Chapter 2235 The Disapproving Mech. Across Marikath 3, a brand new mech model appeared on the surface. No word of the new Hexer mech had spread to the Friday Men. The Hexers in charge of bringing them to the battlefield had done an unusually good job at hiding their movements. The Fortune Legion, who considered Marikath 3 to be their turf, were completely floored. The Friday Coalition's intelligence agencies always managed to warn them in advance whenever the Hex Army revised an existing mech line or introduced a new model that the matriarchs approved. Yet this time, the spies had failed. On the surface, this wasn't necessarily a disaster. Some mech models were more influential than others. The main assault mechs that were piloted exclusively by female Hexers were critically important. Their impact on the battlefield was great, and each revision forced the Friday Coalition to adopt slightly different battle tactics in order to cope with the improved machines. In contrast, most male Hexer mechs weren't that consequential. Whether they came in the form of a knight mech, rifleman mech, or support mech, the machines piloted by the repressed boys usually didn't amount to much. Their budgets were cheaper and their performance was noticeably worse. In most cases, the Hex Army employed their male mechs as cannon fodder. The only debate that raged among the Hexer commanders was how expendable they were. Some argued that male mechs were completely worthless and should just be used up whenever convenient. In the eyes of militant Hexers, it was worth it to sacrifice the lives of their entire pool of male mech pilots as long as the Friday Coalition fell. Others argued that the Hexadric hegemony did not possess limitless manpower and resources, and that they should really make an effort at conserving the male mechs. The more cautious Hexers did not disagree that male mechs were expendable, but they should at least aim for the highest return on investment. Ganso had encountered Hexer battlefield commanders of both camps during the Battle of the Marikath system. He felt enormously disgusted at the first group, but did not think much better of the second group either. Both kinds of Hexer leaders treated their boys as lesser, and both of them had to be toppled in order to save the Komodo Star sector from their gender-based tyranny. Yet today, Ganso witnessed something that confounded this paradigm. The Hexer mechs, whether male or female, rallied around a notable new mech model as if it was the banner guard of their respective units. This strangely looking knight mech looked a bit slimmer than the other knight mechs of the Hex Army. It possessed two strange tentacles that extended from its waist. Its sharp spikes gently interfaced with the external ports of the Hexer mechs that had taken a number of steps back from the firing line. What was the new mech doing? Was it supplying energy to the other machine? It's a support mech as well? Ganso even noticed the new mechs plunging the sharp tips of their tentacle appendages through the exterior of the mechs that had been downed. According to the powerful sensors of his Charlemagne, a power flow emerged that caused the new mech to supplement its reserves. This As a mech pilot that had taken part in 3 wars, Ganso instantly became aware of the enormous implications of this new mech model. One of the most persistent flaws of the Hex Army was that their female mech pilots were too aggressive. This not only caused them to launch a lot of attacks, but also pilot their mechs in a wasteful manner. Blocking the ferocious Hexers and letting them tire themselves out was one of the favorite strategies the Friday men employed against their hated rivals. Yet it was not so easy to accomplish. If the Hexer mechs were able to top up their spent energy on the front lines, then they would easily be able to sustain their aggression, making it much more likely that they broke through. This reality was already unfolding before his eyes as the most reckless but also the most aggressive Hexer mechs unleashed their might without holding back at all. It didn't matter how much energy they expended. As long as one of the new mechs was close, they could always prolong their offensive. What was worse was that their actions played right in the hands of the new mech model. The more enemy mechs the aggressive Hexers defeated, the more immobile energy sources the new mech model could tap into. Even if the energy transfer process was fairly slow and inefficient, it made a huge difference in the later stages of the battle when the Fortune Legion mechs started to lose steam. This was already enough for Ganso to prioritize the new mech model. What he heard from the communication channels made him realize that the threat of this new machine was much, much worse. Before he joined the CRC, he was a loyal mech pilot of the Mech Corps. He fought alongside more desolate soldiers than he could count during the frantic days of the Sand War. Their glows, though artificial and forceful in his opinion, brainwashed the mech pilot and people around them. They fought much harder against the Sandmen and died at a higher rate as a consequence. Ganso thought he had rid himself of his loathsome cousin's influence. The Friday men would never make use of the products of their enemies, and the Hexers were well known for rejecting the products made by boys. Yet why has his damned mech showed up here? He couldn't understand it. Had the Hexers ignored their own rules? His eyes went red as he saw how big of an influence the mechs exerted on both the Fortune Legion and the Hex Army. The former fought as if they had weights on their shoulders while the latter simply gained more confidence. It's different from the desolate soldier. Yet no matter what, the presence of this glow posed a major threat to the Fortune Legion mech sandwiched between 2 Hexer forces. He couldn't hold back any longer. The Hexers may not have deployed their expert mechs as of yet, but Ganso had to do something before the Friday men lost. I'm going in. Those new tentacle knight mechs have to be taken out at all costs. The 3 other Friday men expert pilots were floored. What? It's too soon. Their expert mechs will gain an advantage if you expose yourself. Doing nothing is exactly what they want. Can't you see? We're already losing. Ganso admonished his colleagues. Those new mechs are force multipliers. Even one of them is enough to affect 50 other mechs. He ignored their subsequent responses and commanded his mech and his Skara to fly forward. As soon as he reached an acceptable range, he immediately commanded the Charlemagne and his slave mechs to fire. 51 bright beams momentarily descended onto the Hexer mechs from above. Ganso tried his best to target as many of his cousin's new mechs as possible, but at this angle he could only target 12 of the abominable machines. The mech his Charlemagne targeted instantly fell onto the ground with a huge hole through its chassis. The power of an expert mech's rifle was too much for even a knight mech to withstand. The quasi-expert mechs had mixed success on the other hand. 5 of the new mechs fell down, but the rest only suffered varying degrees of damage. The knight mech still possessed a formidable amount of defense. In addition, the Hexer commander in charge of the reinforcements was already aware of the importance of the new mechs and assigned several ordinary knight mechs to guard the machines that emanated glows. Damn it, VS! Your mechs are heinous! I'll remove every single mech that is based on your designs! His Charlemagne and Skara recklessly flew closer in order to reach more of the new mechs, but the Hexers didn't sit still. They responded quickly. Every single new model mech soon became surrounded by numerous sturdy mechs. Not only that, the Hexers finally dispatched their own expert mechs. Venerable Larkinson! Alert! Incoming resonance signatures! 3 Hexer melee mechs rapidly advanced to intercept Unit L. So you're the famed woman killer, eh? A short-range communication channel voiced. You may have caught some of our sisters by surprise, but we know what you are capable of. We won't fall for tricks again. The Hexers sent 3 offensive melee mechs. With 2 swordsman mechs and 1 lancer mech, the enemy expert mechs wanted to eliminate the Charlemagne up close regardless of the risks. Venerable Ganso! We'll hold them back. Go eliminate the new threat. Our lines are already faltering. Though only a short amount of time had passed, the unexpected enthusiasm of the Hexers along with the modest but unexpected suppression exerted on the Friday men made a huge difference. The surprise factor was too much to the Fortune Legion mech pilots. They never fought under the influence of a glow, and the first time was always the most dramatic. If they fell back to their training and properly organized their minds, then they would have been able to fight close to their peak. Yet the destabilizing influence of the new mechs along with the unrelenting aggression from the offensive Hexer mechs delivered twin punches to them in quick succession. This caused the Friday men mechs to lose all of their initiative. Aside from putting up a desperate defense and stepping back, there was nothing else they could do to reverse the tide. As Ganso and his Skara resumed his aerial assault, the urgency of the situation grew greater. There were thousands of mechs involved on both sides, and the influence of Unit L could not single-handedly repel all of the Hexer mechs. I don't have to shoot down every Hexer mech. As long as I destroy my evil cousin's work, then that's enough. The Hexers began to counterattack. Their ranged mechs lessened the pressure on the enemies in front of them in favor of shooting the ostentatious expert mech and quasi-expert mechs in the air. Though the Charlemagne's armor easily held for now, the Skara was not as resilient. I have to fly lower. The mechs of Unit L descended in unison until they floated closely above the heads of his enemies. This made it much more troublesome for the enemy Hexer mechs to fire on the Charlemagne and the Skara. As the mechs of Unit L descended above a company of Hexer mechs, the Skara ruthlessly shot the machines that prevented them from firing on the new mech. This was too abnormal. Not just the male mechs, but the female mechs were putting their frames in the way as well. It was as if the new mech was something inviolable. Get out of the way! The resonance around his mech grew brighter. His rage fueled his determination to fight. Even though his mech's energy reserves drained faster and his headache escalated rapidly, Ganso didn't care at all. He just wanted to crush his cousin's mech. Once every obstacle had been dealt with, his mechs flew closer. Ganso did not hurry to eliminate the new mech immediately. Instead, he wanted to experience its glow in person. As soon as the Charlemagne and the frontmost Skara came into range, they briefly paused. Ganso's face grew uglier. He felt as if he was back in the past when he was just a young boy at the Larkinson compound. He remembered pulling down his pants in order to relieve himself on some plants in the backyard. Of course, Compound's monitoring system captured everything. When his mother stormed over, the disapproval she directed towards him had always brought him shame. Now, the glow of his cousin's new mech had caused him to dig out this awful memory from the depths of his mind. This is unacceptable. Even if the glow of the new mech did not pressure his strong mind at all, the faint associations it brought up nevertheless disturbed him to an incredible degree. And it's not just me. The Skara are affected as well. It was as if he was being affected by the glow at least a dozen times over. It practically drove him crazy. "All of you must die!" The Charlemagne and Skara had already been charging for a powerful resonance attack. Ganso had quickly accelerated the build-up and unleashed his mightiest attack to date. In an instant, 51M-powered positron beams not only bore through the frame of the new mech, but pierced through the ranks of other Hexer mechs. Over 120 Hexer mechs fell at once. Chapter 2236 Rollout Plan. The Hex Army welcomed a new mech model. Since the main military branch of the Hexers only employed around 600 mech models, this was big news. For a very long time, the Friday Coalition's intelligence services kept a very close eye on the Hexadric hegemony's mech industry. One of the disadvantages of the high amount of control and restrictions the Hexers imposed on their mech designers was the ease in which their efforts could be tracked. The hegemony only possessed so many masters and seniors, and the Friday men developed a great understanding of their work and design style. Many of the mech models currently in use in the Hex Army were continuations of existing lines. The same team of mech designers constantly iterated on them and released new revisions every decade or every few years. As a mature mech military, the Hex Army's mech doctrines and customs were highly developed. They already developed almost every possible mech they predicted that they would need in order to defeat the Friday Coalition. These days, it was extremely difficult for masters to propose an entirely new line of mechs to the Hex Army. At the very least, the masters had to engage in years of lobbying in order to build up support among every important stakeholder such as the mech industry, the matriarchs, and the mech pilots themselves. To build up such a comprehensive amount of support was not something that could be done in a month. The Coalition's spies and observers were very proficient at observing any major influencing activities in the hegemony's ruling society. Oftentimes, even before the Hex Army finally rolled out a new line of mechs, the Friday Coalition already developed a detailed breakdown of its weaknesses. Yet this time the Hexers caught the Friday men by surprise. For once, the Hex Army unveiled something new without causing any alarm. The lack of forewarning combined with the widespread deployment of the new model caused the situation on Marikath 3 to change incredibly quickly. Prior to the change, the Opal Tridents and the other elements of the Fortune Legion put up a lot of resistance against the wrathful doves. The aggressive Hexers constantly had to commit considerably more mechs and assets in order to overcome the prepared defenses and fortifications occupied by the Friday men. Even though the Hexers eventually pushed the Friday men back, the female supremacists lost considerably more mechs and mech pilots than their foes. Every fortification they took was littered with the blood of hundreds, if not thousands of prime, valuable mech pilots. Though the Hexers were able to salvage the wreckage and debris from the battlefields they wrestled from the Friday men, in the Komodo War, losing resources was no issue. With centuries of accumulation, either states would run out of exotics any time soon. What truly mattered were the mech pilots. Every state could only foster so many potentates and mech pilots, and taking them off the board was the best way to win the Komodo War. Therefore, the Friday Coalition considered everything else such as planets and star systems to be expendable resources. It hurt to lose territory, but as long as they could exchange it for enough enemy blood, it was worth it to make this trade. So far, the Fridaymen's battle plan for Marikath 3 largely went according to plan. Even if the Hexers constantly nibbled at the territory occupied by the original owners, they suffered way too much casualties for every victory. The endless reinforcements pouring into the star system helped mask the incredible losses the Hexers sustained. The fact that much of the deaths consisted of unimportant boys who piloted less resilient and less important mechs also caused the female commanders to turn a blind eye to the losses. Obviously, the higher-ups of the Wrathful Doves mech army group largely belonged to the militant camp. To them, sacrificing the lives of their male mech pilots was hardly any loss at all. They believed that the Komodo War would instantly swing in their favor if they managed to conquer the Marikath system and the crestfallen stars as quickly as possible. The Hexers disdained the attrition warfare that their enemies were fond of. As the superior and more enlightened state, the hegemony ought to be able to defeat an inferior state head-on without dragging conflict for too many years. Even so, the losses suffered by the wrathful doves and other elements of the Hex army was still unsustainable. If the fighting on Marikath 3 stretched on for months, then it was doubtful whether the Mech army group would still be able to fight without undergoing an extensive, time-consuming reorganization. All of this changed after the Hexers unveiled their surprise. What is this new mech model? Why can it affect so many people at the same time? Reporting, sir. The new Knight Mech is called the Blessed Squire. It's a supportive Knight Mech that possesses ordinary defenses, below average mobility, low offensive power but considerable utility. Its energy-transferring abilities allow it to provide fantastic support to offensive Hexers, thereby significantly allowing them to prolong their peak output in battle. As for the mind-altering field they are surrounded with, this so-called glow is capable of elevating the morale of Hexers while exerting minor pressure on our own mech pilots. What? A glow? That mech isn't glowing at all. It's a figurative term for a specialty developed by a famed mech designer called Ves Larkinson. A lot of Friday men who never paid attention to the news of lesser states suddenly became familiar with a rising star in the mech industry. Known as the Devil Tongue, his products had already taken the third-class mech market by storm. Now that he extended his hand to second-class mechs, this forgettable figure to most Friday men suddenly turned into an incredibly powerful enemy. Why didn't we eliminate him before he could affect Marikath 3 with his work? We did try, but our attempts have failed. Idiots! The CRC is led by a bunch of bureaucrats who have no idea what war is truly like. The Friday men weren't the only people who became astonished. The wrathful doves and the other Hexers on Marikath 3 became fascinated by the Blessed Squires as well. Technically, the Blessed Squires wasn't deployed by the Hex army. Instead, an obscure, forgettable auxiliary force silently worked to gain permission to ship the new mechs to a single destination in order to serve as a trial. Diva prepared a very careful plan to introduce the Blessed Squire model to the Hex army. The intelligence agency had tested the mech internally for a lengthy period in order to understand its true value. The information provided by Calabast also assisted Diva in understanding how to maximize the use of the new mechs. The fact that the mech was inescapably tied to a male mech designer presented a huge hurdle for its adoption. Therefore, Diva remained patient and waited for the best opportunity to showcase its use. In the meantime, the agency secretly reached out to a small number of matriarchs and important Hexer stakeholders to lay the groundwork for the Blessed Squire. With the help of the Little Angel, the sole masterwork copy of this innovative Hexer mech, Diva finally received permission to field the Blessed Squire on Marikath 3. As expected, the manner in which Diva abruptly slipped the Blessed Squires into the main combat units of the Wrathful Doves went well. Even if the Hexer mech pilots initially showed distrust and hesitation at fighting alongside a completely new mech model, they soon accepted the Blessed Squires once they felt the glows. Many Wrathful Doves did not have it easy on Marikath 3. The hard fighting and the grueling attrition warfare affected both males and females alike. Therefore, these stressed mech pilots became unusually receptive to the Blessed Squire. The mech's glow, which reminded every Hexer of the superior mother, seemed to be able to soothe their nerves and grant them confidence. It's as if my mother is cheering me from behind. The superior mother has blessed the wrathful doves. The change in mood and the easing of worries affected the wrathful doves on a wide scale. With the large amount of Blessed Squires deployed on the surface, hundreds of thousands of Hexer combatants, suddenly regained the confidence and illusion of superiority they initially possessed at the start of the Battle of the Marikath system. The mech divisions and mech regiments of the Wrathful Doves assaulted the Opal Trident positions with twice as much ferocity. Even though the Hexers' mechs hadn't grown stronger, and even if the energy transfer abilities of the Blessed Squires was not omnipotent, the improvement in mindsets alone resulted in a lot more breakthroughs. Hard-fought sieges that usually lasted for weeks suddenly ended in a decisive Hexer victory in a matter of days. The defensive lines of the Opal Tridents that were usually capable of repelling multiple waves of Hexer offensives began to fall apart after just a single determined attack. The Friday men soon became familiar with another insidious aspect about the strange new mech model. Any enemy of the Hexers experienced some form of mental suppression. The influence wasn't very strong. Friday men researchers who began to study LMC mechs noticed that the Doom Guard model was considerably more impactful in this regard. However, as long as anyone who did not agree with Hexer ideology came within range of a Blessed Squire, they experienced a very specific form of discomfort. It was as if their mothers disapproved of their hostility towards Hexers. The negative effects of this sensation wasn't very strong, but it couldn't be blocked or ignored. Anyone who came under the influence of a Blessed Squire felt as if their mother was observing all of their actions. No one liked to be watched all the time. Who enjoyed being stared at by their own mothers when they ate a meal, used a toilet, or slept in bed? It was quite unnerving. The mech pilots of the Fortune Legion were highly trained and very disciplined. None of them were weak-minded in the slightest, as every second-rate state knew the importance of training mech pilots who could endure many difficulties. The problem was that mech pilots were still human in the end. The highly emotional component of the Blessed Squire's glow evoked their own thoughts, feelings, and memories towards mothers. Only expert candidates and expert pilots remained unaffected by the Blessed Squire's glow. Everyone else, even the elite crack troops of the Fortune Legion, still possessed chinks in their armor which the so-called superior mother exploited. As long as the ordinary mech pilots of the Friday Coalition became affected, they no longer found their mental balance. They were unable to enter into their most optimal battle moods where they felt as if they fought as one with their comrades. They could no longer reach the states which allowed them to fight without conscious thought and display their battle skills at their best. Since battles between mechs were actually fought between mech pilots, the widening differences in morale completely accelerated the takeover of Marikath III. The first of the crestfallen stars shall fall to the hexagon. The Superior Mother wants us to crush the Coalition. We shall liberate the unjustly oppressed women of the Friday Coalition. Even though a short amount of time had passed, the drastic shift in balance completely dominated the news in the two states. This was just as Diva and the supporters of the Blessed Squire intended. Instead of introducing the Blessed Squire cautiously across many battlefields, it was best to make one explosive good impression. Already other army groups in the Hex army cast jealous eyes at the Wrathful Doves. They clamored to obtain this new wonder mech as well. The other Hexer commanders heard so many stories about the Blessed Squire that they began to bombard High Command with requests to ship the Blessed Squire to their respective mech forces. All of these urgent requests put High Command and the matriarchs in charge in a difficult position. Normally, it shouldn't be a problem to approve of the use of a fantastic new Hexer mech, but this time they faced a very big problem. The Blessed Squire is mainly designed by a boy. Not only that, he's also a foreigner. Chapter 2237 Foreign Aid. The Hexadric hegemony was a very hierarchical state. Older, wiser women that other Hexers acknowledged as matriarchs generally exercised firm leadership over many aspects of Hexer society. The Hex army was no different. Jointly managed by the 6 matriarchal dynasties, the strongest and proudest mech force of the hegemony adhered to a rigid set of rules and customs. Every change needed to undergo a process. Every action needed to be approved by an authority. To the matriarchs, not even the best and most influential Hexer master mech designer was allowed to arbitrarily add a new mech model to the Hex Army's lineup. Every single proposal had to undergo an extensive approval process before showing up at the battlefields. Of course, it was not good to delay the introduction of new mech models too much during times of war. Ever since the Komodo War broke out, the matriarchs loosened some of the restrictions in order to expedite the process, but it still remained a daunting challenge to propose any changes. Now, the board of matriarchs that ordinarily wanted to tackle every proposal at its own pace suddenly faced a huge clamor from the lower ranks of the Hex Army. News traveled quickly within the unified Hex Army. The Wrathful Doves, which previously suffered heavy losses in order to obtain gradual progress, suddenly tripled their pace. The battle footage that circulated within the Hex Army had become incredibly evocative. Each time, the Hexer Mechs attacked the fortified Friday Man positions with undaunted aggression and courage. The modest amount of energy supplied by the Blessed Squire allowed valiant female Hexer Mechs to overwhelm more opponents. And by the speed in which the enemy defensive lines fell apart, the Friday men who faced the new mech in battle obviously didn't feel comfortable. All of these factors propelled the Blessed Squire into a mech that every landbound mech unit within the Hex Army coveted. The incredible utility provided by the Blessed Squire not only attracted the mech divisions in charge of invading coalition space, but also appealed to the Hexers in charge of defending hegemony space. There was no way to suppress this demand. The Wrathful Doves did not introduce any other mechs or noticeable measures. Since the first day, too much news and footage had spread throughout the Hex Army to suppress the difference the Blessed Squire could achieve on the battlefield. Marikath III, which was known as one of the toughest fortress planets of the Carnegie Group, was already collapsing under the unstoppable momentum of the Wrathful Doves. Who didn't want to obtain the same power the Wrathful Doves were lucky to grasp? The Hexers believed that as long as the rest of the Hex Army achieved the same level of success, taking over the Friday Coalition was just a matter of time. Under the tide of so much demand from the lower and middle ranks of the Hex Army, the higher-ups found it very difficult to take their time on this difficult decision. While the higher-ups wielded an incredible amount of power in the hegemony, the state was simply too big for a small number of matriarchs to impose their will on every Hexer citizen. In particular, the Hexer mech pilots was the most important interest group in the hegemony at the moment. As the ones who had to bear the burden of fighting the Friday men and winning the Komodo War, the matriarchs did not dare to do anything that would result in widespread animosity or dejection from their own soldiers. The matriarchs involved in this pivotal but incredibly controversial decision were constantly gnashing their teeth ever since the Blessed Squire debuted. No leader liked to be forced into doing something by their own underlings. The matriarchs especially did not like to be forced into adopting a decision which went against their own rules and traditions. Many Hexer leaders knew that Diva was the ultimate party responsible for driving up demand for the Blessed Squire. Those spies are too insolent. They're forcing our hand. What can we do? Even if Diva ambushed us, it's too late now. Too many Hexer generals are calling me every day asking whether we put our stamp of approval on this tainted mech. Rules are rules. Our hegemony rests on the superiority of women. The quality standards of the Blessed Squire design is wholly inferior to the works of any of our seniors. It's just a journeyman-level mech, and a rather rough one at that due to the lack of time and manpower invested into its design. The Blessed Squire's performance parameters are secondary to its value. The main reason why it has caught on so much is because of that boy's unusual design philosophy. It's something that we have never witnessed before. Perhaps we should take a look at it ourselves. I recall that Diva has invited us to witness a presumed masterwork reproduction of the Blessed Squire. Regardless of the hype that emerged around the Blessed Squire, the matriarchs did not want to be rushed and forcefully announced a period of deliberation. The longer they delayed their approval, the greater the frustration of the Hex army. If the problem grew significant enough to affect the overall state of the war, then it didn't matter if the matriarchs kept dragging their feet. The Hex army would just start to produce and field the blessed squires on its own, thereby openly defying the authority of the matriarchs. That was a nightmare scenario that the higher-ups of the hegemony did not want to come to pass. When the good news spread to the Larkinson clan, Gloriana immediately became ecstatic. Though she was busy with working on her next projects while simultaneously taking charge of the wedding preparations, she still made contact with the Hex army and various other important institutions in order to lend her own weight to the blessed squire's adoption. The news of the blessed squire, and its drastic impact on Marikath III already spread throughout the rest of the star sector. Yet again, the miracle couple had stirred up the waters. Within a star system which was formerly hailed as the economic heart of the Bright Republic, two resplendently dressed women stood alone in one of the observation chambers of a fleet carrier. The sandy surface of Bentheim provided the two observers with a desolate view of the planet that once hosted a lot of industries. Billions of productive Brighters had perished when the Sandmen descended from orbit and swept every human construction. Ves Larkinson has succeeded in leaping from the pond of the Bright Republic, one of the women stated. She wore an alluring red dress that was decorated with various medals and combat awards. The annoying mech designer you met several times has grown into a formidable monster. The other woman, who wore a highly decorated military uniform, scowled for a moment. The neat brown hair that framed her face seemed to grow a little frayed as a strong aura vibrated around her very being. While Mr. Larkinson is deplorable, his design prowess is considerable, she stated. Her voice seemed to convey a lot of force. Ever since he aligned himself to the Hexers, it was only a matter of time before one of his works emerged in the Komodo War. The Sand War has already proven that his works can play a major role in the outcome of any conflict, no matter the scale. The two women fell silent for a moment. Neither of them cheered the success of one of their adversaries. Does this change your decision? Lady Amalia of Imidries gently asked. Yes, Venerable Foster admitted. As one of the most talented expert pilots of the Hafner Duchy, her strength was recognized by the entire Vesia kingdom. Even though the Bright Vesia War and the Sand War had already ended, her resonant strength still grew at a measured pace. At her relatively young age, that turned Foster into one of the dazzling stars of the Mech Legion. Yet this famed and decorated expert pilot plainly admitted her reluctance to a very important offer. As part of the Friday Coalition's strategy to employ foreign expert pilots to gain a numbers advantage in high-end mech combat, its diplomats had already reached out to the Vesia Kingdom. Venerable Relia Foster was a particularly prized commodity in the eyes of the Friday Coalition. With her amazing genetic aptitude and unconstrained growth, she was already destined to become a powerful expert pilot. Advancing to ace pilot was not out of the question either. Therefore, the Friday Coalition offered substantial compensation to the Vesia Kingdom in order to obtain Venerable Foster. Unfortunately, expert pilots couldn't be bought and sold like cattle. Their strong will and rigid principles made it so that they could never be persuaded to do something that acted against their own purpose. Every expert pilot needed to be persuaded to fight on behalf of the Friday Coalition. While there are several expert pilots who eagerly grasped at the opportunity to enter a higher arena of combat, there are more expert pilots who were incredibly stubborn. Venerable Foster grew up with a great amount of loyalty and affection for the Hafner Duchy and Vesia Kingdom. She could not bear to turn her back against her own state. Not when they did so much to nurture her and enable her to grow into power. The negotiators from the Friday Coalition were aware of the nature of expert pilots, so they tailored their offers. For example, Venerable Foster received an offer that stated that she was only obliged to fight for the Friday Coalition for a duration of 20 years. During that time, the Friday Coalition would take charge of everything related to her training, augmentations, expert mechs, and so on. In exchange, she was only expected to fight the enemies of the Friday men, which in this case meant the Hexers. Knowing that Foster was devoted to the Ves kingdom, the Friday men negotiators also offered to support her state with economic subsidies and various infrastructure programs. The Vesians sorely needed this assistance after waging 2 successive wars. The Sand War especially wrecked a lot of Vesian star systems, and it took trillions of Nova sovereigns to rebuild everything. On top of that, the Vesians also intended to claim and colonize much of the devastated territories of the border states that had fallen to the Sandman invasion. Colonizing so many star systems when the kingdom was already deep in debt was incredibly difficult. Facing this choice, Venerable Foster was already leaning towards accepting this deal. In any case, even if she was a woman, the Hexadric hegemony posed a very serious threat to her home state. Helping the noble Friday men fight back the unreasonable Hexers was for a good cause. Yet the news of the introduction of the Blessed Squire caused the normally decisive and fearless expert pilot to express considerable doubt. "Are you reluctant to face Mr. Larkinson's work in battle?" Lady Amalia asked with furrowed brows. "I am not threatened by this detestable fellow's mechs. It is the regular Friday men soldiers who need to fear his glows. Just a single mech model is able to swing the tide of a planetary battlefield. What if this mech model spreads? What if Mr. Larkinson introduces more Hexer mechs?" Lady Amalia loudly chuckled. "You are letting the Devil Tongue's reputation get the better of you. Do you truly think that a single mech designer can never single-handedly topple an entire state? The Friday Coalition is filled with great and powerful masters. Any one of them can probably develop a counter to Mr. Larkinson's specialty. Otherwise, they do not deserve their exalted titles. Have faith in the Friday Coalition. Their rulers are far more rational than their Hexer counterparts. Ignorance can never prevail. Only the wisest and most enlightened state shall rule over our star sector." Venerable Foster looked unamused at the noblewoman. "You sound like a brighter." "I have never disrespected our old opponents." The expert pilot gestured at the sand-scoured planet floating in the distance. "For all their cleverness, the bright republic has fallen into ruin. Only an empty shell remains. Do you know why?" "Why?" "Because being clever doesn't mean you are strong." "Does that mean you will reject the offer?" A burning conviction started to form around Venerable Foster. "No. I intend to accept it. Regardless of the mechs that Mr. Larkinson provides to the Hexers, our state is already intricately tied to the Friday Coalition. It is my duty to advance the cause of the Ves kingdom." The Friday Coalition would soon welcome a new guest expert pilot in their ranks. Chapter 2238 Riled Up. As the principal mech designer of the famed Blessed Squire, Ves Larkinson quickly received word of his first Hexer mech's success. Standing in the isolated chamber that hosted the Darkbreak module, Ves listened patiently as the projection of Gavin passed on all of the pertinent news and development from the core regions of the star sector. Though Ves Larkinson already accrued a considerable amount of fame across the star sector, the snobbish second-class citizens of the Coalition and the hegemony still looked down on him. Even their industry insiders believed that his specialty wouldn't be as effective on second-class mechs. Those skeptics were drastically wrong. The Blessed Squire's glow not only surpassed their estimates, but also exhibited an extremely high fit with Hexers. Just like how the Transcendent Messenger, Holy Soldier and Deliverer mechs fascinated the Ilvain Protectorate, this time the Hexers welcomed their unique glow. Every Friday man who looked up Ves Larkinson's record and early accomplishments soon began to shake with dread. If the amazing third-class mechs he designed was any indication, his second-class mechs might all exert a considerable impact on the battlefield. Even a small change was enough to affect the balance of the war. The amount of investigations directed to the LMC and the Larkinson has increased by 100 times. Gavin helplessly brought up. The Friday men are responsible for the overwhelming amount of snooping, but we are also starting to notice a considerable amount of interest from the second rates of other star sectors. This much? Well, did you think your blessed squire would make no impact at all? The course of the battles on Marikath 3 have completely changed. Even if the opal tridents are starting to show signs that they are learning how to cope with the blessed squire's glow, it does not help the fact that the wrathful doves are fighting considerably better. As long as these outcomes can be replicated in every contested star system, the momentum of the Hex army will likely reach a new peak. Though Ves should be inordinately happy at this news, he tried his best to temper his expectations. While I'm glad that Diva has finally unveiled my blessed squire design, I'm also concerned. What is the problem, boss? Previously, our products mainly fell into the hands of the private sector. Mercenary outfits and security companies are normally disunited and tangled with many different interests. It's only during the Sand War that my mechs were employed in a unified fashion, but our opponents at the time were just the Sandmen. As a bunch of aliens who have already crossed the Big Two's bottom line, there is no need for us to be concerned about their opinions towards our mechs. It didn't take long for Gavin to understand the gist of his superior's concerns. I see. The moment the Hexadric hegemony has started to field one of your mech models in a systematic fashion, the entirety of the Friday Coalition and not just the CRC considers us as an enemy. Before, only a small number of Fridaymen officials and decision-makers took the threat of LMC mech seriously. This allowed Ves to completely disregard his hostile relationship with the Coalition once he traveled to Hegemony-aligned space. Since he had crossed into Hexer-controlled space, there was no need to fear any hidden attacks from the CRC. Yet now that every Fridayman leader and military officer hated his guts, the Coalition was much more likely to invest in a serious attempt against his life. Even Hegemony-aligned space could not stop a determined assassin or elite strike force. No perfect space wall existed. A line of star systems like the famed crestfallen stars of the Carnegie Group only posed a hindrance to a huge state-backed military like the Hex Army because bypassing these fortified star systems would inevitably prove devastating to the Hexer supply lines. This was not the case for smaller operations which did not rely on any supply lines to begin with. Hegemony space was actually filled with many holes, enough to allow a small army of mice to squeeze through. We don't have to be concerned about our security. The Woden dynasty has recently reinforced the Glory Battalion with hundreds of mechs. By the time of the wedding, we'll be protected by 1,000 second-class mechs. Normally, Ves dislikes seeing the Glory Battalion grow larger. No matter how much Gloriana's stature grew, the Glory Battalion ultimately answered to her mother first. It was different now. With the Friday Coalition gunning for him and his fiancée, he could use all the help he could get. If Constance Woden wanted to boost the protection around her daughter, then she was welcome to do so. With the rapid growth of the Larkinson clan, Ves did not believe his own mech forces would remain inferior. Are there any issues concerning the addition of so many Hexer troops in our orbit? Ves asked. Well, I will probably get in trouble for saying this, but she has been trying to get her Hexer underlings to join the Larkinson clan. I know. Huh! I am always connected to the Larkinson clan, Benny. It's my clan, after all, Ves stated in a mysterious fashion. Let Gloriana bash her head against the wall for a few months. She needs to learn that while she is my lover, that does not give her the right to transform our clansmen into Hexers. Ves was quite aware of the threat of cultural invasions. He had spent a lot of time on planning and making decisions on the cultural evolution of the Larkinson clan. There was no way he would allow his future wife to ruin his elaborate designs. His assistant looked quite relieved. "I'm very glad to hear that. None of us here want to become hexers either." "Okay, enough about Gloriana's shenanigans. Is there anything else I need to know right away?" "Aside from the Friday men, the hexers have already started to poke around us. The hegemony is a very big state, and it's split up into many different dynasties and powers. Some of them have a lot of reasons to dislike you and your works." "Because I'm a boy?" Ves smiled amusingly as he said those words. "Not just that, though there are plenty of bigoted hexers who think you need to know your place." Gavin sighed in an exasperated manner. "The bigger threat from the hegemony comes from the mech designers and mech companies that feel threatened by your products. The Blessed Squire alone has already caused the Hex army to lower their priority on a number of mech lines that consists of their current mainstays. We have received word that the Hexer mech designers who are behind the Good Boy HEV77S support mech model are considerably upset at our Blessed Squire." Ves couldn't help but erupt in laughter at this news. "Ha! That's good. This is serious, Ves. There are several powerful female master mech designers who are behind the Good Boy model. They wield considerable influence in the hegemony's mech industry. We believe that they are already working behind the scenes to stop the matriarchs from approving the Blessed Squire." "Do you really think that will happen?" Ves crossed his arms. "Well, no. The Hex Army's demand is too great to be ignored. It's just that the opponents of our products can still push for various restrictions." Ves casually waved his hand. "The utility of the Blessed Squire is undeniable. No political opposition can stop the will of the soldiers who are fighting for the future of the hegemony. We don't need to confront our Hexer adversaries directly. We should just hide behind Diva and the Hex army and let them fight our opposition." Just as Gavin was about to tell his boss about the interest they received from powers outside of the star sector, the Dark Break module suddenly released an alert. Ves frowned as a new notification popped in front of his face. His face turned grave as he read that someone was calling him. The identity of the caller was very special and not that much worse than that of Master Willix. "Sorry, Benny. I'll have to cut your briefing short. Someone very important is calling me. I guess the impact of the Blessed Squire is greater than I thought." "Ah, I understand. Don't mind me, boss. Good luck with your talk." As soon as Gavin's projection disappeared, Ves raised his finger and was about to tap the projected button to accept the new call. He hesitated. Of all of the people who could possibly call him after the debut of the Blessed Squire, he never expected this particular individual to get in touch with him again. She had already made it quite clear that the two of them no longer maintained any active ties. In other words, they should be strangers. Yet humans were not so easily able to forget their friendships. Ves still possessed a lingering good impression to his early backer. He always regretted falling victim to Gloriana's scheme. "I guess I might as well accept." The projection of Master Carmen Olsen soon appeared in front of Ves. She wore a fashionable business outfit which made it seem that she had just left an important meeting with some government officials. Despite the flaws of her physical projection, his former master exuded a sense of presence and brilliance that Ves had only seen in Master Willix. There was just something about master mech designers that caused them to give him the illusions that they had transcended their minds. Even with many light years of distance between him and Master Olsen, Ves still felt as if he was affected by her considerable gravitas. "Mr. Larkinson," Master Olsen calmly greeted. "It has been years since we last spoke. Are you well?" What kind of a question was that? Officially, they should be enemies. Yet, Just like his odd relationship with Tristan Wesseling, Ves simply couldn't paint Master Olsen with the same brush he used towards other Friday men. He decided to indulge her. I am pretty great, actually. It is not difficult to imagine that. Recently, you have accomplished a string of successes. The success of your Doom Guard, the creation of 2 masterwork mechs in quick succession, and now the explosive unveiling of your blessed squire has propelled your fame to greater heights. In truth, Ves was more ecstatic about all of the plunder and research gains he harvested from Maynard Fields. He not only expanded his collection of bestones, but also learned many new facets on spirituality and the properties of his own design philosophy. With plenty of test subjects to experiment upon, Ves was having the time of his life. As an added bonus, his mech forces also grew sharper with each successive confrontation against the pirates. His dream of molding the mech pilots of the Larkinson clan into battle-hardened warriors was becoming more and more true. He coughed. I suppose you haven't called me to flatter me, right? Why did you call me? I was under the understanding that we wouldn't be talking to each other again. That is what I originally intended. Yet seeing one of your works adversely impact my state is not very pleasant. Do you know that if the Mechworkshop system falls faster than we have expected, Limar will suffer unimaginable losses? Oh. Ves scratched his smooth-shaven cheek. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. An awkward silence ensued after he issued his half-hearted apology. Master Olsen eventually shook her head. Forget about it. Since you have cast your lot with the Hexers, you do not deserve any blame for helping their war effort. As long as we are not neutral, mech designers such as you and I are obliged to support our respective states. Thank you for your understanding. Ves slightly bowed. I have no ill will against you, Master. It's just that the Friday Coalition has acted several times against myself and my clan. I cannot regard your state with fondness. That is regretful. Certain Friday men have acted with undue haste. Since your opposition to my state has reached this level, then I have no choice but to act. What do you mean? Ves frowned. An ominous feeling entered his mind. Master Olsen's projection stared straight into his eyes. Other Friday men mech designers may be clueless about your specialty, but I have known you for years. I have tracked your career progression from the beginning, and I have already developed a certain understanding of your mechs. Your blessed squire will not terrorize the combat troops of the Friday Coalition with impunity for long. In some time, I will publish a mech design that is designed to counter your glows. What? Chapter 2239 Higher Level of Competition. The moment Master Olsen made her statement, a bomb detonated inside Ves. His former backer and current adversary plainly stated that she and her fellow Friday Man Masters had begun to work on countering his mechs. His design seed heated up as it acutely felt threatened. Of all of the mech designers in the galaxy, Master Mech Designers and Star Designers existed on a completely different level. For a journeyman to confront any one of them was madness in many cases. Disregarding the mythical Star Designer, the sum of a master's knowledge, experience, judgment, and design philosophy far exceeded those who were still finding their way. The mech industry did not treat masters far above seniors for no reason. They were the only ones who realized their design philosophies and transformed it into something permanent. Not only would their design philosophies live after their death, their works would also remain fully empowered no matter where they found themselves. In fact, during the initial opening of the Red Ocean, it was already proven that mech designed by masters still retained their potency. This was an incredible observation. From his few personal encounters with both Master Olsen and Master Willix, he knew that their respective spiritualities were not only immense, but very developed. both their quality and quantity far surpassed what Ves was capable of reaching at his current state. The disparity in spiritual strength alone caused Ves to feel despair. If a master or a group of masters went all out and invested all of their design capabilities in countering his design philosophy, how could he possibly hold his ground? He would have to reach master himself in order to compete fairly against the likes of Master Olsen. Even if Ves was optimistic about his progression speed, he did not believe he would be able to break his former master's record. Reaching master just as he turned 100 years old was a feat that truly underscored Master Olsen's exceptional talent in mech design. Ves did not dare to put her below her fellow colleagues just because she advanced quite recently. At his level of strength, masters were still giants no matter their individual differences. As his confidence began to sink to the bottom, his beliefs in his own strengths and qualities suddenly asserted themselves. His eyes sparkled as he forcibly shook himself out of his despair. Why should he feel afraid of masters? From how Master Willix continued to scratch her head with regards to his design philosophy, it shouldn't be easy to grasp the operation of his specialty. While reverse engineering his design philosophy was far more difficult than countering it, both acts required his adversaries to grasp at least some understanding of what they were dealing with. He did not believe that every master possessed enough ability to counter his mechs. For example, Master Olsen was known as a maestro in designing land-bound mechs. Numerous staple military mech designs of the Vermeer Group incorporated her exquisite mechanical integration along with her efficient engines, turning them into hardy machines that possessed a clear edge in mobility. Yet what did these features have to do with glows? Master Olsen's specialty did not intersect with his design philosophy at all. At the very least, she needed to work extra hard in order to develop a solution that interfered with the operation of his specialty. On top of that, Ves had another reason to feel confident. Due to his use of external design spirits, the spiritual nature of his mechs was far stronger than the products of other mech designers. Certainly, Ves did not believe that all of his design spirits could hold their ground against the Friday Coalition's master mech designers. However, the true contest only pitted his Hexer mechs against the Friday men. This meant that his adversaries needed to overcome both him and the Superior Mother in order to gain absolute superiority in terms of spirituality. Ves briefly concentrated and inspected the dormant Superior Mother. Ever since his mother had fused a portion of herself into the newborn spiritual product, the combined entity did not make any moves. That did not mean the Superior Mother remained stagnant. Its strength constantly increased each time Ves checked up on her. In fact, this time he noticed that the Superior Mother had received a significant boost in strength, enough to allow her to come within reach of Kalankso. This signified that his latest spiritual product was already taking shape as the ancestral spirit of the Hexer people. The wrathful doves and every other Hexer who became enamored by the blessed squire or its glow were already starting to feed the Superior Mother. When he increased his concentration, he noticed the addition of millions of very faint bonds. They were similar to the bonds that the Golden Cat had formed with the members of the Larkinson clan. There were differences, though. The nature of their respective spiritual networks differed in scope and scale. The Golden Cat maintained what Ves considered to be the best and most intimate spiritual network. It was akin to a private network that was closed to outsiders in order to maintain as much control and cohesion as possible. The connection between the Golden Cat and every individual clansman was quite strong. The downside was that both sides needed to actively form this bond. This was why every clansman had to pledge to join the clan in the presence of a loyalty medallion, Bright Warrior, or the Larkinson Mandate. The Superior Mother maintained far more bonds, but they were much weaker. It didn't take much to enable a Hexer to form a connection with the Superior Mother, but the bandwidth and mutual exchange between the two was not as impressive. It didn't matter. The blessed squire had only been out for less than a week, and already the superior mother far surpassed the golden cat in terms of quantity. Ves believed that his own mother's symbiosis with the superior mother might be able to improve the ancestral spirit's efficiency in absorbing all of the spiritual tribute. He also guessed that as long as a few of those worshippers comprised of spiritually powerful expert pilots and mech designers, the quality problem that plagued his other design spirits should not pose a big hindrance. Of all of his expert pilot-level design spirit, the superior mother possessed the highest chance to break through and reach a strength level equivalent to that of an ace pilot. Ves felt very happy about that. Cynthia Larkinson's life was intertwined with the superior mother. Therefore, the declaration made by Master Olson was nothing less than an existential threat to his mother's continued existence. Regardless if every single master mech designer of the coalition poured all of their efforts into countering his design philosophy, Ves could not afford to back down. He needed to confront his challengers head-on and ensure that the Friday Coalition never gained the upper hand in the Komodo War. His surging war intent invigorated his entire body, mind, and spirit. He was not afraid of challenges. Master Olson's projections silently observed her former apprentice throughout this process. If an ordinary journeyman heard that a master targeted his works, there was a large chance that he would immediately lose faith in himself. This was a very fatal blow to deal to a younger mech designer. This was one of the reasons why she took the initiative to reveal this news to Ves. No matter what sentiments she held towards him in the past, they were enemies now. She could not be lenient towards the enemies of her state and people. If she succeeded in collapsing V's confidence, then his subsequent design work would definitely be impaired. This slowed down his contributions to the Hex army. Sadly, someone as exceptional as Ves was not as easy to take down. He belonged to the rare category of journeymen who not only enjoyed exceptional success, but possessed the arrogance that he could resist the full attention of masters. A part of her felt proud at the mental fortitude of her former student. Despite his obvious shortcomings and problematic history, Ves possessed several excellent qualities that the mech industry sought in a mech designer. It was no wonder that Master Willix, who Master Olson was casually acquainted with, exhibited obvious favor to Ves and his lover. When Ves regained his composure, he looked at his former master without any fear. He had no idea that Master Olson attempted to strike a fatal blow to his confidence. "I await your state's response to my mech designs," he grinned. "The blessed squire is just a preview of what is to come." Master Olson smiled back. "Welcome to the real arena of mech design. Small, controlled comparisons such as design duels are merely child's play compared to the competition that takes place between mech designers of my level. In the normal course of your progression, you shouldn't be exposed to this level of competition until you have progressed very far as a senior. Only then should mech designers be qualified to take part in the struggle between states." Due to his abnormally effective design philosophy, Ves essentially cut the line and reached an area that was normally reserved for the big shots. Ves slightly bowed. "I am honored. While I cannot compare to masters like you in almost every aspect, I believe in my design philosophy. I will not roll over without a fight." Inwardly, Master Olson felt exasperated. The longer they talked, the more Ves grew combative. This was counterproductive from her standpoint. "Brace yourself, then. Several teams of masters have already started to design potential counters to your mechs, with a special eye towards defeating your glows. As a dedicated servant of the Vermeer Group and the Friday Coalition, I have provided all of my peers with my detailed analysis and understanding of your specialty." Ves chuckled at this revelation. The more pressure he endured, the greater his desire to frustrate his adversaries. "I'm glad that you and your fellow masters find my design philosophy so threatening." He spread his arms. "Come then! Target me. Teach me how to defeat my glows. I will not lie down and let you win. For too long, my glows have reigned supreme in the regional mech markets. It's good now that I have some serious competition. I will learn from the flaws that you and your peers shall expose and work towards eliminating them in my next mech designs. This was the cycle of competition that high-level mech designers such as Master Olson delighted in the most. Only through direct confrontations with incredibly high stakes would master mech designers be able to innovate and improve. Though Ves had never touched this level before and only possessed a shallow understanding of it, he already recognized the amazing opportunity this represented. Whether he won or lost, he would gain many useful insights as his adversaries designed brilliant counters that targeted all of the shortcomings of his specialty. It was as if his opponents took the initiative to teach him what he was doing wrong. As long as he did not let the setbacks topple his confidence, he would definitely be able to progress faster as his enemies had already lit up some of the way ahead. There was just one question that puzzled his mind. Why did you reveal your state's intentions towards my work? Ves asked. Aren't you doing your state a disservice by forewarning me of your intentions? Our movements are too big to remain hidden for long. The Hexer Intelligence Services will learn of our shift in priorities quite soon. Even if they didn't, anyone who is clever enough to understand the significance of your glows can logically infer that we will not stay silent. That made sense. I see. I also wish to see how you are faring these days. We may stand on opposite sides, but we still share something in common. As mech designers, we belong to the same kind. It is not unusual for people like us to make contact with our competition. I talk regularly with a number of Hexer Master Mech designers I am cordial with, so do not be concerned with our discussion today. Ves nodded. I understand. He still maintained his friendship with Tristan Wesseling. Now, it seemed that Master Olson wanted to regain contact with him as well. None of these personal relations changed his conviction in taking down the Friday Coalition. His grudge against the state along with his mother's entanglement with the Hexers meant that there was no way he would grow soft against the Friday men. Chapter 22 Fortifeeding Life. Competition was one of the greatest sources of innovation and improvement in human space. For a very long time, Ves stood alone in the mech community. His glows may not be able to make a mech move faster or resist more damage, but its strong effects on the psyche of mech pilots and the people around them still resulted in major swings in the outcome of many battles. This was because Ves adopted a different perspective on mechs than most of his peers. He did not view mechs as standalone machines, but rather part of a pairing with mech pilots. His focus on making mechs alive and his emphasis on increasing the integration between mech and mech pilot was outside the mainstream of mech design. This was why the MTA threw his specialty into the bucket of Class 9 design philosophies. Hardly anyone, Master Willix included, could make heads or tails of his convoluted principles. For years, Ves continued to gain greater prominence by borrowing the momentum of his unstoppable glows. As more and more customers became aware of the value that his products provided, they eagerly bought his products, thereby enriching the coffers of the LMC and the Larkinson clan. So far, the mech markets failed to form an adequate response to his products, but this period could never last. Now that he intervened in the Komodo War, the good times may soon be over. His Hexer Mech designs directly threatened the interests of a lot of very powerful Friday Man Master Mech designers. The 5 masters who presided over the Limar Institute of Technology should especially be motivated to develop an effective counter against the Blessed Squire. This was because the Limar system would become exposed to Hexer raids and invasion as soon as the Marikath system and the rest of the crestfallen stars fell. This was the tragedy of the Carnegie Group. The Friday Coalition's most externally minded partner was situated directly next to the Hexadric hegemony. This meant that the members of the Carnegie Group would definitely fight tooth and nail in order to preserve as much of their homes as possible. While Master Olson actually hailed from another coalition partner, the Vermeer Group wasn't in a better position either. It directly bordered the hegemony as well and also faced immense pressure from the Hexers. It's a pity that those two coalition partners are first on the chopping block, Ves lamented. Due to the realities of living next to a fearsome neighbor, the Carnegie Group and the Vermeer Group were rather tempered in their conduct. In contrast, the Gage dynasty and the Conso clan adopted a more belligerent posture. The hostile Friday men who specifically targeted his life and freedom likely came from these arrogant coalition partners. It would have been nice if the Carnegie Group and the Vermeer Group survived the Komodo War and took over the rest of the Friday coalition. With their rational and restrained leadership, Ves would have nothing to fear from the Friday men anymore. Sadly, it was not to be. As long as the Hexers breached the coalition's initial defensive lines, both groups would likely join the ranks of fallen coalition partners. If that was the case, Ves had no reason to go lenient on the rest of the Friday coalition. Ves possessed an especially intense animosity towards Gage dynasty. Wait for me. With my help, Clarion University shall collapse under the might of Hexer bombardment. He resumed his days of designing mechs, directing his task force and experimenting on his captive pirates. It was a bit troublesome for him to do the latter. Due to the Scarlet Rose's lack of space, many of the prisoners had to be contained on other vessels. Ves had to board a shuttle each time he wanted to mess with their minds. It was worth it, though. On one day, Ves, Lucky and Nita entered an interrogation room that had already been prepared for him ahead of time. A familiar prisoner lay strapped to a solid surface. As soon as Ves entered the compartment, the restrained figure began to struggle. Go away! I can't take it anymore. Why must you torment me all the time? Ves calmly set up his jammer while Lucky roamed around to sniff the compartment for any bugs or monitoring equipment. Though the chance that his experiments were being recorded was small, Ves did not let down his guard the slightest. His reputation would definitely take an enormous hit once the public learnt of his cruel human experiments. Please don't hurt anymore. I'm just a slave. I never wanted anything to do with the Krona Lords. Ves smiled as he approached his current test subject's body. You are looking quite well today, Mr. Setaran. I see you have recovered pretty decently from the damage I've inflicted on you previously. Monster! Get away from me! Of course, he was exaggerating a bit. In his spiritual vision, he could still see the scars and other shortcomings of Peter Setaran's retracted spiritual potential. From the moment that Ves accidentally caused a part of it to crack, Peter had never been whole anymore. Mind and spirit were both tied to each other. Damaging one automatically damaged the other. It was just that the relationship was a bit complicated. This was especially since Peter's spirituality had still withdrawn itself into a nigh untouchable seed. After numerous checkups, the abnormal state of Peter's spiritual potential showed no signs of subsiding. It was very difficult to manipulate something that deliberately went out of phase. Ves was starting to lose patience. No matter whether this condition was temporary or permanent, he knew he wouldn't have a second chance of affecting someone on a spiritual level anytime soon. There were multiple cases like Peter Setaran among his current pool of test subjects. Ves had acted a bit too rough in a couple of experiments. Therefore, Peter was hardly unique. Even if he was, Ves could just mess with the heads of some other test subjects until their spiritualities engaged their defense mechanisms as well. All of this meant that Peter was a disposable test subject. Even if Ves broke him entirely, there were other pirates that could take his place. I have some good news for you, Mr. Setaran. This will likely be the last time we meet each other. No matter what will happen during this session, I will make sure your bodily remains will receive a dignified cremation. Considering all of the contributions you have made towards my research, I will do my best to preserve your ashes and bring them back to civilized space. You're coming home." Those gentle words only caused Peter to become more and more agitated. No matter what pain his body endured, the former slave kept pushing at his bonds. It was useless. The padded alloy manacles were as tough as combat armor. Human bodies were simply too weak to break these kinds of restraints. "I'm not a pirate! I'm a human being! Where is your humanity?" Ves shook his head and placed his palm over Peter's sweating forehead. "You're wrong. You are a legally recognized pirate. We collected sufficient proof and submitted all of the paperwork to the Peacekeeper Association. You have no more recourse." He tolerated no more nonsense and began to work. Though Peter Ceterin's spiritual potential may have turned into a nigh intangible turtle shell, it still maintained at least some presence in the material dimensions. Only a tiny opening existed, but this was enough for Ves to perform something radical. Since he embarked on his current research project, he only manipulated the spiritualities of his test subjects in a shallow manner. He wanted to establish some baselines and develop an understanding of the variables in play. He was done with that. After performing repeated experiments on his captives, he developed a good understanding on how to manipulate someone's spirit and personality by constructing specific spiritual constructs. He also possessed a better grasp of his limits and what he could ultimately get away with when he tried to alter someone's very being. No matter what, any change that Ves induced in someone's spirituality was unnatural. It had a tendency to correct itself and return to a stable equilibrium. This meant that it was very hard to make someone act against their nature. In contrast, Ves definitely confirmed that it was easiest to amplify someone's strongest states. It was not just because he found it easier to grasp the spiritual attributes that were more abundant. What Ves found even more important was that the mind and spirit actively supported such a move. His manipulations alone did not guarantee that his alterations would stick. If the mind and spirit of his test subjects fought hard enough, they were capable of unraveling an undesired spiritual construct. It was better to indulge in someone's greatest desires and obsessions. Ves believed that strengthening someone's inclinations was the key to fostering more expert pilots in the Larkinson clan. Humans were complicated and they possessed a myriad of desires. There weren't enough mech pilots who dedicated themselves towards a specific pursuit or ideal. This only related to the focus and purity of someone's spiritual potential. There was another factor that influenced a mech pilot's advancement to a higher rank, and that was the quantity of spiritual energy. If someone's spiritual energy grew purer but remained small in quantity, then nothing would happen. The person in question simply failed to feed his spiritual potential. Right now, Ves did not possess a very good understanding of what caused it to grow. He suspected that living a rich, fulfilling life that was full of stimulation would do it, but he observed a lot of people in the clan whose spiritual potential had not grown stronger. "Let's see what happens if I force the process." He held out his hand. "Give me the peastone." Nita stepped forward and presented a box. Ves opened it to reveal a lifestone, which was pretty much a peastone filled with life-attributed energy. This life-attributed energy didn't come from him. Instead, he extracted another drop of his precious high-grade life-prolonging treatment serum and separated its spiritual components from its material components. Due to its unique spiritual imprint, the largely plant-based life-attributed energy was compatible with anything. While this wasted another minute portion of an irreplaceable resource, Ves deemed this test to be worth the price. Ves needed to know what happened if he directly fed the serum's life-attributed energy to a human. While Peter kept shaking and babbling in fright, Ves steadily drew out the life-attributed energy and simply stuffed it into Peter's mind space. As soon as the foreign but extremely alluring energy fell into place, Peter's retracted spiritual potential began to exhibit some reactions. Ves became excited as Peter's feeble, damaged spirituality no longer hid in its turtle shell. It began to unfold itself and return into phase. The purpose of doing so became clear. In an instant, Peter's spiritual potential forcibly engulfed the life-attributed spiritual energy that was filled with vitality. My head! It's too hot! Even though the dose was relatively modest, the life-attributed spiritual energy was too high in quality. It immediately caused Peter's spiritual potential to balloon as it desperately attempted to digest the excessive energy it absorbed. Within a matter of seconds, Peter's spiritual potential seemed to double, then triple in strength. Ves observed with great interest as he saw that the life-attributed spiritual energy not only healed all of the damage, but also induced a lot of growth. The mix of spiritual attributes remained constant, which meant that Peter's personality did not suffer from any swings. The only concern was that the growth happened so quickly that Peter's mind and spirit quickly couldn't handle the pressure. Like a balloon that continued to be pumped with air, the test subject's spiritual potential seemed to come under immense strain. Just 17 seconds after Ves introduced the foreign energy into Peter's mind, the test subject had reached his limit. Boom! Peter's head exploded just after his spirituality burst as well. Chunks of skull bone, brain tissue, and other unpleasant matter splattered over V's body. Why do people's heads keep exploding around me? Chapter 2241 Confluence of Masters. Peter Ceterin's unfortunate death revealed a lot to Ves. The serum's life-attributed energy was so potent that hardly anyone could contain it. The fact that his mother absorbed it with ease shouldn't be taken as a model. Weaker spiritual entities simply couldn't handle the excessive vitality contained within a small portion of high-quality life-attributed energy. Ves should have fed Peter with a smaller dose. Even if decreasing the quantity of life-attributed energy vastly decreased its potency and vitality due to its interconnected attributes, it was better to make some progress than induce another head explosion. Still, Ves did not quibble over one of his test subjects' death too much. While it was a bit troublesome to obtain replacements, the Nixian gap never ran out of pirates for him to capture. At the very least, up until Peter's spiritual potential was no longer able to contain the excessive vitality, its growth proceeded very smoothly and evenly. Even without any active guidance on his part, the serum's life-attributed energy was configured in a way to foster comprehensive growth without any biases or preferences. This was good news to Ves. If he ever wanted to strengthen someone quickly, he could just provide as much life-attributed spiritual energy that the subject in question could safely contain. There was no need for Ves to do anything risky such as trying to control and direct the absorption process. What happened if he absorbed it directly? He had a suspicion that he might be able to accelerate the growth of his spirituality and shorten the time needed to advance to senior. However, Ves couldn't guarantee that such a forced growth would affect his foundation. So far, his spirituality had grown at a fairly quick but steady pace. He was already satisfied with its current growth rate. In addition, even if his spirituality grew stronger, his understanding of his design philosophy still remained the same. Unless he made great progress in research and reached a much better understanding in his specialty, there was no way he could break through to senior. That's going to take a lot of years, he muttered. If he advanced when he reached 50, then that was an impressive accomplishment. That was his current target, and so far Ves believed he was on schedule. In any case, there is no pressure as long as Gloriana doesn't advance to senior first. What interested him more was feeding the life-attributed spiritual energy to his design spirits. Some of them were weak, especially his earlier ones. Ves had long considered feeding life-attributed energy to the crystal leader in order to bring him up to par with his current standards. Life-attributed spiritual energy also possessed remarkable healing properties. Before it strengthened a spiritual entity, it first healed the wounds and other impairments. Ves made this conclusion after seeing it work during the birth of the Superior Mother and the fatal experiment that he just performed. Ves had long lamented the fact that some of his design spirits weren't as whole and undamaged as the others. For example, the crystal leader was very deficient in many matters because its main ingredient was very damaged. When Zygra died, the crown cat's spirituality had become detached from its huge body and was just about to slip into the imaginary realm. Substantial portions had already crumbled away before Ves managed to recover Zygra's still living spirit. The growth they experienced as Ves made use of them as design spirits did not heal all of the damage. It was as if they lost some of their limbs. Their natural healing processes were incapable of regenerating missing limbs. Only outside intervention could fix this damage. Ves now became hopeful that he was able to address the congenital defects of all of his design spirits. "It's still too risky to try this out," Ves whispered to himself. "If I somehow botch the process, I might lose a critical component that is responsible for empowering a lot of mechs." Ves suddenly realized he had not made sufficient preparations in the event that one of his design spirits left their positions. What if they left? What if they became disabled? What if they died? All of the mechs that depended on the design spirit in question would surely lose a lot of value. This would prove catastrophic to his reputation. He didn't have any good solutions at the moment. The only method he could come up with was to hastily create a substitute spiritual product to take the place of the original design spirit. It was best if the mech model affected by the design spirit's absence had already fallen out of use. Ves didn't care what happened to his oldest designs because hardly anyone piloted them anymore. If that wasn't the case, then the more proper solution would be for the LMC to replace the invalidated mech models with newer models. "This is a bit complicated," he thought. Right now, it was too difficult to implement these solutions. This meant that Ves really couldn't afford losing any of his design spirits. At best, he might choose to experiment on an expendable and unimportant design spirit. Bravo came to mind. The only purpose this feeble spiritual product fulfilled was to stroke Vincent Ricklin's ego. "Hey! This is actually a pretty good idea." If his attempt to strengthen it succeeded, then Ves gained another option to strengthen his design spirits. If the experiment failed and Bravo blew up, then no harm was done. Only Vincent actually suffered, and Ves believed that was a pro rather than a con. Only his professionalism restrained Ves from making an immediate move. From an ethical perspective, Ves had promised to deliver a custom mech to Vincent that performed up to a certain standard. He would be doing a great disservice to a customer if his product degraded and weakened ahead of time. While it was normal to expect mechs to break down after they had been in service for 5 to 10 years, for one of his mechs to abruptly lose its glow was not a regular malfunction. I need to think on this issue further," he murmured. When Ves returned to the Scarlet Rose, he continued to mull over his current research. While he hadn't collected enough data to make any solid conclusions, he was pretty sure he was able to help a mech pilot advance to expert candidate. He was not as confident in helping the likes of Janzi Larkinson or Tusa Billingsley Larkinson in undergoing apotheosis. He still didn't understand the trigger to this phenomenon. All he knew that they needed to develop a very pure and solid conviction. As Task Force Predator kept flying calmly through the dense asteroid fields of Maynard Fields, Calabast soon entered his stateroom. How is it going, Lucky? Would you like to undergo some additional training? Meow. The gem cat jumped from the desk and floated towards the ceiling. Ves stared up at his cat before directing his eyes to his strategic partner. He enjoys your company, but he abhors training. Cats. Calabash shrugged. Yup. Cats. When the black-clad woman strode forward, she leaned against the desk instead of sitting on the chair like normal people. Let me begin with the good news, she said. Your blessed Squire model has finally debuted on the battlefield, and it has already taken the hegemony by storm. Ves chuckled. Diva sure did a good job with rolling out the blessed Squire. With the Hex army on Marikath 3 making much more progress than elsewhere, there is really no way for those boy-hating women to refute the effectiveness of my work. In addition, the differences before and after the blessed Squire's introduction was simply too big. Part of that was due to the complete lack of preparation on part of the Friday men, but it was undeniable that the Hexers fought considerably more enthusiastically than before. From the beginning, Diva has targeted the hegemony's opposition against mechs designed by boys. Fortunately, my former colleagues have managed to overcome the most difficult hurdle. It's very hard to argue that the blessed Squire and your other Hexer mechs can be a boon to the Hex army if the battle results haven't changed. In fact, if your mechs completely fell flat, then Diva will be the first to pull them off the battlefields. That's fair. Ves nodded. I take it that the blessed Squire's approval is only a matter of time. The lives of a lot of Hexer mech pilots was at stake. Diva would never introduce something that imperiled the fate of the hegemony. Calabash nodded. The matriarchs can't stop the vocal demand from the rest of the Hex army. Behind the scenes, Diva has made good use of the little angel to convince important Hexers to grant an exception to you. I'm not sure when the Board of Matriarchs will finally issue their verdict, but it won't take too long. Once that happened, Ves would encounter much less hindrance when introducing other Hexer mechs. Even his female Hexer mech designs such as the Valkyrie Redeemer would probably make it through. He briefly recalled his talk with Master Olson. His face grew serious. The Friday Coalition shouldn't be sitting on their thumbs, right? Do you know if they have made any moves towards the blessed Squire? I'm not sure. Calabash shrugged. I'm no longer with Diva, so I don't have any access to intel relating to the Friday Coalition's response. If you asked me, the Friday men will never let a mech that has achieved such a drastic effect on Marikath 3 to achieve the same impact elsewhere. It conveys too many advantages to remain unaddressed. That is all I can say about it. I'm not a mech designer, so I do not know what kind of mechs the Coalition will present. Just take into account that your work will likely be targeted by the best. I'm aware. Masters are welcome to spend their precious design time on defeating my mechs. If nothing else, that means the Friday men are spending less time on figuring out ways to defeat the Hex army's other models. That's correct. Whether you win or lose, the Hex army will always benefit. However, what is it, Calabash? You are overlooking something. With the great impact the blessed Squire has made, you have definitely proven that you are capable of affecting conflicts between second-rate states. This is not only remarkable in the Komodo star sector, but also elsewhere. I am sure that many second-rate states in our neighboring star sectors are already paying close attention to what you can do. Some of their eminent mech designers may even feel threatened by your distinctive specialty. Ves widened his eyes. You mean that foreign masters will develop counters to my mechs as well? If those foreign mech designers are observant enough to recognize the threat of your mechs, then they won't wait until you travel to their star sectors. They will likely develop countermeasures right away. Of course, these potential solutions all need testing. The implication was clear. Those foreign masters will cooperate or collaborate with the Friday Coalition to test out their unique solutions. This is a very great possibility. The Friday Coalition will not reject this foreign aid. Anything that helps stifle your mechs is valuable. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? While I'm okay with competing against the masters of the Friday Coalition, it's another story if I have to resist the top mech designers of the rest of the Yena star cluster. An ordinary journeyman would never be able to withstand such scrutiny. While VS believed he wouldn't buckle so easily, he knew that there were plenty of weird mech designers out there. Only one of them had to come up with a solution that completely suppressed or negated his design philosophy in order to set back his plans. Look, it's not that bad. Calabast attempted to reassure him. If the Hexers become convinced of the value of your mechs and design philosophy, it's possible that some of the hegemony's master mech designers are willing to provide you with help. VS raised a very skeptical eyebrow. Really? Perhaps not. Chapter 2242 Disunited Coalition. The realization that some of the best mech designers of the local star CLU.S. might become his adversaries put VS in a turbulent mood. It was already bad enough that the masters of the Friday Coalition focused their considerable abilities on countering his design philosophy. Now that he learned that notable masters and seniors from several other star sectors started gunning for his mechs as well, how could VS still maintain his composure? According to Calabast, there were several reasons why foreign masters wanted to develop a solution against his mechs. Their impact on the battlefield was considerable. Whereas the products of most other mech designers only strengthened a mech on an individual basis, VS realized mechs that acted as powerful force multipliers. In the Hex army, that meant that not just the Blessed Squire became stronger, but dozens of other mechs around it performed better. What was worse was that the Fridayman mech pilots that faced the Blessed Squire performed a little worse as well. This meant that just a modest investment in a couple of Blessed Squires was enough to completely transform the battle performance of several mech companies. Even compared to other utility-oriented mechs that existed to support other friendly mechs, this level of improvement was too efficient. What if VS rode on the coattails of his amazing accomplishments in the Komodo War and introduced his fearsome second-class mechs in other star sectors? The old and formidable mech designers who advanced all the way to master possessed formidable intellects and grand visions towards the future. Once VS and his remarkable design philosophy fully came to their attention, how could they possibly sit still and remain complacent? Even if VS never intended to expand his reach to their star sectors, those masters would not assume that their states were safe. If their enemies suddenly deployed a lot of mechs with glows at once, then it was too late to begin with designing counters. This partially tied into the second reason why foreign masters wanted to make a move. Of the two states vying for dominance in the Komodo star sector, one of them was fairly normal and the other one consisted of crazy female supremacists. Who would they rather want as a neighbor? Certainly not the latter. Calabast put it very succinctly. From the perspective of Vicious Mountain and Majestic Teal, an outright Hexer victory is the worst-case scenario. Even though the victorious Hexadric hegemony will need to spend a lot of time to recover from the war and digest all of its new territories, once this period of weakness has passed, the state will become incredibly formidable. With aggressive and ambitious leaders in charge, there is a significant chance the hegemony will start to intrude into other star sectors. VS could easily imagine this outcome. Defeating the Friday Coalition would vindicate all of the Hexer matriarchs who pushed for war. The Hexers as a whole would likely develop an overinflated sense of confidence in themselves and eagerly push to continue their expansion. Compared to the threat of the Hexadric hegemony, foreign states vastly prefer to see the Friday Coalition win. She continued. The state is a friendly and open trading partner that doesn't discriminate against anyone. What is even better is that the coalition is what its name says it is, a conglomeration of different powers with their own separate identities. I see what you are getting at. Ves made another realization. The Friday Coalition only came together in order to resist the overwhelming might of the hexadric hegemony. Once their greatest enemy is eliminated, there is no acute threat to bind them together anymore. Only the faint threat from Vicious Mountain and Majestic Teal might ensure that the coalition will exist, but the alliances between partners will certainly become frayed. Having interacted with several Friday men in the past, Ves knew that they considered themselves citizens of the Gage dynasty or Carnegie Group first. The label of Friday Man came second. Internal tensions between the coalition partners would certainly exacerbate after winning the Komodo War. The division of territories that used to belong to the hegemony would likely cause every partner to develop a lot of acrimony against each other. Calabas laid out a pessimistic scenario. The Friday Coalition's inherent division and disunity is something that foreign states very much like to see. The coalition partners would have no energy to cast their ambitions to other star sectors, as they are fully invested in competing against each other. Perhaps the coalition might even break up as every partner turns into an independent state. At that point, the newly declared states such as the Kansa clan or the Vanguard group may still have the strength to call themselves a second-rate state, but their ability to project power would sink to the bottom. This was similar to the chaotic situation of second-rate states in Majestic Teal. There were many second-rate states there, but none of them equaled the mighty Garland Empire of Vicious Mountain. Instead of doing something sensible such as uniting together, the top powers of Majestic Teal mostly played games against each other. The collapse of the coalition will make it easier for an ambitious foreign state such as the Garland Empire to invade the Komodo Star sector, Ves observed. Right. While the Garland Empire is embroiled in its own problems and doesn't have that much energy to invade other star sectors, it will be different if the Komodo Star sector becomes too weak. Every warlord and faction in Vicious Mountain will definitely agree to set aside their rivalries in favor of pouncing on a weak but juicy prey. What makes you think the Friday Coalition will follow this trajectory? Ves asked in doubt. Surely the leaders of the coalition partners should know that they still need to present a united front against external enemies. The hegemony is the closest but not their only danger. Calabas smirked and twirled her hair with her fingers. You'd be surprised at how short-sighted and selfish people can be. The leaders entrusted with responsibility do not always exercise their duties on behalf of their constituents. Many times, they can't resist the temptation to abuse their power for personal gain, even if it comes at the expense of the people who trust them to act responsibly. I'm already familiar with the agency problem. However, I find it hard to imagine that the leaders of the coalition are stupid enough to risk weakening their strongest guarantee of safety in order to compete for minor benefits for their own power base. Greed can lead straight to ruination if you allow others to take everything away. You're right, Ves. Normally, the leaders of the Friday Coalition should have the prudence to know their limits. From the lens of the agency problem, these higher-ups do not want to collapse the system that enriched them. They will make sure to find a state of balance where they can fill their pockets as much as possible without pushing them over the edge of a cliff. Calabas briefly chuckled. However, what if an outsider sneaks up from behind and gives them a push? Ves realized the danger of this scenario. Divide and conquer, kid. It's one of the oldest tricks in the book, she remarked. The Friday Coalition is made up of 6 different partners, of which the Gage dynasty and the Kansa clan is quite powerful. If the Friday Coalition ever wins the war, Gage and Kansa will definitely retain the most strength. The Vermeer Group and Carnegie Group used to exist as middleweight partners, but after suffering so many Hexer offensives, their strength will drop considerably. As for the Vanguard Group and the Puffer clan, the 2 coalition partners have already been in decline for a very long time. Ves imagined the situation in the event the Friday Coalition won the Komodo War. Gage and Kansa would definitely retain a lot of military and economic power. In contrast, Vermeer and Carnegie would likely join the ranks of Vanguard and Puffer as weakened coalition partners. Even if the 4 weaklings of the coalitions banded together, they might still not be able to overcome the collective might of Gage and Kansu. What if the 2 giants decided to swallow the 4 weaklings? Depending on how much damage Vermeer and Carnegie suffered, this scenario might very well unfold immediately after defeating the Hexers. If the leaders of the 2 giants truly wanted to enact this plan, then it was not in their interests to allow the Friday Coalition to crush the Hexadric hegemony. Instead, in the first half of the Komodo War, Gage and Kansu would secretly cheer if the Hexers managed to rampage through Vermeer and Carnegie's space. The more territories the Hexers ravaged, the easier it was for Gage and Kansu to cannibalize their former allies. Ves grew shocked and numbed at the audacity of such an ambitious plan. Such a scheme was too outrageous. Best of all, the Gage dynasty and the Kansu clan didn't necessarily have to make any deliberate plots. They could fight the Hexers normally without drawing any suspicion and still fail to repel their enemies from the territories of the weaker partners. Of course, there was a risk that the Hexers would gain an even greater amount of momentum and become too strong for the rest of the Friday Coalition to defeat. Gage and Kansu needed to make some very careful choices over the course of the Komodo War. As for the smaller partners, there was no doubt that they were cognizant of the possibility of being devoured by their former allies. There was no way that Vermeer, Carnegie, Vanguard and Puffer would allow the 2 behemoths in the coalition to profit off their misfortune. How could these 4 weak partners possibly make up for the shortfall in strength? By inviting allies. As long as they managed to partner up with powerful outsiders, the 4 weak coalition partners would be able to resist getting annexed after the Komodo War. The only problem was that borrowing the strength of foreign states came at a hefty cost. If the weaker coalition partners weren't careful enough, they might be devoured by their new friends. Calabash flicked her finger against his forehead. Don't think too much. You're just a mech designer, not a politician. I'm the clan patriarch. Ves defended himself. You're just a mech designer who just happens to assume some responsibility. That does not turn you into the second coming of Senator Tovar. Calabash corrected. The people in charge of the Friday Coalition aren't blind to all of these considerations. It's just that there are no good options sometimes. Even if it's dangerous for the Friday men to ally themselves with foreigners, the threat of Hexer conquest is a more acute threat. We'll see how the war unfolds in the coming months and years. As for you, just concentrate on designing your mechs. This was politics and statesmanship on a grander scale. The current Larkinson clan was simply too inconsequential to become one of the main players. Only Ves was able to exert a bit of influence over these events due to the considerable effectiveness of his mechs. Chapter 2243 Beneficial Competition. He had to admit that Calabash opened his eyes to the greater considerations of the Komodo War. The process and outcome of the war not only affected the locals, but also their neighbors. With so many interests mingling and colliding with each other, it took someone much more adept in politics to make sense of this murky swamp. At his level, Ves could only look out for himself and the Larkinson clan while trying his best to give the Hexadric hegemony a leg up. There was only so much his unique mechs could do to swing the geopolitical situation. He eventually shrugged. Whatever. I'll just do what I can from my corner. Even if the Friday men call upon their allies, the Hexers won't overlook this possibility. The Friday men had always been better at diplomacy than their Hexer counterparts. Ves found it a bit distressing that the Hexers never adopted a friendlier face towards outsiders. Instead, the Hexers always sneered or condescended the way that every other state aside from their own treated men as equals to women. Even if forging a couple of allies was in their best interest, the female supremacists simply couldn't get past their dogma in order to present a friendlier image of themselves. Goddamn bigots! Ves quietly cursed. Why are you making it hard for me to ensure my mother's continued existence? If any foreigners wanted to meddle in the Komodo War and lend a hand to the Friday Coalition, Ves would definitely add their names to his list. Whether he would follow up on them and teach them a lesson depended on the circumstances. From a mech designer's perspective, competition was a natural process to their profession. No mech designer sold mechs in isolation. Each successful product merited at least some response from the designers of competing mech models. Therefore, it was not particularly wrong for foreign mech designers to develop mechs that targeted his own work. No mech designer would experience much pressure to improve and push their limits if they did not feel the need to go through all of that trouble. Ves immediately felt the difference. Ever since he resumed working on his projects, he forced himself to work much harder. The urgency of the situation and the importance of delivering products that could withstand the upcoming competition caused him to neglect his other priorities in favor of focusing fully on progressing his mech designs. Fortunately, he was not the only one who became fired up. When Ves shared his understanding of the competition they faced, Gloriana became eager to see how her mechs compared against the machines that their adversaries came up with. As someone who constantly pursued perfection, there was no better lesson to learn from than failure. "I don't mind Friday Man Masters picking my finished work apart," her physical projection calmly stated during one of their private design sessions. "I am not blind to my inadequacies. There is no reason for me to feel that I am the best mech designer when I'm only a journeyman. Obtaining the personal tutelage of a master mech designer is one of the most difficult forms of assistance that mech designers can obtain. Even I failed to get apprenticed to a master from the hegemony. Now there are dozens, if not more masters emerging out of the woodwork who plan to teach us a lesson." Both of them were of the same mind, it seemed. Ves was worried whether Gloriana might buckle under the pressure, but it seemed she wasn't as fragile as he thought. Her immense belief in her own design philosophy provided her with a very strong backbone. As a result, either became depressed. Instead of looking at this development as a threat, they instead preferred to see it as an opportunity. Normally, the phrase teaching a lesson entailed beating someone up. Certainly, no journeyman liked to get bullied by a master, let alone several gangs of masters. That did not mean that the beatings that Ves and Gloriana would endure were senseless. As long as they set their egos aside and studied how the masters picked apart the flaws of their mech designs, the pair would definitely be able to come up with something better next time. There were already clear signs that a number of formidable mech designers started working on researching a counter to glows. "There are a lot of mech designers and mech companies who have licensed our mech designs all of a sudden," Gavin excitedly reported one day. "At least half of our new customers are Friday men, but there are plenty of vicious mountaineers and majestic tealers. There are even mech designers from Winged Serenade trying to figure out what makes our product tick." This amounted to a lot of money pouring into the coffers of the LMC. Just a single Doom Guard license cost 400 million hex credits. This was a considerable amount of money to most people, but not enough to trouble masters and state-backed mech institutions. Therefore, all of these masters and organizations who licensed the Doom Guard also picked up some other licenses along the way. The Desolate Soldier, the Aurora Titan, and many other LMC mechs presented a lot of research value to those who set out to counter them. How could they defeat their targets without knowing what they were dealing with? A lot of Friday Man and foreign masters simply decided to license the LMC's entire mech catalog. Ves shook at the thought of how much money that entailed. How much money does that entail? It's only been a few days, but we have almost ACCU.mule at 1 trillion hex credits. While the rate of licensing has slowed down since the initial wave, we project that we'll be able to earn another 1 trillion hex credits in the next couple of months. In fact, we predict that when your Valkyrie Redeemer model successfully debuts on the battlefield, we might see another spike in licensing depending on its battle performance. Only a few months ago, earning 1 trillion hex credits sounded like a distant dream. VS had to make a very cumbersome deal with Diva in order to obtain a factory ship that was worth this amount of money. He had to win a nigh impossible design duel against Jovi Armelon, whose design philosophy consisted of outright cheating, in order to earn another trillion credits. Those were very exceptional circumstances that couldn't be repeated. VS had to rely on the LMC's regular mech sales to slowly fill up his coffers. He did not expect that the sudden demand for his licenses would present him with another trillion hex credits, with an additional sum of money to follow. For a moment, VS felt bewildered. He looked at the projection of his assistant in a daze. "What do you want to do with the money, boss? The Larkinson Assembly has already come up with a lot of ideas. Some of the assemblymen want us to procure better combat carriers. Others want to use the money to order another capital ship. Right now, the debate is centered around whether to spend the extra trillion on a fleet carrier or an arc ship." VS abruptly shook his head. "It's not a good idea to expand our fleet too rapidly. I think it's best to transition to the sh.i.p.s we have already ordered first before looking ahead. It's a very daunting operation to move from our old third-class sh.i.p.s and become accustomed to operating second-class sh.i.p.s. Don't touch the money and put it into our reserves. I'll discuss the matter with the Larkinson Assembly after I return from the Nixian Gap." "Do you at least have a preliminary idea on how to spend that money?" "I am not against procuring other capital sh.i.p.s, Benny. It is just that now is not the time. As for my choice of sh.i.p.s, I think we should continue to invest in increasing our security and deterrence factor. Arc sh.i.p.s sound nice, but they don't have that much combat value. I'm more inclined to go for a fleet carrier." VS wanted to invest heavily into a good fleet carrier. The vessel needed to be bigger than his upcoming factory ship in order to accommodate as many mechs on a long-term basis as possible. This was why he believed that investing 1 trillion hex credits was not sufficient. Fleet carriers were the closest equivalents to Warsh.I.P.S to many people. They were more than mech transporters. Not only did they feature an incredibly resilient structure, they were expressly designed to support the functioning of bunkers mechs as much as possible without breaking the rules. This meant that a fully crewed and outfitted fleet carrier effectively functioned like an armed cruiser. All of the mechs that fired from the hull bunkers took on the role of secondary weapon batteries. If not for the lack of primary weapon mounts such as Omega lasers or spinal-mounted kinetic weapons, a fleet carrier might be enough to threaten genuine Warsh.I.P.S. "Let's not get ahead of ourselves," VS warned his assistant. "Make sure the Larkinsons on your side don't entertain any delusions." "Understood. I'll be sure to tell the other clansmen that we need to hang on to the money." Even after the call had ended, VS still felt the situation was a bit surreal. In truth, his situation wasn't actually rare in the mech industry. Any powerful mech designer immediately earned a windfall whenever they published a good mech. Developing effective responses to the most popular and successful mech models was actually a productive interaction that benefited both sides. Of course, VS and Gloriana had to be good enough to endure the pressure. There was no doubt that their works would become irrelevant if they failed to keep up with the competition. Due to the stimulation of increased competition, the pair invested a lot more passion and enthusiasm in designing their next mechs. Both the Valkyrie Redeemer project and the Cat's Paw project benefited considerably from their heightened motivation. The former especially became a priority. The Hex Army's growing demand for the Blessed Squire vindicated their beliefs that their products could make a difference in the Komodo War. The medium aerial Marauder mech served a very different role from the Blessed Squire. Intended to be piloted by female hexers, the highly mobile mech was meant to skirt around the main engagements that involved a huge amount of mechs. For this reason, the Valkyrie Redeemer had to become as self-sufficient as possible. It had to be versatile enough to fend off a variety of threats while being able to run away from opponents that were too strong to defeat. This was a very different approach from the Blessed Squire, which was almost completely incapable of fighting on its own. Even a squad of Blessed Squires couldn't achieve much aside from standing their ground and passing their energy to each other. So far, the design process went well. The Valkyrie Redeemer was not actually that complicated. Ves and Gloriana mainly struggled to fit in as many features and as possible into an aerial frame that was designed with mobility in mind. Fortunately, Hexers were quite generous when it came to the budgets of female mechs. Since they were piloted by women, they needed to be strong enough to reflect the superiority of their gender. After a bit of back and forth with Diva, Ves and Gloriana eventually decided to set the maximum budget at 400 million hex credits. This was double the budget of the Blessed Squire. Even though the supportive Knight mech was considerably larger and more massive, the faster and nimbler Valkyrie Redeemer would nonetheless make use of better components, many of which were miniaturized to a greater degree. Our Valkyrie Redeemer needs no support in order to pay for its cost, Ves confidently stated. Only a small squad of Valkyrie Redeemers is enough to harass the Friday men from range or up close. A small problem soon arose after their design project advanced past a certain stage. While there wasn't much of a problem to arm their Valkyrie Redeemer with a pulse submachine gun, integrating its spear and shield combination was another matter. Chapter 2244 Light Cavalry. Pairing the soaring Valkyrie Redeemer with a submachine gun granted the mech sufficient ranged firepower against opponents at medium range. Submachine guns, which were light enough to be wielded by a single mech arm if necessary, weren't known for their accuracy. Even though there was a lot of overlap these days, the mech industry still maintained a conscious distinction between various ranged weapon types. In general, rifles were quite effective at different ranges. They worked best at medium range, but did not become useless at longer or shorter ranges. Submachine guns didn't have to cover so much ground. In exchange for increasing their firing rate and decreasing the burden onto the mech, this class of weapons straightforwardly sacrificed long-range firepower in favor of increasing their effectiveness at shorter ranges. Their fairly constructed weapon frames made them very suitable for mechs that did not wish to lug around a big and cumbersome weapon. While the weapon lacked punch, this was a worthwhile trade-off to make. The Valkyrie Redeemer's range capabilities mainly served to give the mech some teeth against distant targets. In general, the mech pilots of the Marauder mechs could opt to harass their opponents at range or close in for an all-out charge. The latter option entailed a lot of risk. The female hexers would have to confront their enemies head-on. If they bit off more than they chewed, then it was quite dangerous to disengage and fly away. Therefore, the submachine gun played an important role in keeping the Valkyrie Redeemer relevant. Its firepower might be low, but the mech would not have to expose itself to a lot of danger to pressure their targets. Overall, the low burden imposed by the submachine gun meant the Valkyrie Redeemer possessed plenty of capacity to strengthen its melee combat capabilities. Since the Valkyrie Redeemer was an offensive mech, Ves and Gloriana had to make sure that it possessed enough power to defeat enemy mechs. Gloriana summed their objective. Different from skirmisher mechs, Marauder mechs are designed to confront their enemies head-on. The main challenge is that the latter mech type is plainly not good at defense. We have to combine its mobility and offensive power in a way that allows our Valkyrie Redeemer to fulfill its purpose while keeping it alive. Ordinary light mechs relied on their exceptional speed and evasion to avoid getting hit. One of the problems that the pair struggled with was that the Valkyrie Redeemer's size and mass put it firmly in the medium mech category. Even if it was on the lighter end of the medium weight class, the Valkyrie Redeemer was simply too sluggish to zip around like a nimble wasp. Its forward acceleration and top speed was rather respectable, but its lateral acceleration and reaction speed was not as good. Compared to other medium mechs, this was still a respectable level of performance, but the Valkyrie Redeemer would never be able to outrun or outdance a genuine light mech. This is why we paired this mech design with a shield, Gloriana pointed out. The shield doesn't have to be as big or cumbersome as a knight mech's tower shield. As long as its material composition is good enough, it will hold up against a fair amount of attacks the Valkyrie Redeemer is unable to dodge. Ves nodded in agreement. I don't have much of a problem with that. It will be fairly costly for the Hex army to replace or repair the spent shields after every sortie, but it's better than losing an entire mech. The Valkyrie Redeemer cost twice as much as a Blessed Squire, after all. It was very easy to destroy a lot of value if the Friday men managed to take this relatively fragile mech down. Of course, calling the mech fragile was only a relative description. Its thin, lightweight armor plating was still very tough. Due to the mech's penchant for charges, Ves and Gloriana made sure to strengthen the internal structure along with the exterior. Not only that, they made sure the mech was capable of enduring and absorbing a certain amount of shock. Yet there was only so much the armor could withstand attacks. The cost of improving the mech's defensive capabilities rose exponentially higher the further they progressed. There was no way 400 million hex credits could afford the kind of armor systems that were used in some of the premier hexer offensive mech models. Ves and Gloriana both began to theorize and simulate their options. Eventually, they came to an agreement that it was best for the mech to launch a single overwhelming attack before retreating immediately afterwards. It doesn't make much sense to turn the Valkyrie Redeemer into a duelist or a brawler. Gloriana shook her head. Compared to conventional offensive mechs, its relatively light armor means it can't exchange a lot of blows. The moment the Valkyrie Redeemer reaches its targets, it will likely lose most of its speed. The mech becomes very vulnerable to counterattacks at this stage. The safest condition for the Valkyrie Redeemer was if it flew low in the air. This allowed the Marauder mech to maximize its speed, provide it with a good view, remain out of range of land-bound melee mechs, and make it elusive enough to evade most hits from range. To put it in simpler terms, the Valkyrie Redeemer was safer in the air than on the ground. Landing its feet on a solid surface meant danger, as any land-bound mech could take the relatively fragile mech down. That said, the Valkyrie Redeemer wasn't safe in the air either. If it flew too high, it would just make it easier for ranged mechs spread across the battlefield to fire straight at the Marauder mech. This was why it was best for the mech to fly at extremely high altitudes or fairly low above the ground. Against aerial opponents, the Valkyrie Redeemer was already capable of holding its own. Its submachine gun posed a serious threat against any nimble light mech, while its spear and shield combination provided the Marauder mech with enough close-range capabilities to outfight most aerial mechs at point-blank range. It's the enemy land-bound mechs that pose the greatest threat to the Valkyrie Redeemer, Ves stated as he studied the projection of the incomplete design. Friday men mechs that aren't designed to fly aren't burdened with cumbersome flight systems. Their offense and defense is always considerably better than mechs with wings. It's a really poor idea to pit a hawk against a wolf. The latter was superior in almost every front except for flight ability. While the Friday Coalition boasted plenty of multi-environment mechs, they still relied a lot on mechs that specialized in land-bound combat. Entire mech regiments and mech divisions existed solely to put up the best possible fight on land. Marikath 3 showcased the great ability of the Opal Tridents to draw out the wrathful doves into a grueling battle of attrition with the help of its hardy and resilient land-bound mechs. Ves even admired many of those mechs. Some of the models were used throughout the entire Fortune Legion, while other models were specific to the Opal Tridents or individual mech regiments. Regardless of their ownership, the Friday Coalition's military mech designs were very good despite their great variety. Since his blessed squire, Valkyrie Redeemer, and other upcoming Hexer mechs were meant to confront these Friday-man mechs. Ves and Gloriana needed to make sure their mechs could keep up in terms of performance. Generally, we need to work together with specialists in melee combat and employ a considerable number of design teams in order to optimize the upfront combat capabilities of the Valkyrie Redeemer, Gloriana noted. That was impractical to their current situation. The assistant mech designers they hired so far were only qualified to work on their minor design projects. As for working alongside competent mech designers who specialized in melee combat, which Hexer would possibly cooperate with a male mech designer? Ves seriously doubted whether any Hexer senior or master was capable of treating a boy like him as an equal partner. Soliciting the help of non-Hexers was not on the table. Every Hexer mech design commissioned by Diva involved a lot of confidential and exclusive tech and components. In short, making their Marauder mech good at upfront combat was not a viable option. This was why they fully committed the Valkyrie Redeemer melee options to delivering a single overwhelming strike before quickly moving on. In that regard, the mech partially took on the role of a Lancer mech. Ves rubbed his smooth-shaven chin in thought. This is fine, but the Valkyrie Redeemer doesn't perform as well as a specialized Lancer mech. It's a bit more agile, to be sure, but it doesn't have the frontal armor and other attributes to break through a solid defense line. The Valkyrie Redeemer doesn't have to take on such a tough target, Ves. The Bright Warriors in their Lancer configurations have done an admirable job with charging straight through formations of pirate mechs, but the disparity between the Larkinson clan and the typical pirate group is massive. That's not the case in the Komodo War. I hate to admit it, but the mechs of the Coalition are just as good as the mechs of the Hegemony. Of course, in her opinion, Hexer mechs were always better than their Friday man equivalent. Regardless, she was right. True Lancer mechs played the role of heavy cavalry. They were built solely to accelerate forward and build up a considerable amount of momentum. Their main objective was to punch through vulnerable enemy formations and open up gaps to be exploited by other elements. This did not fit the Valkyrie Redeemer's battle profile. If this Marauder mech attempted to charge straight into a defensive line, then it was highly likely that it would be attacked on all sides once it delivered its charge. The more enemies it faced, the greater its disadvantage. Ideally, the mech adopted the role of light cavalry. The Valkyrie Redeemer was supposed to steer clear of large groups of enemies and instead hunted for isolated patrols and vulnerable supply vehicles. If their Marauder mech was just supposed to fulfill a flanking role, then Ves believed that it didn't need to be as powerful as a genuine Lancer mech. Once they finalized this decision, the pair optimized the mech structure and weapon handling to enable it to deliver a swift and decent charge, especially when it descended from above. This was quite difficult. Ves needed to pair the mech with a fairly long lance that was quite strong but heavy in order to endure successive powerful charges. Designing a mech designed to charge enemies from above caused Ves to recall one of his older works. Gloriana noticed his distraction. "What are you thinking about?" "Huh! Oh, noting, haha!" For some reason, Ves thought back on one of his more eccentric mech designs. The Lady Deathsheal was a particularly remarkable mech that he designed in his early years. Transforming its feet into a giant spike so that the Lady Deathsheal could charge straight down onto a vulnerable surface target was a very original implementation. If the devastating charge of this mech didn't finish off a target, then the mech could always bash its impaled victim with its hammer to finish the job. For a moment, Ves felt tempted to bring up this old work of his to Gloriana. Since he published it onto a pseudonym account, he was pretty sure his lover wasn't familiar with it. Now that he thought about it, the Lady Deathsheal was very compatible with Hexer sensibilities. Ves had a faint suspicion that the female Hexers would love to pilot a mech that was able to deliver death from above by impaling their opponents with a giant spiky heel. He shuddered. Some mechs were simply too horrible to introduce to the galaxy. He had no idea what hexers would do with a mech that possessed such an unusual feature, but he was sure that they would definitely go overboard with impaling enemy mechs. Chapter 2245 Starburst Module. Turning the Valkyrie Redeemer into the second coming of the Lady Death's heel was impractical. It may have worked in the simplified setting of virtual reality, but modern mechs were considerably hardier. It took quite some effort to pierce through the armor of second-class mechs. When VS performed some quick calculations and simulations with his implant, he realized that a dive attack with a weaponized pair of legs would more likely crumple the Valkyrie Redeemer than its target. This was because the Valkyrie Redeemer was too light. VS would need to re-engineer the mech's entire frame to withstand the immense forces that came from underneath. While he estimated it would be possible to do so, it would come at the cost of almost every other advantage of the mech. He resolutely shelved this idea aside. From a practical standpoint, such a mech was too specialized and monotonous for his liking. As a mech designed to fight as an independent flanking element, the machine needed to possess at least some versatility in order to respond to various threats. Even if the current configuration did not give his Marauder mech a lot of pronounced advantages, its current toolkit at least boosted its survival rate, which was very important for independent mechs. Speaking of survival, one of the most precarious moments the Valkyrie Redeemer could end up in was when it had just completed a charging dive attack. Once it stopped on the ground, it would take at least a few seconds for the Marauder mech to leap back into the air. He turned to Gloriana's physical projection. "I think it's best to add a disengagement tool to the mech. You know as well as I do that our mech is at its most vulnerable when it is stationary, and that happens to be the moment when it has just rammed its spear through a target or the ground." His partner gazed towards the incomplete design schematic. "We've used up all of the capacity of the mech. If we add an extra module, its mass and power draw will increase to an unacceptable degree. It's a tool of last resort. Against weaker targets, the Valkyrie Redeemer shouldn't have to make use of such an ability. I only want to provide our mech with some additional help in case it has landed in hot water." As a mech designer, VS needed to know his audience. Though he couldn't claim to know hexer mech pilots in depth, he performed enough study and made enough observations to know that female hexer mech pilots tended to be aggressive by nature. Their upbringing, training, and combat doctrine all caused them to grow overconfident. Certainly, the women would probably learn to respect the Friday men properly once the Komodo War dragged on, but until then VS expected many of these female tyrants to die ignoble deaths on the battlefield. VS did not believe he could single-handedly stop this foolhardiness. He merely wanted to avoid blame when the Valkyrie Redeemer finally began to field it. He was sure that the Hex Army would assign some of its most hot-headed female hexers to pilot this mech. If those idiotic women began to drive themselves to their deaths in droves, it would definitely lead to a strong degree of pushback towards his involvement in the Komodo War. After a bit of persuasion, Gloriana came around to the idea. She added some caveats, however. "Let's limit our selection to a smaller auxiliary module. I don't want to ruin the sweet spot that we have already managed to settle upon." Finding a good balance between offense, defense, and mobility was crucial to the Valkyrie Redeemer. Adding some utility to the mix would disrupt this beneficial balance. VS did not look worried. "We don't need a module that needs to be active every time, so it doesn't have to be too big. What we do need is something that is potent in the few times it's activated. This is a life-saving tool that needs to work in the most dangerous moments. We'll have to find something that is based on cartridges. The endurance and energy efficiency of our mech is not that great, and the value of our mech will drop considerably if its effective deployment time is lowered even further." Independent flanking mechs were designed to roam in the sides and outskirts of an active war zone. They needed to remain in the field for at least several hours to half a day in order to be worthwhile. Ves and Gloriana proceeded to search through the Hex Army's internal mech catalog. Though they did not have access to the full range of exclusive Hexer components, the list of auxiliary components provided them with sufficient options. The pair eventually settled on the Starburst S*TC343XZ. Odd model name aside, the Starburst was a disengagement module that worked similar to a flash bang and a smoke bomb. Upon activating it, the Starburst released a strong but short-ranged ECM pulse around the mech. At the same time, it also released a burst of short-duration interference particles. Due to its small size and capacity, the Starburst was only effective for an instant, and its disruptive effects only worked at short range. It was only effective on land and would not do much in aerial clashes. This was sufficient. What the Valkyrie Redeemer feared the most was getting struck by a strong blow shortly after landing. Adding the Starburst module to the Valkyrie Redeemer resulted in few issues. Its small size and limited capabilities did not fundamentally alter the current mech design's sweet spot. Sadly, the new auxiliary feature came with a very restrictive limitation. It could only hold 3 cartridges. Once the Valkyrie Redeemer activated the Starburst module 3 times, it could only replenish this function by going back for resupply. 3 times is enough, Ves affirmed. If the Valkyrie Redeemer had to activate the Starburst 3 times, its energy reserves should have probably dipped considerably. Without sufficient energy, the mech wouldn't be able to fly much longer. There was no cooldown to the Starburst module either. If the Valkyrie Redeemer just needed to obtain some extra assurances, it could just activate this function once. If the Marauder mech happened to land straight into a prepared ambush or something, then the mech pilot could always expend all 3 cartridges at once, thereby producing an incredibly bright and confusing spectacle. There was another downside to the Starburst module, though. Since much of its effectiveness depended on consumable cartridges, their cost was considerable. Each activation of the Starburst module consumed a considerable amount of hex credits, though the exact cost varied depending on where it was produced. Supplying them to the front was another issue. Ves wasn't sure how widespread the Starburst module was being used in other Hexer mech models, but he didn't believe it was ubiquitous. "You don't have to worry about this problem," Gloriana reassured him. "As long as the battle effectiveness of our mech design is good enough, the Hex Army will definitely invest enough logistical capacity." If the Blessed Squire was any indication, the Hexers might embrace the Valkyrie Redeemer with just as much enthusiasm. From what Ves had learned of Hexers, they were similar to the Ilvanans in their reverence for design spirits that affirmed their beliefs. Whether the Hexers were secular or religious, they all revered the Superior Mother as a symbol and an ideal. The particularly strong reaction among the soldiers of the Wrathful Doves towards the Blessed Squire proved that the Superior Mother strongly resonated with them. The nature of design spirits meant that Ves would always be able to achieve more results with people who held distinct values. Religion was one of the easiest ways for him to find common ground with a specific target audience. Therefore, even if the Valkyrie Redeemer design did not immediately stand out performance-wise, Ves still believed the Hexers would still embrace the distinctive mech design. With all of the design choices they made, the direction of their mech design was pretty much set. From a technical perspective, the remainder of the design process did not require any further pivotal decisions. Ves and Gloriana could pretty work on it on autopilot as they only needed to solve the smaller, more immediate problems. At this stage of the design project, the Valkyrie Redeemer acquired enough of a spiritual foundation for Ves to mold some spiritual constructs. He grinned. The experiments he performed on his test subjects vastly expanded his understanding of spirituality and spiritual constructs. He gained a lot of clarity on how spiritual energy behaved, and he discovered many useful interactions that produced specific effects. Even though the spiritual foundation of a mech design was different from the spirituality of a living human, They were based on the same building blocks. Plenty of time had passed since the start of the Valkyrie Redeemer project for VS to come up with some good ideas on how to develop its triggered abilities. Though VS wanted to discuss them with Gloriana, he was very reluctant to do so through the Dark Break module. He would definitely reveal too many secrets to Master Willix and the MTA if he began to mention anything about spiritual engineering. Fortunately, Gloriana understood him quite well. He only had to give her a slightly meaningful look for her to respond with a trusting smile. They did not need to exchange any words. With Gloriana concentrating on integrating and perfecting the technical elements of the mech design, VS proceeded to manipulate the Valkyrie Redeemer's spiritual foundation with an open mind. All of this was still new to him. What troubled him most was that there wasn't a convenient way to test his implementations until the prototype phase. The mathematical models that supported the virtual simulations were only able to calculate defined variables. Against something that was as obscure and unknown as triggered abilities, not even VS could come up with an accurate mathematical model. He still hadn't developed a sufficient theoretical foundation of spirituality. Even so, it was not as if he had been doing anything different in his previous designs. He usually possessed enough confidence that his spiritual implementations would work out as expected. It was just that the stakes were very high and the uncertainty was greater than usual. He could not afford to botch his additions. They played such a key role to the battle performance of the Valkyrie Redeemer that their absence would instantly cause the mech to lose 10 to 20% of its value. As VS initially envisioned, he added the Marked for Death ability first. The implementation of it was fairly simple. Instead of radiating the mech's glow around it like a sphere, the ability sought to concentrate this output and turn a blazing sun into a concentrated laser. He hoped to increase the intensity and range of the Valkyrie Redeemer's death-oriented glow in this fashion. To form this triggered ability, VS created a meticulous spiritual construct that looked like a strong and straight spear. He molded its surface and proportions in order to create a specific impression of a thrown spear that would spell death to anyone who had been struck with its tip. His mind went a little fuzzy during this spiritual design session. He relied on intuition, feeling, his shallow understanding of spirituality, and plain old trial and error to achieve the outcome he wanted. When VS believed the spiritual construct came into form, he took a step back and evaluated the death spear. It radiated supremacy, control, and death. The spiritual spear actually contained 3 spiritual attributes instead of 1. This was because it did not consist of one spiritual construct but actually 3 of them put together. This was another innovation he came up with during his previous experiments. While it was all well and good to develop spiritual constructs that embodied a single spiritual attribute, what if he wanted to develop something more complex? What if he wanted to make use of several spiritual attributes? The solution seemed obvious. He could just form several spiritual constructs and assemble them together into a compound construct. The result this time was a spear tip that represented death, a shaft that contained supremacy, and a grip that embodied control. With 3 of them combined, VS believed he nailed the first triggered ability of the Valkyrie Redeemer. Chapter 2246 Hi. Combining several spiritual constructs with different properties together was a basic application of spiritual engineering. Since physical objects consisted of different materials, why shouldn't spiritual objects be the same? This was a very simple feat of engineering, yet it wasn't as clear-cut as it seemed with regards to spiritual engineering. When VS concentrated his mind and studied the grand dynamo that churned out lots of spiritual energy in his mind, he was amazed at how it consisted of one seamless construct. Despite its apparent simplicity, it was nonetheless capable of performing many different functions. The spiritual engineering principles used in the creation of the Grand Dynamo were obviously much more sophisticated than what he came up with. Ves had barely come any closer to deciphering its mechanisms from when he initially obtained this reward. It was like comparing the wall painting of caveman to a vivid, modern projected image. Well, I have to start somewhere, he sighed. He did not think his implementation was weak or ineffective. It may be rough, but its relatively simplicity meant that there were fewer ways it could go wrong. Ves had a good feeling about the death spear when he observed it with his spiritual senses. The only downside was that the compound's spiritual construct already took up a considerable amount of real estate. While he could have used spiritual energy to form the death spear, Ves wanted to beef it up in order to resist any attempts at weakening the Valkyrie Redeemer's most important spiritual tool. The Marked for Death ability not only allowed the Valkyrie Redeemer to stand out from other aerial flanker and harasser machines, but considerably increased the success rate of an all-out dive attack. Ves made sure to emphasize 3 different aspects in the formation of the Death Spear. First, it had to induce a sense of imminent death against the target. Second, it had to provide the mech pilot with enough control to affect the right target. Third, the suppressive glow had to be strong enough to resist any interference and overcome any hindrances. Ves looked forward to seeing whether he attained all 3 goals once the project proceeded to the prototype testing phase. There's still room for another ability, he thought. Inducing the terror of death in someone augmented the offensive capabilities of his mech. There was no need for him to strengthen it further. What Ves sought to do instead was to enhance the survival of the mech. Even if it was a medium mech, the Valkyrie Redeemer could not take a lot of hits. This was one of its biggest shortcomings, and something that concerned him quite often whenever he worked on the design. The problem was that the Death Spear already took up quite a lot of spiritual capacity. The spiritual foundation of a mech could only support a limited amount of spiritual constructs before starting to lose too much strength. Going any further would be no different from trying to build a castle above a couple of wooden twigs. The entire layout was liable to collapse. He couldn't create something as strong as the Death Spear, but he didn't need to, in his opinion. Ever since he and his partner added the Starburst module to the Valkyrie Redeemer, Ves mulled over whether he should add a spiritual dimension to this disengagement tool. The strong but localized ECM pulse along with the spontaneous release of disruptive energy particles were mainly targeted towards confusing various sensors. Each activation momentarily overwhelmed various kinds of optical sensors, heat sensors, acoustic sensors and so on, thereby preventing the enemies of the Valkyrie Redeemer to track its subsequent movements for at least a second. However, the Starburst module possessed a fatal flaw that caused the Hex army to limit its implementation. It did not disturb a prepared and well-trained opponent. Mechs were controlled by humans. The Starburst module only confused the former, but not the latter. Certainly, if the enemy mech pilots did not anticipate getting hit by a burst of disruption, they would probably grow muddled for a moment, giving the Valkyrie Redeemer ample time to escape. Yet Ves did not believe that the Friday men would remain ignorant for long. With the Blessed Squire making such a huge impact on both sides, he believed the Valkyrie Redeemer would definitely attract a lot of attention. It would be quite bad if the Friday men mech pilots studied the Valkyrie Redeemer's properties and memorized how to fight the Marauder mech. Against elite and prepared enemy mech pilots, they could just shield their sensors beforehand or simply let them get blinded while launching their attacks blindly. In such a critical situation, a triggered ability which allowed the Valkyrie Redeemer to induce a spiritual shock to nearby enemies could be a lifesaver. Living through several successive mastery experiences provided him with a deep understanding of the importance of rhythm and focus. Disrupting them with a sharp spiritual shock was enough to make enemy mech pilots pause, and at a crucial timing this was enough to allow the Valkyrie Redeemer to retreat unscathed. When it came to triggered abilities, VS had learned that symbolism and intent mattered the most. The constructs he shaped carried his touch, and therefore his framework on how they were supposed to work. To put it simpler, as long as VS believed something would happen, a well-designed construct would do its best to make it happen. Of course, it wasn't as simple as he sounded. There were many nuances and unknown variables at play that VS did not fully grasp. He could only resort to trial and effort to come up with a viable spiritual construct. He initially started to form a spiritual construct in the form of a bomb or an explosive. However, VS did not wish to risk the construct blowing up and dealing damage to the Valkyrie Redeemer's spiritual foundation. He experimented with other constructs before he settled on creating a traditional bell. As long as the bell rang once, the spiritual construct released a pulsing wave that was supposed to shock anyone within the range of the Valkyrie Redeemer's glow. The soul bell consisted of two spiritual constructs. The main body was filled with death attributes in order to induce fear, while the clapper that was responsible for ringing the bell compressed the active effect in a pulsing wave. The soul bell wasn't strong if it was constantly active. VS overcame this problem by designing the spiritual construct in a way that allowed it to emulate its energy. Once the mech pilot triggered the ability, the bell immediately rang, thereby releasing all of the pent-up energy at once. He called it the shock pulse. One of the most crucial properties of this shock pulse ability was that it aimed squarely towards non-hexers. Any hexer or believer in the superior mother should be able to remain unaffected, which was very important as VS did not wish for the mech pilot of the Valkyrie Redeemer to pause at the crucial moment of activation. VS hoped that this implementation was sufficient to disrupt any nearby enemy. The Valkyrie Redeemer would be able to activate this ability to facilitate its retreat as well as its advance. The mech doesn't necessarily have to leap back into the air. It can also perform a follow-up attack. At this point, VS believed the Valkyrie Redeemer could accommodate no more triggered abilities without weakening its fundamentals. That was unacceptable. I wonder how they will hold up against any possible counters to my mech, he whispered. He could no longer assume that glows would be able to empower the users of his mechs with impunity. Once the masters who targeted his design philosophy rolled out their counter designs, VS was not certain whether the two triggered abilities of the Valkyrie Redeemer would function correctly under adverse circumstances. Nonetheless, he did not believe that any competitor could negate his glows entirely. If mech designers were able to completely negate each other's specialty, then why develop in the first place? In every conflict he studied, he rarely encountered any mention where the work of one mech designer completely negated a specialty. Nonetheless, he knew too little about masters to say for sure. VS felt grateful that he came up with the Sanctuary project. Designing a mech that was expressly designed to counter his own work seemed crazy at first, but with the advent of competition, it was actually quite a clever response. The difference between his own counter and the counter developed by his competitors was that he exerted no control over the latter. He couldn't just call Master Olsen and beg her to take it easy on his mechs. In contrast, selling the Sanctuary mechs to the market would ensure that VS would be able to control exactly when glows worked and when they were suppressed. The hidden backdoors and rules that he planned to add to the Sanctuary would make sure of that. Most of the counters developed by masters probably ended up in the military rather than the private sector. As long as the Sanctuary offered the best value for money, VS would definitely be able to gain a lot of market share of mechs that countered his glows. Now that VS completed the triggered abilities of the Valkyrie Redeemer, he felt tempted to do the same to his other projects. Some of them were a bit further ahead than others, but they had all progressed to the point where VS was able to play with their spiritual foundations. Gloriana picked up his exhaustion and excitement when they next contacted each other. Her physical projection stepped close to his and touched his arm. Ves felt a strong pressure on his skin, which caused him to look at her in puzzlement. "This isn't supposed to happen. Why is your touch so strong?" She grinned at him. "I upgraded the physical projection tech of my stateroom aboard the Stellar Chaser. Doesn't that sound great?" "High-quality physical projection machines are expensive. Why would you possibly spend so much money?" Ves frowned. "To do this." She snapped her fingers. A smell suddenly tickled his nose. Ves widened his eyes. He could actually smell one of her regular perfumes. A hot and rosy smell intoxicated his nasal senses as he breathed the distinctive smell generated by the dark brake module. He wasn't able to determine whether the smell precisely matched the perfume, but the fact that the dark brake module was able to convey this much was already impressive. "You upgraded your physical projectors just to make your projections smell better?" "No, silly. I also wanted to do this." Her physical projection threw itself at him, causing him to feel a strong pressure exerted on his body. Before he knew it, her projection kissed his lips. Though Ves knew he was just feeling simulated pressure generated by the dark brake module, the illusion was very close to reality. When the two began to engage in some tongue action, Ves found to his surprise that he could sense plenty of moisture on his tongue and lips. What an amazing function! Physical projection technology had evidently advanced considerably since the time he interacted with the virtual officers of the Starlight Megalodon. Once Gloriana withdrew her lips, she gazed at him with an intriguing look. "Did you know why humans originally developed physical projections? In space, it's very hard for couples to live apart from each other. There is so much you can do to sustain the love you have for someone if you are just limited to talking to an intangible projection. There's also a lot of lonely bachelors aboard vessels who can't go to a club and aren't allowed to fraternize with each other." "Wait a minute. Are you suggesting that?" Hi. You guessed it. Technology is so amazing. Let us test whether modern physical projection technology is good enough for you to be able to discharge your energy to me across light years. The hands of her physical projection already started to unbutton and peel off his shirt uniform. Though Ves felt excited, he also felt reluctant to engage with her any further. "Wait. This channel isn't secure. Our lovemaking will probably end up in the archives of the MTA. Master Willix is probably watching at this very moment." "Then let her. I don't mind, hi. Chapter 2247 Yulamos Citadel. Ves looked troubled the next day. Though he admittedly gained a lot of satisfaction after he released all of his pent-up energy yesterday, the circumstances of his discharge was anything but usual. "Technology has gone too far." He shook his head. Though he felt a bit weirded out, he had to admit he enjoyed it quite a bit. The dark brake module simulated Gloriana's physical properties to such an accurate and realistic degree that he could hardly name the differences. If Gloriana offered to go for another round, Ves would likely nod his head and say yes. He eventually shrugged and readied himself for another day of work. After he finished his breakfast, he met with Major Verl and Calabast in his stateroom. "Meow." Lucky curiously looked up at the two older Larkinsons as Ves rubbed his head. "Good morning," Ves greeted. "I take it that we have approached yet another pirate base, right?" "That is indeed the case, sir." Major Verl waved his hand, activating a projection that showed a map of their surroundings. "Our forward scouts have managed to approach a famed pirate base called the Yulamos Citadel." The projection shifted to a base built into the surface of a small moon-sized asteroid. Yulamos Citadel is the stronghold of the dry snakes. According to second-hand intelligence, the dry snakes are able to field around 1,700 mechs, which is enough to secure their foundation in this rich patch of Maynard fields. The visible structures of Yulamo's citadel looked considerably more formidable than Zifford Base. Part of it was because it was built into a much larger moon-like environment. Another part of it was because the dry snakes invested considerably more resources in its construction. What VS found remarkable was the elevated amount of traffic going in and out of Yulamo's citadel. "Is this open base?" Calabas nodded. Yulamo's citadel is one of the rare pirate strongholds that has opened a limited public market. It's similar to Frostbite Fortress in that regard. While Yulamo doesn't host the largest pirate marketplace, it is especially attractive towards smaller pirate outfits and independents. Why so? Many pirate marketplaces are very dangerous to visit if you aren't strong enough. The pirate groups who oversee them also have a penchant for ripping off their visitor. What is remarkable about Yulamo's citadel is that the dry snakes charge very low fees for landing a vessel in its hangar and various other services. This turns Yulamo's citadel into an affordable place for SCU.M to gather. Trade, recruitment, and many more activities took place in this surprisingly lively pirate base. How is the reputation of the dry snakes? Fairly good. They mostly abide by their responsibilities. While their guards aren't always proper, according to word of mouth, they don't abuse their power too often. It helps to bribe them, though. VS snorted. I suppose that is the best that you can expect of pirates. Don't underestimate Yulamo's citadel, VS. Calabas glinted her eyes at him. Under normal conditions, the dry snakes are mainly counting on their formidable base defenses along with their 1,700 mechs to hang on to their lucrative base. Aside from the trade that they have attracted, the dry snakes mainly earn their living by mining the more interesting exotics from the surrounding asteroids. This particular portion of Maynard Fields doesn't offer as much cabinet as other places, but in return there is a good chance that prospectors are able to stumble on small deposits of medium or even high-grade exotics. VS leaned forward from his chair when he heard that. He stopped petting Lucky, much to the cat's complaints. Meow! Yulamo's citadel must contain a lot of wealth if that is the case. That is probable. The dry snakes are considerably stronger than the Krona lords. This also means that they are much more formidable. Attacking this base is very risky even if we have the help of Lucky. I find that hard to believe, VS stated and gestured towards the projection of the base. Oh, I'm sure this base has a lot of nasty surprises, but we haven't encountered any pirates who are able to do anything about my cat. Meow meow, Lucky preened with pride. Major Vrol spoke up at this moment. The issue that Calabast is alluding to is the notoriety that we have built up as we have sought out several pirate groups. After Zifford Base, we knocked over 3 other pirate bases, thereby ending the lives of many pirates. Task Force Predator went on a pirate hunting spree after profiting considerably from defeating the Krona lords. Calabas researched and picked out several smaller pirate bases in order to refine their methods and obtain some quick and easy loot. Lucky managed to eat a considerable amount of valuable exotics. VS expanded his collection of B-stones with 2 extra samples. He also obtained dozens of test subjects, each of whom were confirmed pirates with spiritual potential. The mech pilots of the Larkinson clan accrued even further experience. The task force looted plenty of valuable materials. Though none of the pirate bases held anything truly remarkable, the entire task force had become a lot more accustomed to attacking them. With Lucky's help, the Larkinsons should have no problems cracking Yulamo's citadel. However, Calabas disagreed. The situation is more complicated than we thought. According to the long-range observation data from our forward scouts, there are much more mechs and sh.I.P.S present at Yulamo's citadel. She tapped the projection, causing it to highlight 4 different groups of mech forces. Ves frowned. I take it the largest group are the dry snakes. Yes. We already anticipated their presence. What is problematic are the other 3 pirate groups. According to investigations, they are the vassal pirate groups that normally roam elsewhere. The fact that they have congregated at Ulamos Citadel is not a good sign. Major Vol let out an exasperated breath. We have toppled too many pirate groups. In each and every attack since we entered the Nixian Gap, we completely devastated our opponents. You have to know that all-out attacks on pirate bases don't happen very often. Now that an outside factor such as us have entered Maynard and shown that we do not abide by the rules, the local pirate organizations have all begun to respond to your actions. The Dry Snakes have summoned the Zona Stalkers, the Farman's Own and the Hapid Clinters to reinforce Ulamos Citadel. While these pirate outfits are weaker, their numbers and individual strengths can't be overlooked. Calabas provided a brief overview of the vassal outfits. The Zona Stalkers attracted her attention the most. Presumably founded by intelligence officers and operatives gone rogue, the Zona Stalkers were famed for using stealth mechs and stealth shuttles based on outdated stealth tech. However, despite losing access to newer iterations of stealth tech, the Zona Stalkers still managed to maintain their foundation. These days, they were able to field 400 mechs, though this was only what everyone knew on the surface. Several rumors swirled around the Zona Stalkers. One of them stated that they were still secretly backed by a lawful organization, most likely a Sentinel noble house. Another rumor claimed that the Zona Stalkers somehow managed to get their hands on some alien stealth tech in the Nixian Gap. The most improbable rumor stated that the Zona Stalkers secretly maintained a research team that consisted of scientists who specialized in stealth technology. Regardless which of these rumors are true, as long as we plunder the Zona Stalkers, we'll likely be able to take over all of their possessions. Calabas grinned. While their stealth gear is probably inferior, the exotics used in making them is very valuable to my black cats. It's quite challenging to obtain stealth materials in the Nixian Gap. Her personal interest in attacking Ulamos Citadel became clear. The Zona Stalkers was led by former spies like her. This caused Calabas to become a lot more excited about plundering this specific pirate outfit. The Farman's Own are a lot more boring in comparison. It's founded by a number of military veterans, so their discipline and training is a lot better than the typical pirates. They're able to field 700 mechs, and they are generally strong in ranged combat and defending strongholds. That's quite a lot of mechs. Don't the Dry Snakes feel threatened by their vassal? It's complicated. Calabas shrugged. The third group is the Hapid Clinters. Unlike the other 2 vessels, the Hapid Clinters share a different origin. The leaders of the Clinters don't come from civilized space. Instead, the Clinters are fully made up of Nixian pirates who were born and raised in the region. While they are known for their aggression, they are also famed for their lack of discipline and restraints. They are able to field around 650 mechs. The Hapid Clinters sounded like upgraded bottom feeders to VS. They likely consisted of thugs who lucked out on some raids and managed to grow stronger instead of getting annihilated by the peacekeepers. Though these subordinate pirate outfits weren't particularly threatening to the Larkinson clan when they were alone, it was a different story now that they answered the call of the Dry Snakes. Disregarding Ulamos Citadel's fixed defenses, confronting over 3,000 pirate mechs at once was still a risky endeavor. What do you think? VS asked with a hint of uncertainty. The Dry Snakes are ready for us, Major Vol responded. It is not a wise idea for us to hit a tough and prepared target. Even if the pirates here aren't aware of how we managed to sabotage the defenses of the previous targets that we've hit, there is no way that the pirates will remain complacent when it comes to guarding Ulamos Citadel. I fear that Lucky won't be able to get away with as much mischief as before. Meow! Lucky raised his tail. The Major ignored the disgruntled cat. To be honest, I think we have done enough in the Nixian Gap. You set out to travel here in order to bloody our combat forces and earn a large amount of MTA merits. After we have cracked open 4 pirate bases, how many merits have you earned? Almost 2 million merits. Those pirates we've attacked have all been naughty. With the MTA offering double rewards for every violation of the taboos, we've quickly made progress towards obtaining passage to the Red Ocean. VS was quite happy with the rapid progress. It didn't take much time to earn a princely sum of merit that other journeymen needed years or decades to accrue. The only reason why you managed to earn so much merits was because the Nixian pirates we attacked weren't fully prepared for us. It's different now. There are hardly any pirates in Maynard Fields who aren't aware of our threat. Ulimo's citadel isn't too far from the last pirate fortification we hit, so the dry snakes should definitely be on high alert. It will take months or word of our task force's departure or annihilation for the pirates to lower their guards. He made a very good point. There was a huge difference between prepared and unprepared targets. Ulimo's citadel was already pretty strong to begin with. Now that the dry snakes called for reinforcements and elevated their guard, there were many chances for an assault to go wrong. VS curiously turned to Calabast. You don't seem as pessimistic. Do you think we have a chance to succeed in assaulting Ulimo's citadel? It depends, she said. Ordinarily, I agree with Major Verl that it is not worth the risk to attack Ulimo. However, after examining some scattered intelligence, I have reason to believe that this fortress is of considerable interest. What is it? There is a small chance that Ulimo's citadel's marketplace is one of the places where B-stones are being sold. In fact, the dry snakes may even be the ones who have mined it, processed it, and put on sale. What? Are you sure? Chapter 2248 Depth of Ulimo. Ulimo's citadel appeared to be quite challenging to attack. For over several weeks, Task Force Predator rampaged through Maynard Fields with impunity. Various roaming pirate fleets as well as immovable pirate bases all sucked .u.mbed against the might of the Larkinson clan. Yet the existence of this strong, prepared and reinforced pirate fortification risked stalling the task force's momentum. Certainly, Major Vol had a good point. Against a foe that was too powerful to overcome without suffering major casualties, the Larkinsons had no obligations to hit their heads against the wall. They could just walk around it and merrily go on their way. The defenses of Ulimo's citadel only threatened the space surrounding the pirate fortification. The secret weapons that Ulimo definitely held in reserve posed no threat to a fleet that only flew further and further away. Though VS understood the logic of it, he felt a bit upset at leaving such a juicy target behind. As one of the few open marketplaces in the Nixian Gap, Ulimo must certainly hold a lot of valuable goods, perhaps far more than the Larkinsons ever plundered from Zifford Base. Yet the more he stared at the projection of Ulimo, the more his intuition for danger became roused. The stronghold was dangerous. That was for certain. He even had a hunch that Lucky's infiltration might not go smoothly this time. The presence of the Zona stalkers meant that the pirates residing at Ulimo gained a formidable amount of stealth and anti-stealth capabilities. He jolted in realization. Calabast, are we sweeping our perimeter for enemy stealth vehicles? My black cats are already on the lookout for hidden presences around our fleet, the spymaster casually replied. This is my craft, remember? From the moment I knew that the Zona stalkers are affiliated with the dry snakes, I have put my surveillance specialists on full alert. The Penitent Sisters are especially helpful as their anti-stealth measures are just as good as any Hexer outfit. In the Komodo Star sector, there weren't many organizations who could circuit-invent second-class sensor technology. In a place like the Nixian Gap, the chances of any pirates being able to run rings around Hexer sensors should be slim. However, VS did not feel reassured. Anything could be beaten as long as someone came up with the right solution. The task force had done so several times over the past month as Lucky's stealth and intangibility turned him into a highly effective infiltrator. Since VS was able to field something that the pirates couldn't handle, what if the pirates could do the same to him? He only had to cast his memories back to his travel through the frontier to know that some pirates possessed their own strangeness. The more he thought about attacking Yulimo, the more he felt deterred by its hidden strength. Still, he couldn't just give up. When Calabas told him that B-stones had changed hands at Yulimo, VS had locked his sights at this base. If Yulimo only held 1 or 2 B-stones, then VS didn't think it was worth it to attack it. If Yulimo held an entire container's worth of B-stones, then that was another matter entirely. Aside from that, Yulimo sat in the center of a field of asteroids which contained deposits of higher grades of exotics. Even if their quantities were small, the dry snakes must have certainly accu.mulat quite a pile of them in their vaults. Looting all of these valuable materials might not allow him to design and build a powerful mech right away, but they should be more than enough to upgrade his personal gear. For a long time, VS dreamt of building a supreme suit of combat armor, one that protected him against both material and spiritual threats. Yet gathering the powerful materials necessary to build such an extravagant piece of gear was daunting. Just the B-stone needed to protect him against formidable entities such as Cassandra Breyer, and Nixie required him to get a hold of at least a couple more samples. Aside from these benefits, VS felt certain that Yulimo held more riches. As long as the Larkinsons captured the base reasonably intact, he might be able to obtain numerous rare goods that couldn't be found elsewhere. He gazed towards his 2 advisors. Major Vrl's objection to attacking Yulimo was understandable. What VS did not expect was that Calabas did not share the same views. In fact, from the way she presented Yulimo's citadel to him, it sounded as if she was driving him to attack this formidable pirate base. VS narrowed his eyes at her. Calabas, normally you tell me to dial back and take less risks. Why don't I hear the same from you this time? What is it about Yulimo that makes you reluctant to pass it over? Both VS and Vrl stared curiously at the black-clad woman. Calabas endured their stares without a wink. You're pretty observant, VS. You're right. Yulimo is not just a regular pirate base in my eyes. There are 2 reasons why we should pay attention to it despite its formidable defenses. She raised a finger. First, its connection to one of our old enemies. After decrypting various sensitive trade logs stored in the data banks we've ripped from Zifford Base, my analysts have ascertained that Yulimo's citadel likely maintains ties with the Alidus Alliance. Ah, the Alidus Alliance. With a formidable heavy cruiser in the form of Gravata Narlax, this powerful pirate organization was one of the few that maintained a foothold in the perilous core regions. The Larkinson clan attracted a lot of enmity from Alidus after defeating Lord Drojan and his trade convoy. VS wasn't sure at that time whether he would bump into them again. What is the Alidus Alliance doing here? Did you remember last time during the Battle of Zifford Base where the Alidus trade convoy arrived unscheduled? My black cats found out later on that Alidus is embarking on a huge project and requires lots of materials. Aside from gathering huge amounts of cabinet, the pirate organization is also demanding a lot of other exotics. Whatever Alidus is building has caused them to reach out to many resource producers in the Nixian Gap. This sounded incredibly concerning. Alidus was famed for 2 particular feats. First, it openly paraded around a warship. Second, it secretly sold considerably advanced superweapons to various pirate customers. Now that Alidus sought a lot of materials, VS couldn't help but grow a little concerned. Was Alidus building a second cruiser? What about a fleet of smaller warsh.I.P.S? What if they were building some sort of apocalyptic superweapon instead? Technically speaking, VS shouldn't give a damn about what this pirate organization was up to. VS only planned to stay in the Nixian Gap for 6 months at most, and a considerable amount of time had already passed. In fact, if VS wanted to make it back to the Sentinel Kingdom in time for his wedding, he could only afford to play around in Maynard Fields for just 1 or 2 months before needing to race back to civilized space. Once he left the Nixian Gap, whatever schemes the pirates had hatched should bear no relation to him. If VS left the Komodo Star sector afterwards, then the Nixian pirates became even more irrelevant. VS did not feel particularly threatened by the Alidus alliance. Instead, he became curious whether Alidus maintained some sort of presence on Yulamos Citadel. "Why does it matter that Alidus is at Yulamos Citadel?" he asked. "Aside from the goods and intelligence that we might wish to obtain, it's highly likely that Alidus has made some big trades with the dry snakes. Yulamos Citadel produces a fair amount of high-quality exotics, which is exactly what Alidus needs. Now think on what the dry snakes might ask in exchange for these goods." It didn't take long for VS to connect the dots. "Superweapons." "Exactly." Calabas smiled. "Our analysis suggests that the Krona Lords is only a collateral trading partner to the Alidus alliance. While Zifford Base mines a good amount of Cabinet, this material isn't rare at all and can be found in many other places in Maynard Fields. In fact, Cabinet is also present in other zones. In contrast, Yulamos Citadel harvests a small number of very rare exotics that isn't available in the rest of the Nixian Gap. This is why we suspect that Alidus genuinely cares about their trade relationship with the dry snakes." "Do you have a list of those exotics?" "Here." She transferred the file to his comm. He immediately accessed the list through his implant. She was right. Though Yulamos Citadel mined a lot of materials that were prevalent elsewhere in the Komodo Star sector, VS had never heard of some of the potent exotics in the list. Their properties were vague, as none of the intelligence sources that the Black Cats had access to could describe these unique exotics in greater detail. Nonetheless, they should be of particular value to the Alidus Alliance's unknown construction project. VS tapped his finger against his desk. "I see why this is meaningful. However, there are still too many unknowns while the payoff is obscured as well. This shouldn't be enough to make you interested in Yulamo." "You're right. There is a second reason why I want to investigate it further. While I have my suspicions, I am unable to confirm whether Yulamo holds something that is of great interest to me, but especially you. I dare not say anything careless." Neither VS nor Major Vull looked amused at her vagueness. Wasn't it the job of spies to tell them something informative? Then again, they also had an obligation to be as accurate as possible. If their intelligence wasn't backed by enough proof, then it might do more harm than good to pass off unverified rumors as fact. In any case, Calabas did not advocate to attack Yulamo Base outright. Instead, she wanted to scout it first in order to see whether it held something worthwhile. This happened to match his intentions. While VS agreed with Major Vull that it was very dangerous to attack Yulamo Base, as long as they scouted it instead, their task force shouldn't be exposed to any danger. He turned to Lucky, who had been enjoying his petting all this while. "Are you up for another infiltration?" "Meow. This is likely going to be more dangerous than before. The dry snakes are on high alert, and the Zona stalkers are presumably proficient at detecting stealth opponents." "Meow. I know your gadget, and your abilities are good enough to fool anything the Zona stalkers can throw at you, but the stealth shuttle is a different matter. Once it gets blown up, you're pretty much stuck in enemy territory." "Meow meow meow." His cat was too conceited. VS worried about Lucky's success this time. While there was a chance that he might be exaggerating the risks, he did not dare to be complacent. Time and time again, the pirates taught him the perils of underestimating his adversaries. "No. You're not going this time, Ves definitively declared. You're too irreplaceable. I think it's best to resort to a less costly method of investigating our target. Calabas, Major Verl, since Yulamo Base hosts an open marketplace, why not put up some disguises on some of our men before sending onwards? That is exactly one of the options I had in mind. Calabas smiled. I have numerous black cats who possess the necessary training to pass off as pirates. I'm sure that the flagrant vandals, sword maidens, and battle criers are capable of adopting this disguise as well. As much as Yulamo Base is on guard against our forces, the dry snakes haven't closed their gates and shuttered their marketplace. I'm not sure. While it is true that some of our rougher clansmen can imitate ruffians, it's unrealistic to expect them to behave exactly like Nixian pirates. Our black cats can remedy this problem. We have developed enough of an understanding of the locals to teach your men what to pay attention to in order to blend in with the crowd. A quick discussion ensued on who to send to Yulamo Base. This was a very risky mission that demanded a lot from those who participated in it. Most notably, the group required someone who possessed an extensive understanding of technology. Ves raised his hand. I'm willing to take part in this scouting mission. I happen to be very good at observation. No! Absolutely not! You just stay put! Both Calabas and Major Verl immediately shot him down. Chapter 2249 Different Infiltration. His own advisors prohibited him from visiting Yulamo Base. It was too risky to dispatch Ves on such a high-risk mission. His status and importance to the Larkinson clan was far too great to allow him to visit a formidable pirate fortress while he was heavily outnumbered and outgunned. Once the dry snakes discovered that the infamous pirate killer sneaked into their own home, they would certainly lock down Yulamo and seek to kill or capture Ves at all costs. The entire point of dispatching a small force of Larkinsons disguised as pirates was to limit the losses in the event of a disaster. If the dry snakes and its vassals managed to identify and eliminate the Larkinsons, then the Larkinson clan and the task force wouldn't actually suffer that much losses. It was an entirely different story when someone indispensable to the Larkinson clan such as Ves personally took part. 100 or so disguised Larkinsons could never protect their clan patriarch against the entire might of the dry snakes and their allies. Therefore, Calabas and Major Verl did not hesitate to shoot Ves down in the strongest possible terms. It didn't matter if he was in charge. In fact, it was exactly because he held the highest position why he shouldn't wander around so carelessly. Ves grimaced at their strong objections. I can take care of myself. This isn't my first rodeo. Last time, I managed to escape captivity and took over this very ship from some determined CRC guards. You almost died when a missile struck close to you, Calabas immediately retorted. And let's not kid ourselves that Lucky did most of the work. Without him, you would have turned into Lady Curver's obedient puppet by this time. I just want to visit a pirate base. What's the harm in that? Just look at all of the traffic coming in and out of Yulamo Base. The pirates are unwilling to stop their trade activities, which means that the gates are wide open. That doesn't mean that a leader and a mech designer of your stature ought to head straight into enemy territory. The argument raged on for several minutes. No matter what excuses Ves retorted to, he was shot down time and time again. Meow meow meow. Even his own cat joined his critics. Ves sighed in exasperation. Fine. I understand. There is no logic behind visiting Yulamo in person. His reluctant admission finally caused Calabas and Major Verl to feel relieved. They were both aware of his penchant of getting into trouble, and they did not want to see him stir up a mess in the middle of a hostile pirate's stronghold. Good. Now that we have settled this issue, we should prepare the necessary disguises. The Larkinsons captured a number of pirate sh.i.p.s from the Krona Lords and various other pirate groups. The sh.i.p.s might not be in the best of shape, but the Larkinsons did their best to fix them up in order to make use of their space to haul more valuable loot. Part of the loot consisted of salvaged pirate mechs. Though VS and the task force originally intended to break them down and recycle the most valuable materials, they could easily turn around and restore them back to functionality instead. There was one big problem, though. The pirate sh.i.p.s we captured may look shabby, but they are undeniably associated with one of our victims, Calabas noted. What do you think if one of the sh.i.p.s we stole from the Krona Lords shows up at Ulamo? The dry snakes will immediately suspect that we're Larkinsons. This was not the only possibility, of course. Task Force Predator left a lot of slaves behind at Sifford Base and other pirate bases who didn't commit any crimes against humanity. In order to cultivate an upright and honorable mindset in the Larkinson clan, VS explicitly pushed his people to act properly whenever possible. This was why he deliberately encouraged his clansmen to deviate from the customs of the peacekeepers, who often resorted to expediency and executed everyone in a pirate organization regardless of their status. So far, it seemed to be working. From what VS had observed from the monitoring systems throughout the sh.i.p.s of the task force, his clansmen remained relatively pure and uncorrupted in this filthy environment. In any case, while it was possible for the disguised Larkinsons to pass themselves off as freed slaves, that would only invite the local pirates to kidnap them wholesale. VS had a better solution. Unlike most pirate groups, we have a lot of mech designers and naval engineers in our task force. The pirate sh.i.p.s and mechs we've plundered from our enemies are like putty in our hands. With the abundant amount of raw materials we've accu.mulat, we can easily modify the structure of those sh.i.p.s and mechs until they become unrecognizable. While there aren't a lot of people in the Nixian Gap, there are thousands of pirate gangs roaming around. I don't believe the dry snakes are familiar with every single outfit. After a bit of thought, Calabas looked interested. This can work. How long will it take? As long as we allocate enough skilled personnel to this task, we can probably perform this transformation in a couple of days. Changing the exterior of any machine is very easy. As for the internals, as long as we limit the modifications to some quick and dirty tasks such as partitioning one big cargo hold into two smaller compartments, then that shouldn't take up a lot of time. The time spent on preparing their disguises was very crucial. With the wedding looming closer and closer, the Larkinson clan couldn't dilly-dally around in the Nixian Gap. After VS threw this suggestion to Calabas and Major Verl, the two could take care of the rest. There was no need for VS to concern himself too much with the planning and execution of this initiative. One way or another, the Larkinsons were determined to take a look inside Ulamo Base. In the next couple of days, Task Force Predator busied itself with transforming two pirate sh.i.p.s. Ulamo Base strictly prohibited the entry of large groups of pirates. The dry snakes wouldn't be able to maintain control anymore if too many outsiders ran around inside the public spaces of their stronghold. Various ship specialists and engineers carefully modified the exterior and small portions of the interior of the pirate sh.i.p.s. They carefully worked away the marks that revealed their ship class or prior ownership. It didn't matter whether the sh.i.p.s didn't conform to any particular class anymore. There were so many ship classes in existence that not even the CFA maintained a complete database. In addition, it was very normal for ship owners to steadily modify and upgrade their vessels over time, thereby causing any aging vessel to gain unique identities. VS actually appreciated this treatment. sh.i.p.s lasted a lot longer than mechs, so their owners developed a greater affection for them. The more responsible among them always treated their sh.i.p.s as more than floating coffins in space. If more people adopted the same mindset towards mechs, then maybe VS wouldn't have to work so hard to make people appreciate these majestic machines. What interested VS more was the people assigned to enter Ulamo base. There were plenty of ruffians and ruffian-like characters in the Larkinson clan. The Sword Maidens had the distinct honor of possessing an actual pirate pedigree. Though they pursued an elite path, that still did not change the fact that they lived the life of a pirate for a very long time. They only possessed two flaws. First, they were very distinct and did not work well alongside other people. Second, most of their in-depth knowledge related to the Ferris Star region. This was why Major Verl decided to assign only a small number of Sword Maidens. They just needed to be there in order to help the others make sense of obscure pirate customs and culture. The second group that had to take part in this mission were the intelligence operatives of the Black Cats. Though VS never paid much attention to this group, he trusted in Calabas's ability to raise competent spies. These underlings of her had studied a lot about Nixian pirates, and were up to date with most region-specific events. They were also excellent at passing themselves off as genuine Nixian pirates. The downside was that reading about the Nixian Gap was one thing. Living the Nixian pirate life was another. This was why Major Verl did not dare to trust the Black Cats could handle every situation. The bulk of the fighting forces of this exploration mission would be supplied by a combination of battle criers and flagrant vandals. Commander Cinnabar and Commander Orphan both picked out their roughest, most unruly personnel in order to fill up the ranks of their fake pirate outfit. Of course, their ruffian-like nature would likely be fairly tame compared to real SCU.M, but that was not a huge issue in itself. After encountering various pirate groups in the Nixian Gap, VS and everyone else learned that pirates could be quite disciplined and orderly when they needed to be. Pirates pursued strength, and there was no better way to squander it than acting like idiots. When VS scanned through the list of people who were assigned to take part in the mission, his eyes widened as he spotted two notable names. He decided to call both of them to his stateroom for a personal talk. The first one to arrive was the mech and technical consultant for this mission. Kitties marched through the hatch with firm, steady steps. Her floating greatsword hovered after her like an obedient pet. "You called VS?" He nodded. "Take a seat." When she sat down, she looked at him with confidence. "Did you want to discuss my participation in the upcoming mission?" He nodded. "I have serious doubts about that. I heard that you actively volunteered to take a look. Why?" "I feel restless, VS. The Nixian Gap reminds me far too much of the frontier. I find it frustrating to coop myself up in this ship when I could be out there." "You're a very promising mech designer. This is a sensitive period of time for you. You are already making so much progress in your advancement towards journeyman. If you just design a couple more mechs, I am sure you will be close to breaking through. By then, your status inside and outside the Larkinson clan will change completely." Kedis crossed her arms. "I can't stand it, VS. Designing mechs day in day out is not my style. Just like you, I need to go out and challenge myself. I think this mission is a great opportunity for me to widen my horizons. Maybe I'll even be able to gain some inspiration that will sharpen my design philosophy. I haven't made that much progress in it ever since I was able to develop my own superpower." The two talked some more. VS continued to try to talk her out of participating, but she resolutely wanted to go. Clearly, this was something her entire mind, body, and spirit yearned. He became increasingly more reluctant to bar her way. After weighing the pros and cons, VS eventually sighed. "It's going to be risky, you know that? If you ever end up in trouble, I will do my best to bail you out, but it will be difficult. I'm not a fragile flower. I can handle it. Besides, with all of our preparations, I'm sure we'll be able to slip in and out of Ulamo base without attracting any suspicion. The dry snakes don't really pay too much attention to the SCU.M that visit its marketplace. As a mech designer, VS understood how much Kedis could benefit from this little adventure. It was the same reason why he wanted to go as well. He became a little softer because of that. His student knew the risks and accepted them. Whether she could truly gain something from observing Ulamo base or not, she might very well become a much better mech designer after broadening her horizons. VS didn't have the heart to stand in the way of her passion. Fine. But take good care of your safety. In fact, let me see all of your gear. Our clan has collected some very good materials, and I'm willing to use some of them to strengthen your equipment. Sure. Chapter 2250 Battle Gear. Letting Kedis take part in the exploration mission filled VS with a lot of misgivings. Yet he also felt proud of her. Out of all of the mech designers in the Larkinson clan, he felt she matched his inclinations the most. Of course, they were two very different people. VS was raised in the Bright Republic and enjoyed a relatively normal, civilized upbringing. Kedis had to fight to survive from the moment she was born. If Lydia's Sword Maidens hadn't recruited her, she would have likely suffered a much worse fate. From the start, the two led completely different life trajectories. The fact that they encountered each other and developed a close friendship was remarkable. This was because no matter their differences, it was their similarities that bonded them together. Both of them liked to get up close and personal. Both of them were passionate about designing mechs. Both of them adopted similar approaches when it came to their respective passions. VS saw a younger and female of himself in Kedis, and she likely looked up to him as a guide and role model. Though they pursued very different design philosophies, VS highly respected her pursuit towards sharpness. Her unusual upbringing along with her swordsmanship practice provided her with a much more intimate relationship with swords. Almost no other mech designer had seriously trained in swords and used these weapons to kill people and exobeasts. Kedis was a true sword maiden. While VS could not match her in terms of pure combat prowess, his pursuit of his own design philosophy was just as intense. They were very similar as mech designers, and some of his ideals even rubbed off on her. He looked forward to how far she would be able to go once she made some more accomplishments. They eventually entered the Scarlet Rose's mech workshop. The pair brought out all of the gear that Kedis planned to bring on the mission. VS only performed a cursory inspection on the smaller gadgets and knives. What truly caught his attention was her combat gear. He first inspected the Uter. He remembered buying this large laser hand cannon for Kedis when they visited Rennie's outfitters on Bentheim. The shop was probably gone, drowned in sand like the rest of the once industrious planet. The most remarkable aspect about the laser pistol was that it was a masterwork. A gunsmith invested a lot to create this exquisite weapon. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been priced at a whopping 39 million bright credits. Did you ever fire this weapon at someone? Kedis shook his head. I never ended up in a situation where I needed to make use of it. Even when I fled the Bentheim system alongside Riella and Vincent, there was no need to shoot at the agents of Spotlight. VS hummed for a moment. While the Uter is an excellent third-class masterwork pistol, it's not powerful enough. Any casual laser pistol of the Penitent Sisters can easily overwhelm this gun in terms of firepower. I know. It's the only ranged weapon I have, though. I'm not upset, though. As a sword maiden, my great sword is everything. As long as I have a good sword in my hands, I can take on any enemy. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Kedis. Even if you don't particularly care for pistols, it's better to have something more effective by your side. After a moment's thought, VS decided to give her another weapon. He withdrew a surprisingly small and unassuming weapon from his holster. "What is this?" Kedis frowned. "It's a very powerful laser pistol. I stole it from a female Benny when I took over the Scarlet Rose. Don't think it's weak because it's small. The power of this weapon is enough to pierce through dozens of armed guards under the right circumstances." They did not dare to test fire the weapon in the workshop. Ves merely transferred a document that detailed all of the specs and features of the pistol. As a mech designer, Kedis could easily read and interpret the numbers. She raised her eyebrow. "This is indeed a powerful pistol. It's better than any rifle. Don't you need this gun for yourself?" Ves smirked. "Don't worry about that. I already have something better." After a bit of discussion, Kedis decided to keep both pistols. The Uter may be weak, but it largely looked the part of a ferocious pirate weapon. In general, pirates disliked conveying weakness. The small and compact Fridayman pistol wouldn't intimidate any pirate. Kedis intended to store it in a hidden pocket and only bring it out when it was absolutely necessary. Ves picked up the Uter and studied it from various angles. "While this weapon is fairly weak, we can still upgrade it. I have a very great understanding of laser weapons, and I'm sure I can enhance its firepower by at least 50%. At the time he purchased this masterwork, the new generation laser technology hadn't become public yet. The Uter actually worked on outdated technology, so it was trivially easy to integrate some replacement parts. In addition, his extensive knowledge on laser weapons did not only apply to mechs. He could also apply much of the principles he learned on smaller-scale weapons. In particular, with his knowledge on crystal laser technology, he believed he could synthesize some custom crystals that substantially increased the weapon's firepower and energy efficiency. The question was whether it was worth it to do so. Kedis looked reluctant. "I know we can improve this gun. It's just, if you make too many changes, it won't be a masterwork anymore, right?" Ves frowned. "You're right. Small, gradual changes are okay, but if you change too much, the original character of the Uter is lost." While Ves was sure there were methods for masterworks to retain their original character even if they underwent huge overhauls, he was not familiar with any of them. Masterworks possessed a very mysterious trace of spirituality and potentially other energies that elevated them above products. His understanding of the workings of all of these phenomena was too shallow for him to mess around. "Since you gave me this second-class pistol, there is no need for me to rely on the Uter. We can just make it look fiercer in order to impress the pirates. I can bet you that a lot of pirates will envy me for parading this weapon around." Ves suddenly chuckled. "I see what you are trying to get at. If the pirates are aware that you own a masterwork gun, they will all think that it's your main weapon. They won't spare a look at your sword." Speaking of swords, both Ves and Kedis directed their attention to the ostentatious great sword. As a first-class CFA-built weapon, its sharpness and resilience was practically off the charts. If Kedis possessed enough strength, she was even able to cut through the hull of the Scarlet Rose with this incredibly deadly weapon. However, neither of them were optimistic about this weapon. It was too big and iconic. "There are plenty of public recordings of you in the company of this weapon," Ves stated. "If the Dry Snakes has performed any studies on the Larkinson clan, then they will have certainly uploaded all of that footage into the data banks of their monitoring system. Once Ulamo takes a good look at the profile of this weapon, the Dry Snakes will certainly discover your true identity." The answer was obvious. Kedis frowned and stroked her finger against the blade of her favored weapon. "I hate to leave it behind, but it's for the best." "It's okay, Kedis. We can build another sword for you, one that is not obviously tied to the Sword Maidens." They began to swap some ideas and sketch out some swords. Kedis eventually settled on a broad, saber-like cutlass. Compared to her great sword, Its blade and heft was still considerable, which suited the swordsmanship style of the sword maidens. It was lighter and shorter than her greatsword, though, which meant that Kedis could easily wield it with a single hand. This allowed her to hold her cutlass in one hand and a laser pistol in the other hand like a glamorous space pirate. The primary material for the sword was briar alloy, which allowed the cutlass to resist strong impacts without deforming or breaking. In order to enhance the sharpness and various other properties of the weapon, Ves decided to throw in some low and medium-grade exotics. This not only increased the lethality of the cutlass, but also made it difficult for scanners to recognize the traces of briar alloy. This was a very important detail. Briar alloy was not common in the Komodo Star sector and the Nixian Gap at all. Of all the entities who made extensive use of this material, the Larkinson clan was pretty much the only one in this corner of space. Kedis lovingly made the weapon by hand. As a quick learner, she had vastly increased her fabrication ability. She had even made some other swords in her spare time. It didn't take too long for her to craft her new pirate cutlass. The only reason it took so long was that many of the materials were difficult to work with and because she wanted to add some pirate-like flourishes to the hilt and pommel. In the end, the cutlass looked like a weapon that came straight out of an action drama. The skulls, flowery gilded patterns and other little touches turned it into quite an impressive cutting implement. Kedis grasped the cutlass and instantly entered into a focused state. Ves clearly felt the differences. It was as if her entire spirit became concentrated at once. Her ability to focus was so frightening that the edge of her cutlass even shimmered for a bit. This was her so-called superpower. Unfortunately, a cutlass was not as easy to empower as a butter knife. Due to her lack of spiritual strength and development, her attempt of sharpening her cutlass quickly failed. Damn! I thought I made more progress. Ves gently patted her back. You're still an apprentice. Wait until you become a journeyman. I bet that you will quickly be able to add more sharpness to this weapon. Now that they settled the weapons that Kedis would bring on the mission, the two moved on to her combat armor. The Rising Red Dragon was a suit of combat armor that served Kedis well during their first visit to the Ilvain Protectorate. Together with Hisparis Ves, they managed to survive a church collapsing on their bodies and fend off numerous false flag fanatics. Though the feminine, mobility-oriented combat armor had served Kedis well a few years ago, Ves believed she deserved better this time. He thoughtfully knocked his knuckles against the surface of this impressive piece of protective equipment. We don't have the time to design and fabricate an entirely new suit of combat armor. What we can do is to replace the armor plating and much of the internal structure with stronger alloys. We can use a mix of briar alloy and other tough materials. Kedis didn't care so much about her armor. That's fine. We can also make use of this opportunity to change its look and add some extra decorations. Right now, it's too obvious that this is a product that is sold to the upper class of civilized space. This was not a big problem. When they began to skin the Rising Red Dragon and studied its design, they began to plan out some quick and easy overhauls. They couldn't change too much because much of the integrated electronic systems couldn't adapt to radical changes. It took too much time to reprogram them in case they made any drastic changes. One question that came up to Ves was whether he was willing to integrate a layer of bee stone to the armor. He only possessed a couple of rocks, and each one was extremely precious. Maybe the helmet is enough, he muttered.